Everyone else maxed out their English, but I went ahead and maxed out my Babylish, simply because the system asked me to pick a language, and I chose Babylish without a moment's hesitation. So, on the day of my nanny job interview, when the corporate big shot was at a complete loss with his crying daughter, I could perfectly understand the little baby's inner voice. The sock is snagging my toes. Woo! The baby's tearful, intermittent voice reached my ears. I acted decisively, reaching out, and in one swift motion, pulled the tiny sock off the baby's foot. The CEO boss instantly darkened his face. What are you doing? How old is she? She'll catch a cold if you take her socks off. I couldn't be bothered to explain. I just turned the sock inside out and held it up to his face. The loose threads inside were the exact same color as the sock, making them impossible to notice unless you look closely. For an infant, this was practically torture. I put the sock back on her, inside out. The little one's crying stopped abruptly. She blinked her big eyes at me, as if she had just found her savior. Her little mouth curled into a wide grin, and she giggled out loud. The displeasure on the man's face froze, replaced by a flash of unconcealable shock. I took off the other sock to show him. The loose threads inside match the fabric. Adults can't see it, but a baby's skin is incredibly tender. If it snags a toe, in severe cases, it can cut off circulation and cause necrosis. So they must be worn inside out. The man fell silent for a moment, then nodded earnestly, as if humbly taking notes. Suddenly, he frowned. As expected, even a 30,000 yuan pair of socks is garbage. Next time, I'll buy the 50,000 yuan ones. My pupils literally earthquaked. You're telling me this tiny scrap of fabric costs 30,000 bucks. Is this the legendary CEO lifestyle? Right at that moment, the room door was gently pushed open, and a gentle female voice sounded. Gaofeng, is Tiantian hungry or does she need a diaper change? I thought I heard her crying. The woman who entered walked over briskly, taking the baby from Yang Gaofeng's arms. But then she noticed that Tiantian was staring intently at me, even babbling and smiling. Tiantian really likes the new teacher, huh? The way Su Qianqian looked at me was filled with the radiant glow of a mother. After all, I was only 16, with the clean-cut look of a high school student. She held Tiantian's little hand and smiled at me. A double critical hit of beauty from both mother and daughter. I admit my heart fluttered a bit. Just then, Boss Yang was called away by a phone call. The room instantly fell silent. Tiantian, resting in the young Madame Su's arms, suddenly started fussing again. Woo! It was too quiet. Way too quiet. I froze and looked around the room. The soundproofing in this room was incredibly good. It was terrifyingly quiet. But Tiantian was used to a noisy environment while in the womb. So this kind of dead silence actually made her feel insecure. An idea flashed in my mind. I immediately started whistling an off-key tune. Miraculously, Tiantian calmed right down. She tilted her little head, listening intently, even waving her little fists and grinning. The way young Madame Su looked at me shifted from surprise to absolute delight. The moment my whistling stopped, Tiantian started fussing again. I had no choice but to keep whistling, and only then did she go back to listening obediently. Seeing Su Qianqian looking at me like I was some kind of wizard, I quickly explained, the room is too quiet. Tiantian is used to the noise inside the womb, so she needs white noise right now to feel safe. Su Qianqian patted Tiantian gently, nodding thoughtfully. She looked at me and asked, you know so much at such a young age. You must have had it rough, haven't you? My heart skipped a beat. Was she hesitating to hire me because of my age? I hurriedly flashed young Madame Su a warm, reassuring smile. The past is all behind me now. As long as things are sweet now, that's all that matters. The Yang family ran a massive business empire, and Su Qianqian had a ton of matters to handle for her own family's company too. She hadn't spent much time with the baby. Before, she was also hastily called away by a phone call. And just like that, Tiantian was left in my arms. Though I love kids, my actual baby holding experience was a solid 0. My body was stiff as a board. I was afraid of squeezing her too tight, and terrified of holding her too loose and dropping her. That would definitely be a death sentence. I looked down at the baby in my arms with a pained expression. Tiantian's eyes were big and bright, dark, shiny, and incredibly expressive. Just one look from her, and my heart completely melted. So, I tried reasoning with her. Good girl, if you need anything, just give a little cry. Your big brother here can understand you. Just cry for a few seconds, okay? Please don't cry for too long. I'm still on my probation period here. If you cry too much and get me fired, what am I going to do? I couldn't help but ramble on and on. The little one in my arms listened to my chattering and actually grinned from ear to ear, drooling all over the place. I instantly burst out laughing. The little heiress is smiling. So you like having someone chat with you, huh? But wait, that's not right. In all those CEO romance novels I've read, the main characters are always super stoic, and they hate it when people chatter in their ears. You're going to inherit a massive empire one day, and become a bossy female CEO just like your mom. Whatever. As long as you're happy. You don't have to become anyone you don't want to be. I gently poked Tiantian's little cheek. It was so soft and smooth, she was practically too cute to be legal. Meanwhile, Yang Gaofeng stared at the laptop brought by the butler, asking in utter disbelief, he just talked to Tiantian like that for the entire afternoon? The butler nodded with absolute certainty. Yes, sir. I put it on 5x speed and watched him hold the young lady and amuse her all afternoon. The young lady smiled the entire time. At one point, he even had Robot 250 play English financial news. She only cried twice the whole afternoon, and each time lasted for less than 5 seconds. The butler rigorously corrected himself. An average of 4.86 seconds to be exact. He is simply a god-tier nanny. He understands the young lady better than a tapeworm in her stomach. You have to know. The young lady was previously famous for being extremely picky and incredibly high maintenance. The laptop screen was split into several grids, showing the nursery from every possible angle, with 0 blind spots. When zoomed in, even the text on my phone screen was crystal clear. Clear as day. At that exact moment, I was using AI to search for infant hygiene tutorials. How on earth was I supposed to use that whole row of baby care products by the bed? The previous nanny did give me a handover and even sent me a PowerPoint presentation detailing every single thing about Tiantian's schedule for the past month, complete with data and summarized experience. Next to the crib, there was also an unreleased futuristic AI companion robot. Call its name and it followed you around. The smart screen on its head could manually or via voice command record all the baby's data and scientifically calculate her future schedule and milk intake. Super high-tech. The previous nanny had repeatedly warned me that Tiantian was incredibly fussy about her milk. She would constantly reject different bottles and pacifiers, and the worst part was that there was absolutely no pattern to it. Every feeding session required having multiple pacifiers on standby to swap out at any second. Hearing all that made my scalp tingle. I muttered to myself, this little cutie looks so sweet and well-behaved. Does she really seem that difficult to deal with? Is this a case of not judging a book by its cover? Trembling, I prepared the formula, picked out a pacifier I thought matched the little heiress's vibe, and was just about to attach it when the robot, 250, suddenly rolled over next to me. Based on the young lady's feeding records for the past 42 days, between 5 p.m. and 5:30 p.m., she prefers the pacifier located at coordinates, row 3, column 4. My head was full of question marks. It's just feeding a baby. Since when did it require exact coordinates? I looked over at the transparent glass cabinet covering an entire wall, which displayed a massive array of pacifiers. I opened the cabinet door, took out the pacifier from the 3rd row, 4th column, and put the prepared milk into the constant temperature milk shaker. Tiantian was lying on the changing station. Even though she didn't know how to roll over yet, I still didn't dare step too far away from her, and quickly ran back over. I had never bathed the baby this small before. I hadn't eaten anything all afternoon, and now I looked as stressed as a student cramming before finals. Following the tutorial steps with absolute solemnity, my phone was propped up right next to me, playing a baby care video. Holding a soft baby cotton towel, I meticulously followed the video step by step. When I used the baby tongue cleaner to clean her mouth, the little one actually stuck her tongue out proactively to lick it. That tiny pink tongue was surprisingly agile. I was so overwhelmed by her cuteness, I practically screamed internally. I finally understood why monsters in fairy tales always wanted to eat children. From a cabinet completely filled with plush toys, I picked out the cutest one, moved Tiantian to the crib, and raised the safety rails on all sides. Then I turned and walked into her walk-in closet. As expected of a billionaire's daughter, she has way too many clothes. I rummaged from one drawer to the next, picking out outfit after outfit. I suddenly felt the urge to play a real-life game of Miracle Tiantian dress-up. After a painstaking deliberation process, I finally decided to save the other outfit for tomorrow. I changed Tiantian into a little bear onesie. It was a warm brown color, with 2 little bear ears sticking up on the hood. Her little face looked like a soft, milky white dumpling, and her tiny hands and feet were entirely wrapped inside the fabric so she wouldn't accidentally scratch herself. Tiantian was extremely cooperative, letting me dress her without a fuss. When I gently rubbed her palm, her eyes curved into crescents as she giggled. Wah! Wah! She waved her little fists, staring intently at me with eyes like black grapes. Oh, she's hungry. I quickly grabbed the bottle from the constant temperature milk shaker, pulled over a bib and fastened it around her neck, and the second I popped the pacifier in, the little one started chugging it down eagerly. Being picky about bottles or pacifiers, absolutely non-existent. Where was this supposed fussiness? Robot 250 beside me let out a gasp of surprise. Achievement unlocked. The young lady drank her milk without being picky. Holding the bottle, I looked at the robot curiously. Is it really that exaggerated? What were her previous records like? 250's electronic voice chimed in. The smoothest feeding session the young lady ever had previously. Still required changing the pacifier 3 times. Once Tiantian finished her milk, I held the empty bottle and seized the chance to ask, Sweetie, tell your big brother, why were you so picky with your milk before? Tiantian, fully fed and satisfied, let out a very energetic wah-woo. Translated, that meant, I just wasn't hungry back then. So after all that, it was just because she wasn't hungry. Everyone else kept swapping things and bothering her until she finally got hungry enough to drink, and as a result, she took the blame for being a picky eater. Oh, my poor little heiress. Thank goodness I can understand you. Otherwise, who could you even complain to about this injustice? After burping her, I handed her a toy to play with by herself and turned around to go wash the baby bottle. When I came back, I found that Tiantian had already fallen asleep. 250, guarding the crib, said in astonishment. It's been a long time since the young lady fell asleep this quickly. I rubbed my nose. Well, I chattered at her all afternoon. Even a baby made of iron would be exhausted. I tucked her in nicely, and only then did I step out of this massive nursery suite for the first time, ready to report to the butler. Yang Gaofeng watched the evening surveillance footage and heard that I resolved Tiantian's crying in under 5 seconds. He raised an eyebrow in surprise and told the butler to report the results to his wife. Looks like I passed this hurdle. Su Qianqian had just finished washing up, and upon hearing the butler's report, immediately rushed toward the nursery. We bumped right into each other in the hallway. Tiantian is asleep. I stepped aside to make way and turned back to follow Su Qianqian. She's asleep this early? She looked surprised. How was she today? Did Tiantian act up? I answered honestly. Tiantian was very well behaved. She drank her milk and went right to sleep. She wasn't picky at all today. Hearing this, Su Qianqian looked even more shocked. You have to understand, everyone who had ever taken care of her before could testify that Tiantian was notoriously fussy when it came to her milk. If she was even slightly displeased, she simply wouldn't drink. Only then did she really take a serious, evaluating look at me for the first time. Maybe it was because I looked too young, not as steady or experienced as older nannies, which naturally made it hard for people to trust me. I didn't expect you to be so skilled at taking care of babies. She actually didn't act picky. Ha ha ha. Su Qianqian patted my shoulder. Tianqian really gave you a lot of face. In the past, no matter who fed her, they had to coax her for ages before she'd even grace them with a single sip. Su Qianqian walked over to the crib, poking her cheeks and squeezing her little hands, squishing her round little face until it looked like a steamed bun. She only awkwardly stopped when she almost woke the baby up. Thank you for your hard work. If you need anything or if you're not used to anything, just tell the butler. You're still on your probation period, but, she added sincerely, personally, I really hope you decide to stay. I quickly nodded. Understood. Thank you for your trust, madam. Not long after, I was startled awake by Tiantian's crying. My heart skipped a beat, and I dashed toward the crib. 250 was still there, broadcasting in real time. The young lady slept for a full 9 hours. She has currently been crying for 5 seconds, but on the 7th second, the crying abruptly stopped because Tiantian was saying, my butt is uncomfortable. I instantly understood. I'll take care of it for you. Our communication was unbelievably smooth, efficient, and precise. I don't know if the little heiress was satisfied with me, but I was super satisfied. What an incredibly smart, well-behaved baby. I laid out a changing mat on the station, deftly took off her dirty diaper, wiped her clean with warm water, and put a fresh one on. Tiantian instantly smiled again, grinning and waving her little hands. She grabbed onto my finger and refused to let go. I tried desperately to suppress the corners of my mouth from turning up, pretending to be troubled. I can't go around loving other people's kids this much. Ah, whatever. Since I'm the one raising this kid from now on, she's practically my own little sweetie pie. Just as I was about to start the baby's morning hygiene routine, 250 dutifully broadcasted. The young lady cries an average of 3 times during morning care. Applying lip balm, changing diapers, and changing clothes are the main disaster zones. You have successfully cleared 1 stage. I don't know what kind of bizarre programming 250 had, but it occasionally cracked bad jokes and had a weirdly human vibe, but not much of one. Successfully cleared 1 stage. The way it phrased it sent a chill down my spine. It made it sound like we were in some infinite horror game instance, but I stubbornly refused to believe it. Are you kidding me? I'm a max-level scholar of baby lish. If it's a problem that can be solved with communication, it's not a problem. But it turned out exactly as 250 predicted. The moment I applied the lip balm, Tiantian's little eyebrows scrunched together, and her eyes began to turn red. Alarms blared in my head, and the danger warnings maxed out. Woo-wah! The moment her cry started, I immediately grabbed a soft cotton towel, dipped it in warm water, and carefully wiped the lip balm off her mouth. The effect was instantaneous. Tiantian stopped crying, but her little mouth was in a pout, her eyes brimming with tears. She looked so incredibly wronged. My heart broke for her, and I quickly scooped the baby up to comfort her. When I turned my head, I saw a smug, I told you so expression on 250's screen. See? I was right, wasn't I? I was really speechless at its punchable face. Tianqian doesn't like this lip balm. Make a note to change it. Don't buy this one again. 250's screen flickered. Really? This brand has already been switched out twice. Could it just be that the young lady simply dislikes having things applied to her face? I stared at it expressionlessly. I will bet my own head on this. The little heiress literally told me herself. 250. Let out 2 mechanical O.S. and then solemnly rejected the offer. There is no need for your head. That would likely be illegal. But it recorded the note anyway. 250 activated its built-in system, went through a rigorous selection process, and purchased new lip balms. It proudly announced, based on my filtering and cross-referencing, I have selected 5 new infant lip balms. I guarantee the young lady will love them all. It paused for a second, and then, imitating my tone, added, I will bet my own head on this. I looked at it, deeply skeptical. The next day, 250's packages arrived. They were unpacked, sterilized, and brought upstairs. Under 250's expectant gaze, I randomly picked one up and dabbed it onto Tiantian's lips. I watched as her little face visibly scrunched up into a ball, and the corners of her mouth started turning downward. I wiped it off at the speed of light. I turned around with a deadpan expression and held out my hand to 250, Hand over your head. 250's screen instantly switched to a terrified face. This old servant does not deserve death. It began crying virtually while recalculating its algorithms. Finally, a document popped up on its large screen. It picked one out from the remaining 4 options. I have screened 182 different ingredients, factoring in the young lady's preferences and the ingredients of her other products. I have definitively locked onto this one. This time, it didn't dare bet its head anymore. It just quietly stood off to the side, watching me apply it to Tian. Tian merely disliked the smell. It wasn't an allergic reaction. But if we didn't apply anything, the drool rash would make her very uncomfortable. So even if she cried, I had to test them until we found one she could tolerate. Hey, would you look at that? This time, Tian really didn't cry. 250 let out a long sigh of relief and quickly scanned the lip balm's ingredients, adding another note to its little internal database. Once the 3-day probation period ended, I was officially informed of my hiring. The butler offered me a salary of 100,000 yuan a month, with 2 days off per month, but the requirement was that I had to guarantee flawless care of the young lady's daily life, with absolutely no mistakes allowed. When I heard that salary, I was completely mind-blown. Are you telling me that every day I get to play with Tian, and I get paid this much money for it? This isn't hard at all. This isn't tiring at all. Sir, madam, can you guys just keep having babies? I could do this for the rest of my life. Since my room and board were covered by the Yang family, I had 0 expenses. Suddenly, I formed a very grand, long-term dream. Once Tian grows up, I'll pick an auspicious day, take my sky-high savings, and travel the world to my heart's content. Wah! Woo-wah! Tian wailed a couple of times, interrupting my beautiful daydream. Her little mouth was wide open, and she reached her arms up, trying to grab my sleeve, looking a little agitated. She wanted her pacifier. I grabbed a freshly washed, sterilized pacifier from the side and popped it into her mouth. Watching how incredibly cute Tian looked, I couldn't help it. Driven by some strange impulse, I stuck my index finger out and poked it into the hollow part of the animal-shaped pacifier. 250's voice suddenly chimed in from behind me, out of nowhere. How does it feel? I pulled my finger out and gave a thumbs up. A bite force comparable to an adult rhinoceros. 250 backed down instantly and fearfully retracted its own eager, robotic hand. Then its expression went completely blank for a second. As an incoming call, notification popped up on its screen. The caller ID read Grandpa. It was Tian's grandpa. That would be the old master of the Yang family. I immediately stepped aside to let 250 take the forefront. Grandpa. 250 called out cheerfully. Is Tian sleeping? The young lady is awake. 250 extended its arm, aiming its high-definition camera right at Tian's face. Tian flinched in fear. She stopped sucking the pacifier. Her little eyebrows furrowed, and she was just about to cry. But I was right there, keeping a close eye on her. I quickly stepped up and hooked my finger around her tiny hand. Don't be scared, Tian. Feeling my presence, Tian sniffled, pouted her lips, and stopped crying. She just stared at the camera in 250's hand with red eyes, looking confused and bewildered. Seeing his precious granddaughter so up close, Old Master Su smiled so widely the wrinkles around his eyes crinkled in joy. After Old Master Su finished admiring his cute granddaughter's face, he turned to 250 and said, Tell Qian and Gaofeng tonight to find some time over the next couple of days to come to the main estate. Her grandmother is back and wants to see Tian. Understood, Grandpa. I want to see Grandma too. 250's voice was filled with joy. Come on then. Who's stopping you from visiting? Old Master Su seemed to laugh. Take good care of Tian. 250 hung up the call, and a happy emoticon popped up on its digital screen. I'll go inform the master and madam right now. I watched as this robot took it upon itself to send the notification, still feeling a bit amazed by it all. Little Chen, the master says, to pack up the young lady's usual supplies. You'll come along tomorrow morning at 8. My eyes lit up. Okay, come to think of it. Since crossing over into this world, I haven't stepped foot outside the villa these past few days, and I haven't really seen anyone else either. Every day I just bicker with 250 and chat with Tian. 250 had tried to join our 2-person group chat before, but it failed. It felt like it was being isolated. 250 just couldn't sit idle. It took the initiative to suggest, today's outdoor temperature is 18 degrees Celsius, northwest wind level 2, UV index level 2. We can take the young lady outside to get some sun. I wanted to go out too, but I didn't really dare to make that call on my own. Since 250 brought it up, I instantly agreed. I squeezed Tian's little hand. Big brother will take you outside to get some sun, okay? Tian waved her warm little hands, babbling wah woo a couple of times, and started giggling again. How is she this cute? Come here, let's get you changed. I grabbed an adorable little baby shark onesie and bundled Tian up snugly from head to toe. Her little tummy was round and bulging. I couldn't resist giving it a little poke. Just then, 250 pushed the stroller out from the storage room. I carefully placed Tian into the stroller, tucked her in nicely with a little blanket, and placed a small kitten plushie right by her hand. I also packed a little warm water. 250 neatly took it and placed it into its built-in thermal compartment. After taking the elevator down, 250 led the way in front. I pushed the stroller, following behind while amusing Tian. The villa was very quiet. The butler heard the young lady's laughter from far away, and immediately followed the sound to find us. Seeing 250 leading the way, he smiled. The sun is nice today. Xiao Chen, you can take the young lady out for a stroll. I nodded. I know. If you need anything, just press the buzzer. The butler thought for a moment, then from his coat pocket, pulled out a black walkie-talkie about half the size of a palm, and handed it to me. He instructed, "Keep this on you at all times." It was only after stepping outside that I realized, was the butler afraid I might kidnap the little heiress? The weather at the end of March was neither too cold nor too hot. Going out through the back door on the first floor of the villa leads directly to the backyard garden. Who knows when the last time Tian came outside was? She was super excited. She babbled loudly whenever she saw a bird fly by in the sky. Watching the nearby flowers and plants swaying in the breeze, she also giggled happily. Lying there all by herself, her little hands kept grasping at the empty air, amusing herself until she grinned from ear to ear. 250 scanned Tian's facial expressions. Through my rigorous analysis, the young lady is currently very happy. Did that even require analysis? Wasn't it obvious enough? 250. Looked a bit wronged and dropped the subject, then stated very loyally, "I hope the young lady can stay this happy forever." I smiled but didn't say a word. Since the moment she was born, all she smelled was the scent of Madame's expensive cosmetics, and just a while ago, she had just checked out of the exclusive VIP room at a high-end postpartum care center. She was literally reincarnated using the standard template of a female lead in a novel. Tian would only have to suffer for these first 2 years of her life, being forced to drink milk when she wasn't hungry, forced to poop when she didn't need to, forced to sleep when she wasn't tired. But now that I'm here, she wouldn't even have to endure these trivial little hardships anymore. Tian was living the ultimate pampered life, opening her mouth only to be fed, sleeping right after drinking, and eating right after waking up. She had just woken up from a nap, babbling away and keeping herself entertained. I flipped her over, letting her do some tummy time to practice lifting her head. Lying on her stomach, she couldn't see anything. So, she tried her hardest to prop up her upper body with her little hands, trying to tilt her head up to eavesdrop on our conversation. Unfortunately, her chubby tummy and squishy cheeks simply took up too much surface area. After struggling for a good while, she got tired, and her chubby cheeks squished right back flat onto the bed. I was right in the middle of debating with 250 about tomorrow, whether we should dress Tian in the red outfit to look festive, or the kitten onesie to look extra adorable. Right at that moment, the door to the nursery was pushed open. Su Qianqian just poked her head in. She looked smilingly at the human and the robot in the room. Her voice was crisp and cheerful. "Are you guys busy right now?" I quickly stood up to greet her. "Not at all. Is something the matter, madam?" Su Qianqian poked her index fingers together, looking completely unlike a mother. Yang Gaofeng spoiled her so much, she still acted like a child. "I suddenly want to give Tian a bath. Is the temperature okay for a bath today?" She claimed she wanted to give her a bath, but judging by her expression, she just wanted to play with the baby. 250 immediately pulled up a string of data. The temperature in the nursery bathroom is 23 degrees Celsius. Blowing the heater for 3 minutes will bring it up to 28 degrees. "Would you like me to turn it on now, madam?" Seeing how happy she was, insisting on doing it herself, trying her best to be a competent mother, Su Qianqian scooped Tian into her arms. Since she made sure to show her face every night, Tian wouldn't have forgotten her. The moment she was picked up, she started giggling and babbling, pouting her little lips adorably. It was so cute that Su Qianqian's heart practically melted. Just as we finished getting the bath supplies ready in the bathroom, I heard Su Qianqian say, "Xiao Chen, I'll give you 2 days off starting tomorrow. They won't count against your regular days off. Gaofeng and I are taking Tian back to the main estate for 2 days. What's the difference between this and paid vacation?" I immediately agreed. "No problem. Later, after Tian falls asleep, I'll pack some extra things for you to take. If anything comes up over the next 2 days, you can just ask 250 or tell me directly." Su Qianqian carried Tian into the bathroom and placed her on the heated pad on the changing station. 250, and I stood off to the side, fully on guard. Who would have thought? Su Qianqian's movements looked rather wild and bold, just like playing with a doll. Yet every single step was textbook perfect, without a single mistake. The moment Tian was put into the little baby bathtub, the gentle stream of water tickled her, and she started giggling. Every time the baby shower head rinsed her, she laughed, rinsed again, and kept laughing. Su Qianqian made eye contact with her for 3 seconds, and ultimately couldn't hold it in, breaking into laughter herself. The result was that by the time Yang Gaofeng got off work and came over, everyone in the bathroom was laughing. The bath was entirely forgotten. Even the non-human 250 was laughing so hard its facial screen glitched into scrambled code. He narrowed his eyes with a smile, looking at his wife and daughter. "What's making everyone so happy? Care to let me in on the fun?" Knowing my place, I immediately pushed 250 out of the room, leaving their family of 3 to enjoy the moment. Not long after, just as I was happily slacking off in the luxurious villa, Tian's crying rang out from the bathroom. My heart clenched. I dropped whatever was in my hand, sprinting over to the bathroom door and knocking. "Madam? Sir? What's wrong with Tian?" The door opened. Yang Gaofeng stood to the side, looking worriedly at Su Qianqian. Qianqian was holding Tian. Although she looked calm on the surface, she still cast a lost, helpless gaze toward me. The water in the tub got a little cold, so we turned on the shower head to add some warm water. The temperature isn't too hot or too cold. Tiantian showed me the floating thermometer from the tub. This shower head is specially designed for babies. It has temperature control. If it malfunctions, it will automatically shut off if the water gets too hot. There's no way it could burn the baby. I took a quick glance, leaned in, and used my finger to wipe a tear from the corner of Tiantian's eye. She wasn't wailing anymore, just sniffling softly. I took the baby and placed her back into the tub. Before long, she started crying again. That cry was all I needed to crack the case. I swiftly pushed the faucet away and turned to explain. She said something is spraying her butt, and it's uncomfortable. Hearing this, Yang Gaofeng glanced up and down, stepped forward, picked up the shower head, aimed it at the sink next to the tub, and turned on the water. He sprayed it over his own hand. The water pressure was indeed extremely light and gentle, like being stroked by soft silk. Maybe for a baby, it's still a bit startling. He nodded thoughtfully. Understood. That was my oversight. I secured the shower head onto the side of the tub, making sure it wouldn't spray directly onto Tiantian while still letting the water flow in. Then I pulled Su Qianqian over and had her put her hand into the water for Tiantian to grab onto. This gives her a better sense of security. Tiantian grasped the index finger she offered. Her little face was still stained with tears, yet she was smiling brightly at the two of them. For a split second, Yang Gaofeng felt like a third wheel. Fortunately, I was very good at reading the room. I simply pulled the redundant Yang Gaofeng off to the side and explained to him which products were needed for the bath. After her bath and applying all the various baby creams, I packed up this adorable little brown bear baby and delivered her right to the door of the master bedroom. I didn't dare barge into the couple's bedroom unannounced. Luckily, 250 went one step ahead and knocked on the door. The moment Yang Gaofeng saw his daughter dressed up so adorably, his mood instantly brightened. He held Tiantian, kissing her and squishing her cheeks. A handsome, elegant gentleman, holding a soft, cute, and warm, snuggly little bull baby. An absolute picture-perfect, domestic pretty boy. I suddenly felt a little jealous. Tiantian has already been fed. She'll probably fall asleep after you hold her for a bit, so I'll take my leave now. If Tiantian wakes up in the morning, you can press the buzzer, and I'll come get her. I'll get her washed and dressed. Yang Gaofeng looked at me with a warm, fatherly gaze. Good. Thank you for your hard work. However, the very next morning, things were as chaotic as a circus once again. I took the crying. Yang Gaofeng had been so afraid his daughter would catch a cold that without realizing it was overkill, he had layered several blankets over her. It was only in the middle of the night that Su Qianqian woke up, found her daughter sweating profusely, and pulled the blankets away, moving the baby to her side of the bed to sleep. Before they left, I returned a fragrant, soft, and freshly cleaned Tiantian to them. 250 tagged along with them. It was super excited too. Just before leaving, it even expressed its deep reluctance to part with me for 2 whole days. Leaving the villa, I felt like a tiger released back into the mountains, clutching my half-month's salary. That is, 50,000 RMB. I rushed straight to the white-bearded grandpa's place to feast like a king. Yep, this is the extent of my ambitions. The moment I get money, all I can think about is eating. The food at the Su family estate was too light and healthy. To me, it was practically like eating monk's food. It had completely worn down my appetite over the past few days. Fully fed and satisfied, I was just about to head to the mall to buy myself some new clothes, and then hit up a high-to-low hot pot spot to treat myself again, before finally going back to my rental apartment to sleep for a full day and night. Not long after, a video call request from 250 popped up. I put on my earbuds, found a quiet corner, sat down by the wall, and answered, "Hello, 250. What's wrong?" Xiao Chen. Tiantian won't stop crying, and we can't coax her. 250's data codes were running wild. It had tried facial expression recognition 3 times, but couldn't get a match. Feeling like it had failed to help the young lady, it was incredibly frustrated and anxious. Through the camera, I could roughly see. On their end, they seemed to be in a place with decor just as luxurious as the Su family estate. The BGM was Tiantian's wailing. I automatically translated her cries. "So many people I don't know. It's too loud." This was perfectly normal. It wasn't exactly an emergency situation. I felt a little relieved. 250. Handed the video call over to Yang Gaofeng. A moment later, Yang Gaofeng's face appeared on the screen. "Xiao Chen, what's going on with Tiantian? Has this happened before?" "No, it hasn't. She's just scared of strangers." "Sir, you hold her. Keep her securely in your arms. There are too many people around. Just scatter the crowd a bit. She's just startled." There was some rustling on their end. A moment later, Su Qianqian reappeared, holding Tiantian. By now, Tiantian had stopped fussing. She seemed tired from crying and was blinking heavily. "Just let her sleep it off and she'll be fine." Seeing that Tiantian stopped crying, I let out a breath of relief. At the Yang family estate, the old master saw that Tiantian had stopped crying and eagerly leaned in close again, only to be shoved aside by his wife. "I look first, then you look." She was the sole heir of the Yang family's younger generation, their legitimate eldest granddaughter. They naturally treasured her beyond belief, afraid of making their precious granddaughter cry again. They didn't dare crowd her too closely this time, but when they heard that her nanny was only 16 years old, the old master pointed right at Yang Gaofeng's face and demanded, "Have you lost your conscience completely?" Are you exploiting child labor now? Child labor aside, he's just a child himself. Can he even take care of a baby properly? But Tiantian's aunt, Yang Juhua, was absolutely sold on me as a nanny. She didn't have a single complaint left. What could she say? I wasn't even on site, yet I coaxed Tiantian into behaving with just 3 sentences. That's what you call pure skill. I was a truly capable person. And Yang Juhua always admired capable people. Yang Gaofeng was so used to being his sister's target practice, and his wife, the only one who knew the truth, was more than happy to watch him get scolded. She didn't say a word to defend him, just happily playing with Tiantian and the grandparents. He decided it was best to remain silent. It was strange, really. Tiantian and I had only been spending time together for a few days, but whenever she cried, my heart clenched too. This is bad. This is really bad. I secretly started brainwashing myself. I'm someone destined to take my sky-high nanny salary and live it up out in the world. How can I let myself get tied down by a child? Besides, she's someone else's kid. The biggest taboo in our industry is falling in love with the client. I stayed peacefully in my rental apartment and slept for a full day and night. Taking care of a child was genuinely exhausting, even though I could understand baby Lish and immediately know why Tiantian was crying. Now that I thought about it, I felt a mix of guilt and embarrassment. I felt like half my brain was fiercely hating the idea of overtime, while the other half was telling me to stay calm. Tiantian is crying, and you're the only one who can understand her. You need to hurry back and check on her. Tiantian gave me a lot of face. The 3rd second after seeing me again, she stopped crying. By the 5th second, her lips, which were pouted like a Type-C port, started to relax. By the 9th second, her facial expression completely returned to normal. I almost felt like I didn't even have a chance to show off my skills. She was almost 3 months old now. Right at that transition phase between not wanting to be held and wanting to be held. I had mentioned this to Yang Gaofeng before. I know you and the madam are very busy with work, but please try to squeeze in a bit more time every day to see her. Hold her more. She's right at the age where she starts recognizing faces. Otherwise, Tiantian won't be close to you too when she grows up. Yang Gaofeng trusted me implicitly. He actually started coming home from work early every day just to hold Tiantian and play with her. But even so, Tiantian was still much closer to me. Seeing the little baby in his arms, proactively reaching out, seemingly wanting me to hold her, and then instantly quieting down the second she was in my arms, Yang Gaofeng couldn't help but feel a little hurt, but he couldn't say it out loud. It couldn't be helped. Between his work and his daughter, he made his choice. Since he leaned toward work, he had to bear the consequences. Yang Gaofeng was a businessman. He understood this logic better than anyone. The disappointment in his eyes vanished in a flash, hidden away perfectly. Looking at Tiantian sitting obediently in my arms, he just said, "Tiantian really likes you, Xiao Chen. This family would fall apart without you." This was meant to be a harmless, joking remark. Yang Gaofeng wasn't the type to project his negative emotions, or unfairly blame me for it. But that didn't stop the alarm bells from blaring in my head. My mind, poisoned by over a decade of reading web novels, instantly conjured up a whole series of melodramatic plots. Jolted, I quickly gave Tiantian's little butt a poke, and in a voice barely audible, whispered a command. "Young lady, make sure you smile at him in a second." Then, beaming with a smile, I gently stuffed Tiantian back into Yang Gaofeng's arms. I said in a soft, reassuring tone, "Don't say that. I'd be totally screwed without you guys. Tiantian is just too small to remember anything right now. At this age, she just clings to whoever stays up at night to coax her. Once she grows up and understands things, she'll definitely be closest to you. When she's a little older, she'll know to stick by your side. She'll forget who I am in a matter of days." As I said this, I even put on a fake act of looking secretly heartbroken. Yang Gaofeng's mind was incredibly perceptive. Hearing my words, how could he not know I was trying to comfort him? He secretly laughed at himself for being so childish as he got older, actually needing a young boy to coax him. But deep down, he did feel a trace of genuine warmth. So, holding the baby, he listened, and turned right around to comfort me instead. "How could Tiantian ever forget you? I'm in a chat group for new dads. I wouldn't have known if I hadn't asked around. But once I did, I realized no other family has a nanny who understands kids as well as you do. The second Tiantian cries, you immediately know what's wrong. Oh, right, in a few days. They're hosting a small party over at Mr. Zhang's house. Everyone is bringing their kids. When the time comes, I absolutely have to bring you along, to show you off to them. Let them see the absolute treasure I found. Our Xiao Chen is the true god of child rearing." Little did we know at the time that this offhand comment would eventually become a prophecy. It was raining that day, and it happened to coincide with the Labor Day holiday. The company was on break, so neither Madame Su nor Yang Gaofeng went to work. That morning, Yang Gaofeng suddenly pushed the door open. "Xiao Chen, tomorrow we're going to CEO C's house for a small party. Dress Tiantian up nicely." He had mentioned this party a couple of days ago. I had just listened and brushed it off. I didn't expect Yang Gaofeng to be a man of his word and so straightforward. When he said he was going to take me, he actually meant it. It's a gathering for the dads. All the bros who just became dads, or are about to become dads, are bringing their kids to hang out. No outsiders or wives are allowed. He suddenly gave a playful wink. "I'm sneaking you in so you can have some fun. No one will say anything. And if Tiantian throws a fuss, you can help me out." I also really wanted to experience it, so I didn't try to decline anymore. I started discussing with 250 about what Tiantian should wear tomorrow, so that she could totally outshine the rest. This non-human gadget, 250. Even though it was made entirely of metal, somehow had its own unique sense of aesthetics and a deep love for beauty. If this were ancient times, it would at the very least be a princess's personal handmaid. Having grown up with the Yang family, it had never lacked for anything. You don't often see a family giving their robot a credit card, just so it could online shop by itself. Right then, 250 pulled up a photo of Tian, along with images of all the clothes in her closet. It created some clipping masks and virtually displayed each outfit on screen, showing what it would look like worn by Tian. Ultimately, we settled on a very formal, elegant little dress. The next day, the rain was still drizzling down. Pitter-patter, seemingly without end. I carried Tian and got into Yang Gaofeng's car from the underground garage, lulled by the sound of raindrops hitting the window. Tian slept exceptionally peacefully. As soon as we walked from their private garage, before even entering the main hall, I could already hear the earth-shattering noise from afar. I preemptively covered Tian's ears, attempting to fool myself into thinking it would help. Once we passed through the hallway and the door opened, the sound was magnified intensely, making me realize that the doors and walls of the Tsai family estate had incredibly good soundproofing after all. If I had known, I would have blocked Tian's ears a few more times. Unsurprisingly, Tian was woken up by the noise. Her eyes fluttered open in a squint, her lips formed a little pout, teetering on the edge of crying. But in the end, she just cried out twice and then stopped. She was so well behaved it almost made my heart ache. However, inside the main hall, the future young masters and young ladies were crying with deafening volume, each one of them acting like they were competing to see who could scream the loudest, one cry after another, rising and falling in waves. You cry your way, I'll cry mine. Nobody was backing down from anyone. My face practically went numb from the noise. To my ears, the crying in the hall could be categorized into a few types. I'm sleepy. I want to sleep. Who is being so loud and ruining my sleep? I'm going to scream. The completely desireless, purely sleepy Zen edition. You want to sleep? So what? I'm going to scream so you can't. The chaotic Demon King edition. You're screaming? I'll scream louder? Nobody gets to sleep. Stop fighting. I can't sleep. And I can't outscream you guys. The cowardly, babbling Peacemaker edition, and the weirdly hilarious Instigator edition. Keep fighting. You're not loud enough over there. Neither sleeping nor screaming. Just purely watching the drama, drawing aggro, and wishing for more chaos. And then there was Tian. First time seeing so many people who speak his language. He was completely stunned. His big eyes were wide open, totally awake, squirming all around in my arms. 1 second, he'd look over here and cry a bit. The next second, he'd look over there and cry some more. Oh boy, he was keeping himself busy. The gentlemen were getting massive headaches from all the noise, but they couldn't control the kids even if they tried. I mean, they're their own flesh and blood. It's not like they could just throw them away. So they just stood over there complaining. Should have learned from Yang Gaofeng and brought the nanny along. Even though bringing them probably wouldn't have helped much anyway. But at least, they could dump the kids on them and get a moment of peace and quiet for themselves. Meanwhile, I was jogging around with Tian in my arms, making him giggle nonstop. He was laughing so happily that it grabbed the attention of quite a few other kids. As I strolled past with Tian, I playfully teased every baby I passed. If one had chubby cheeks, I'd give him a poke. If they weren't crying, I'd poke them twice. If they looked like they were about to cry, I'd immediately switch my voice pack and start cooing. I was basically a human noise-canceling machine. 1 second, a poked kid would be twisting their mouth ready to bawl. The next second, I'd babble some absolute gibberish at them. They'd look stunned for a moment, then happily burst into giggles. This was basically a human cat cafe. I got to pet them all for free. When my sweep reached the sofa, I happened to hear a baby nearby who had just learned how to sit, but was wobbling all over the place. He was whimpering and crying for water. The moment I laid eyes on this adorable little cutie, my back suddenly stopped aching. My legs stopped hurting, and my arms weren't tired anymore. I felt like the reincarnation of Xiang Yu, surging with boundless inner strength. I bent down and scooped this kid into my arms too, and carried both of them off to get some water. Tian's exclusive VIP luxury premium embrace was suddenly being shared. In that brain of his, roughly the size of an adult banana, an unprecedented, peculiar feeling suddenly surfaced, a sense of crisis. This English-speaking human he had worked so hard to raise was about to be snatched away. However, an adult banana doesn't know how to refuse someone trying to peel it or eat it, and Tian didn't know how to refuse either. I don't know if he took after his father or his mother, but he was very much a go-with-the-flow kind of kid. If the sky fell, he'd just use it as a blanket. Well, it is what it is, he probably thought. He just kept his friendly attitude, and clueless right there out to pet the other baby. The other kid coldly turned his head away, and turned to hug me instead. I had no intention of interrupting the kid's friendly exchange, so I hurriedly walked off, carrying my 2 little cubs. I fed the little sweetie. I picked up from the sofa some water, then took him back exactly the way we came and sat him down. But then, I got blackmailed. The little sweetie gripped my clothes with his tiny hands and refused to let go. I couldn't exactly rip him off by force, so I gently coaxed him until he finally let go. Then I heard another kid on the other side complaining that their butt was uncomfortable. I swear, I was born to worry. Figuring that since I heard it, I couldn't just ignore it with my bleeding heart mentality. I held on to Tian and went to change the diaper of God knows whose kid. My whole vibe was walking through a sea of children, while making sure the one in my arms was still my own. I have no idea how. I suddenly ended up surrounded by so many babies. I was sitting on the floor, leaning my back against the sofa. Tian was still anchored immovably in my arms. Two more were nestled by my legs. One had their round, chubby butt facing me, while the other had their warm little face turned toward me. There were a few more babies lying on the sofa, trying to scoot over to me. I had to keep an eye on them, to make sure they didn't fall off the couch and hurt themselves. The oldest kid among them, Liang, who had just started tottering around, came pitter-pattering toward me like a little pony. I felt like a survivor, in the middle of a zombie horde. The moment I appeared, I attracted a swarm of them, because one of the kids was literally hugging me and gnawing on me like nom nom. Even though he didn't have teeth yet, I pressed a finger against his chubby cheek and gave him a gentle push back. The little tyke plopped backward onto the soft sofa cushion, bouncing slightly upon impact. He wobbled for a second and started to tip over to the side. Feeling helpless, I stuck out a leg to prop him up. I patted his little bottom. What else are you good for besides wiping a whole armful of drool on me, huh? This kid was probably teething. His gums were itchy, so he wanted to gnaw on whatever he could catch. I shoved his own little meaty fist right into his mouth. Produce and consume locally, sweetheart. Don't go terrorizing the others. Biting other little babies is bad. Meanwhile, one of the gossipy gentlemen sighed. See, this is exactly why you need to hire older nannies. The young ones are just way too easily distracted. It would have been fine if the gentleman had just said that and left it alone. But his gaze intentionally or unintentionally drifted over to Yang Gaofeng. Yang Gaofeng had a good temper. Usually, he never got into conflicts with anyone. He looked as gentle as water, but it was all an act. Those words were covertly jabbing at his Xiao Chen. There was no way he didn't catch the drift. That fiercely protective instinct immediately surged up. You can't just generalize everyone like that, right? If we go by that logic, all the young, handsome bros in the world must be completely useless and never do real work. He smiled pleasantly. The gossiper chuckled awkwardly. Well, I suppose that's true. Oh, come on. Do you guys really think the older nannies are inherently better? The one at my house is in her 50s. Sure, she loves the kid, but she's always coming over and planting kisses on him at the drop of a hat. I mean, it's not like the kid loses a piece of flesh, but old folks carry a lot of bacteria, and she does it so recklessly without a care in the world. Just hearing about it grosses me out to death. Setting aside their professional identities, these gentlemen were all fathers, so the moment they started discussing these issues, they spoke with absolute expertise and completely tirelessly. After bickering and agreeing back and forth for ages, they realized that a highly skilled, perfectly satisfactory nanny who could take care of the kids without giving them a single headache really didn't exist. Only Yang Gaofeng listened to them while subconsciously projecting it all onto me and realized that his Xiao Chen was an absolute treasure. In this complaint session about nannies, he really had nothing to complain about. All he could do was show off, but afraid of drawing their envy and wrath, he shrank back and decided to keep his mouth shut. The gentlemen chatted for a little while, getting completely fired up and engrossed in the topic. They totally forgot where they were and what was happening. Only then did they belatedly remember that at previous gatherings, the sounds of crying babies were like background music, pervasive, non-stop, and echoing through every corner. They constantly had to break up fights and play judge. So why was it so quiet today? They weren't afraid of kids being too noisy. They were terrified of kids being suddenly quiet. They all snapped back to reality and realized there wasn't a single kid left next to them. The group of gentlemen in their slippers marched out with the imposing aura of CEOs looking to fire somebody. They rounded the partition of the tea room and were absolutely dumbfounded by the grand spectacle in the living room. They saw a walking infant summoning beacon, a central anchor for human baby pendants, a mobile baby bottle, on the luxurious, spacious sofa in the main hall, on the carpet laid with soft cushions, and even on the coffee table. Kids were lying down neatly and perfectly arranged, like they were glitching out or frozen in place. The butler had brought out small blankets and draped one over each and every baby, like radishes perfectly slotted into their holes. Every single one of them was sitting obediently, not making a peep, just blinking, with those big, adorable eyes, looking so well-behaved that their own fathers didn't even dare to recognize them. They instinctively looked for the ones that were still squirming, the restless ones. Unsurprisingly, Mr. Fu spotted his daughter among the few restless ones. He finally caught sight of her. His daughter normally didn't cry, she just howled. All kinds of nonsensical howling. She'd screech when she was happy, and screech when she was mad. At only 4 months old, she had already mastered rolling over. If you took your eyes off her for a split second, she could roll herself straight into the crack of the bed and nearly raise the probability of getting solo killed by her own blanket, from 0% up to 1%. He had gotten so caught up in the conversation just now, and since the kid hadn't howled, he completely forgot his daughter was even here. To his complete shock, his daughter wasn't causing trouble. She wasn't howling at all. She was just clutching the clothes of that nanny Yang Gaofeng brought over. The nanny said something to her, God knows what, then gave her nose a little boop, and she started giggling wildly. Her old man was so moved, he was on the verge of tears. Someone could actually keep her in check. He instantly whipped around to find Yang Gaofeng. Gaofeng, does your nanny do external dispatches? Lend him to me for a couple of days, won't you? Since their kids were being so good, the other fathers had felt no need to step forward and ruin the peace. But the moment they heard Mr. Fu's request, they swarmed over. Does he have any open slots? Take mine for a spin too. My daughter has literally never smiled that happily before. Ever since my kid learned how to roll over, he's never laid down that peacefully. Put me on the wait list too? Yang Gaofeng was used to fighting for contracts, fighting for business partners, and fighting for profit shares. But this was his first time having his nanny fought over. He was stunned for a second, then his brain rapidly calculated the feasibility and exploitable value of this move. Ultimately, he decided to politely decline for now. Once Tiantian grows up and doesn't need a nanny anymore, I'll make sure to keep Xiao Chen around for you bros. I won't let him slip away onto the open market. As for whose house he goes to after that, well, that'll depend entirely on him, and on how sincere you guys are. Gaofeng put on a smug, my hands are tied look. I've only got one Xiao Chen at my place. I really can't spare him right now. Ugh. It's fine when you haven't tasted the good stuff, but knowing someone else is eating this good is killing me. Gaofeng, if there are any leftovers, you better save me a bite. Those words carried quite a few hidden innuendos. Su Qianqian just smiled and didn't reply. Meanwhile, I was sprawled out on the sofa, staying true to my original aspiration and keeping my mission in mind. I had Tiantian tightly tucked into my arms. Tiantian had a pacifier in his mouth and was nestled obediently against my chest, not fussing in the slightest, giving off a massive aura of, as long as this empress lives, the rest of you are mere concubines. Total headwife energy. With my other hand, I was holding a little boy. This little guy wasn't much older than Tiantian. He had snow-white skin and huge, wide eyes. He was dressed in a soft, comfortable, yet obviously extravagant little prince tuxedo, curled up in my other half's arms. Honestly, even surrounded by these soft, adorable little angels, holding over 20 pounds of baby in both arms, I was exhausted too. But I didn't dare let go of either one. I had no idea whose little prince this was, but as cute as he was incredibly clingy. The moment I loosened my grip, he'd furrow his tiny brows, whimper softly, and his eyes would turn red. He wouldn't cry or throw a fit. He'd just stare at me with those big, innocent eyes. At that point, there was no way I could bring myself to let go. I deserved this. If I couldn't put him down, then I couldn't put Tiantian down either. How could I hold someone else's baby without holding my own? So I just sat down right there, with me as the center, the kids all around me, whether they could sit, crawl, or had just learned to walk. As long as they could move, inched toward me like old oxen grinding a millstone. It was so bizarre that even the butler watching nearby started wondering if this nanny had taken some kind of mystical bath last night. I let out a long sigh of happiness mixed with exhaustion. There's a limit to cuddling cats. The same goes for cuddling babies. When I turned around, I realized the gentleman had finally finished chatting. Just about. They could finally come collect their kids. Because the moment they saw this incredible scene, they whipped out their phones faster than drawing a gun. Click, click, click. They started taking pictures of me and the kids nonstop. Come pick up your little ones. They've all been so well behaved, except for a few especially energetic ones. I set Tiantian and the little prince down on the couch. Then I used a blanket to block off the only path where they could have rolled over. After that, I got up and made my rounds, identifying each child. Whose baby is this one? I gave this little one a couple sips of water earlier and changed the diaper too. This good little baby got hungry earlier, so I made 60 milliliters of formula. This afternoon, you can feed a little less. This little one spent the whole afternoon rolling around. Very energetic. Probably wore himself out. Tonight, he can skip exercise and go straight to bed. He should sleep soundly until tomorrow morning. This baby doesn't need to wear this many layers in this weather. He was drenched in sweat. I took one layer off and put it over there. I pointed around the room. At the floor, the table, the couch, one chubby little turnip after another. I still hadn't memorized all their names, and their faces all looked pretty similar. I had to rely on their clothes to tell them apart. Just like that, I matched every single baby with their parents, efficiently, quickly, accurately, all the female CEOs, and the gentleman could only stare in amazement. Alright, I take back everything disrespectful I said about nannies. Some nannies really are professionals. With me as the comparison, they suddenly felt like their own nannies just weren't good enough anymore. Yang Daofeng took Tiantian from my arms and told me to take a break. Even after hearing what everyone said, he still wouldn't agree. Fortunately, the gentleman knew you can't force things, so no one tried to steal me away anymore. Though they all looked a little disappointed, they each dug their own little turnip out of the blanket nest. For one rare moment, the living room fell completely silent. The adults stopped talking. They were all focused on collecting their own little turnips. The babies weren't crying or fussing either. I finally relaxed enough to take a sip of water. Then I went to the restroom. When I came back, the living room was noisy again, like a bustling marketplace. Babies crying and yelling everywhere. The adults were laughing, teasing, and joking around. Now the crying and chaos were the main event again. The gentlemen finally believed their kids hadn't been poisoned or anything. That peaceful silence earlier had vanished completely. Their conversation continued, but instead of just complaining, they were now complaining while holding their babies. Every so often, the topic shifted to how I'd managed to make so many kids behave. I'd scoop up a baby who was crying at the top of their lungs, walk around for a bit, calm them down, then return a happy, quiet child. It was practically miraculous, turning chaos into peace. The older generation always liked cheerful children. Age aside, these gentlemen liked them too. Little brother, what's your name? Mr. Fu's daughter cried the instant it was time. If it wasn't time, she'd still cry anyway. I saw it and reached over to take her, but Mr. Fu stopped me. He didn't know how old I was, but figured I had to be pretty young to have this much energy. Then he asked me, what's your name? Yi-chen. The moment the little princess landed in my arms, she became a completely different child. Like a grumpy bulldog, instantly turning into a smiling Samoyed. Her tiny mouth curled into a smile, and she looked absolutely adorable. I see now. Mr. Fu looked at his daughter in surprise. Her smile was brighter than he'd seen in ages. He gently patted me on the waist, not interrupting me as I soothed her. I had no idea what he'd suddenly realized, and honestly, I didn't care. I was too busy happily carrying the baby around. Even the naughtiest kids had something lovable about them in my eyes, as long as I looked for it. That's when I realized something. Having a whole crowd of babies surrounding me, all wanting to be held, was actually a little troublesome. I still had to decide which one to spoil first. A sweet kind of problem. Bringing them over one by one, though. That was much more enjoyable. Play with one, then return them. That way I got to cuddle every single baby. After I finally got Mr. Fu's little princess settled down, I handed her back. Just then, the gentlemen were discussing whose child was the naughtiest. Mr. Fu was just about to declare proudly, when it comes to this, who could possibly compete with me? Right then, I placed his well-behaved little princess, quietly sucking her pacifier, back into his arms. Mr. Fu lowered his head and looked at his unusually obedient daughter. His fatherly love instantly resurfaced. He thought to himself, forget it. I'll let the kid save a little face. No need to make her the center of attention today. Right, Xiao Chen? So, nannies like you, do you have some special trick for childcare? How do you calm every child so easily? One of the gentlemen set down his teacup and asked me. His tone was humble and casual, friendly and polite. I stood there quietly, then calmly glanced at Yang Gaofeng. I knew where the line was. I'm just an ordinary nanny. I shouldn't interrupt conversations among distinguished gentlemen. After all, we're from different worlds. When Yang Gaofeng saw me looking at him, he smiled slightly and nodded, as if to say, go ahead. It's fine, just as everyone expected. Me to reveal some secret technique, I innocently replied. They just become well-behaved the moment they're in my arms. I really don't have any special trick. The gentlemen all looked speechless. Damn it, that's so unfair. This guy, he's got a natural-born gift for taking care of kids. He has to be blessed by fate or something. We can't compete with that. Mr. Shu held his well-behaved daughter and smiled as he chimed in. Isn't there an old belief that children are especially sensitive? They like people with pure, positive energy. Xiao Chen just looks kind and gentle. No wonder the kids all listen to him. Ha ha ha, Mr. Fu really knows his stuff. That actually makes sense. With him taking the lead, the others eagerly joined in. The big group gradually broke apart into smaller circles. 3 or 5 people chatted here and there. Since I was bored earlier, I'd come across a cute video effect while scrolling. I've been dying to try it, so I scooped Tian up from beside me, propped my phone on the coffee table, and started filming with him. My moves were flashy but completely lacking in grace. It looked like the work of someone with absolutely no sense of aesthetics, but made Tian giggle nonstop. The other babies nearby kept darting their eyes around. They were all being held by their parents, but no matter how hard they looked, they couldn't see. So they twisted their little heads with all their might. Their tiny hats squeezed them so tightly, their chubby cheeks puffed out. Their little lips pouted, desperate to see what was happening. On the phone, Tian sat obediently in my arms. His tiny hands were nervously clenched into little fists. I gently held his little arms, and with the filter effect, his face looked soft and squishy. His eyes were huge, staring blankly at the colorful screen. His rosy cheeks were even pinker with the effect. He was so adorable he barely seemed real. As the music pulsed, I held Tian's little hands, making sure not to hurt him, and went through every dance move I could remember. Tian laughed so hard he entertained himself. When Yang Gaofeng finally called for me to leave, I was lying on the play mat, covered in babies. On my left was a chubby little pink-cheeked sweetheart, staring at me with wide eyes and an open mouth, giggling happily. On my right was another unbelievably adorable little face, clinging tightly to my arm. Soft, warm little bundles everywhere. Every one of them smelled like sweet baby milk. My body and legs were covered with tiny little ones. Reach out at random and you grab another soft baby. Their round little bottoms were irresistibly squishy. Is this heaven? Where did all these adorable little creatures come from? Let cuteness rule the world. Adorable babies deserve to rule the world. Under my expert baby management, everything stayed perfectly under control. Not a single child cried for more than 10 seconds. The gentleman had never attended such a peaceful dad's gathering before. Every one of them was completely relaxed. Privately, they all regretted not being able to recruit me away. All right. I lifted the babies off me and placed them back on the couch one by one. I was just about to pick up Tian and follow Yang Gaofeng when a forceful tug stopped me. I looked down. 4 little hands reached out from all directions and grabbed me. I didn't think much of it at first, planning to pat their heads one by one to make them let go. Be good. I have to go now. The moment I said that, the kids got even sadder. Not only did they pull tighter, they also started bawling. I translated their cries in my head. What am I going to do if you leave? Take me home with you, please. Tian sensed the crisis and grabbed my clothes too, babbling a few times as if saying, don't go, okay? I don't want to be forced to eat when I'm not hungry. Or forced to poop when I don't have to. My dear heiress, don't speak so vulgarly. What's with the poop and pee talk? I never taught you that. People will laugh at us if they hear that. But I really did think of Tian's entire wall of pacifiers. Now, every day when I make formula, I still get decision paralysis over which pacifier to use. This tiny little conflict reached its peak right when I was actually about to leave. The babies, one after another, every single one of them, started crying. The ones who could stumble around grabbed my shirt. The ones who could crawl grabbed my pants. The ones who could only sit and sat wobbling all over the place were panicking on the spot. It almost forced them to learn how to crawl right then and there. So, the babies launched a magically enhanced attack, crying even louder. My pants were surrounded by a ring of baby hands. I silently shifted Tiantian into a one-armed hold, freed up a hand, and silently pulled up my pants, which were about to be yanked down. Tiantian, like a haughty little princess, sat securely in my exclusive VIP seat, calmly sucking on her pacifier. What a symphony! They cried loud enough to shake the heavens, an overwhelming, chaotic explosion of noise. Zhang Tizhu whipped out his phone, with godlike speed, snapped a picture of his daughter, and sent it to her mom. He captioned it, "Your daughter has the same good taste as me. We both like Xiao Chen, so he must be a really great guy." Zhang Tizhu got fired up. He took a video for her, vividly describing just how exaggerated the scene was. I wasn't feeling fired up at all. I was completely out of ideas. I felt like if I didn't give them an explanation soon, these parents would treat me like some baby bewitching demon, drag me out, and study me to extract some kind of magic potion. One spray on the body, and you could instantly bewitch thousands of babies. It would solve the world's parenting problems, lead to the pinnacle of wealth, and even win an award. But even if they dismantled me down to my cellular system, they wouldn't find anything. I had no choice but to go around and coax them one by one. "Little treasure, I'll come see you again in a couple of days, okay? You need to go home with your daddy now. Good you, don't cry. Oh baby, why are you shedding tears without making a sound? I really will see you again in a few days. You is so cute. How could I forget you? Baby, let go please. Your little hands are turning white from gripping so hard. Doesn't it hurt? I'll come see you again in a couple of days." While lying to them, I was kneeling and apologizing in my heart, silently reciting the Tao Te Ching and praying, "I'm sorry, Buddha. I didn't mean to lie to the kids. Please don't strike me down with lightning." Once a kid was coaxed, they were carried away, and I'd move on to coax the next one. Don't panic. Everyone gets their turn to be coaxed. I knew exactly what I was doing. I had my own rhythm. I could still handle a small scene like this. Fortunately, the kids hadn't developed their intellect yet. Their IQ was comparable to a fully grown steamed bun. They were incredibly easy to fool. When I said we'd see each other tomorrow, they actually believed it, and they believed it without a shadow of a doubt. It gave me a massive wave of guilt. After hugging my way through the whole circle, my hands were shaking. Yang Gaofeng patted my shoulder and insisted I not hold Tian anymore. He told me to get some good rest. On the way back, Yang Gaofeng seemed very happy. He even hummed a song, while I was exhausted to the bone. I could barely lift my arms. My lips were parched and red. During a red light, he suddenly smiled. "Let's go out for dinner tonight. I closed 2 partnership deals today. We should go celebrate." I didn't expect the person invited to celebrate to be treated like a VIP. Even more so, I didn't expect that during an afternoon tea party, where they chatted from the flower room to the tea room to the living room, amidst all that noise, yet with such elegant leisure, Yang Gaofeng could actually close 2 contracts. That's when I realized their so-called daddy meetup was more like a hub for information exchange. But I didn't have the energy to care about all that. We aren't even in the same social class. These people could play me like a fiddle. I should just focus on being a good nanny and taking care of the kids. So, I gladly agreed. When you're happy, you eat something good to celebrate. When you're not, you eat something even better for comfort. So, when Su Qianqian returned home, she found her husband and daughter gone again. Only 250 was there, waiting expectantly at the door. Seeing her return, a pitiful expression appeared on his screen. "Mr. took Xiao Chen and Tian out for a feast. He took them, but he didn't take me." Su Qianqian said, "Just go charge yourself. But in all my life, I've never been away from Tian for this long." Su Qianqian glared at him. "Do you want me to take you apart and stuff the pieces in his pocket? That way you can follow them anywhere." 250 took a few steps back in horror. "Miss, you have a warm heart. So how can you say such cold-blooded things?" Su Qianqian looked at him calmly. 250 chickened out, backing away with a forced laugh. He said very politely, "Miss Su, you're too kind. I won't trouble you to lift a finger." Once he was at a safe distance, he suddenly spun around, switching from walking mode to glide mode in a split second. With a whoosh, he vanished, like a slippery bar of soap. Even from far away, you could hear him wailing. "Miss is so mean." Su Qianqian was speechless. What a headache. On the other hand, I was having a headache too. Yang Gaofeng told me to get some good rest tonight. I tried, but then at 5 a.m. Tianqian didn't cry, but Yang Gaofeng's phone did. Mr. Yang held his phone as he slipped out of Su Qianqian's arms and came looking for me. Su Qianqian instinctively reached out, only to grab empty air. She narrowed her eyes. "Going to find Xiao Chen again." Yang Gaofeng didn't have time to deal with her. "Just go back to sleep," he said, hurrying off. Su Qianqian thought, this is too much. Her husband left her alone in an empty room. First thing in the morning just to find that Xiao Chen. Was she about to be replaced? "Xiao Chen, the Zhao family's kid is looking for you. He won't stop crying." I struggled to squint my eyes open, barely managing to wake up. I instinctively sat up and asked if Tian was crying. It took a second for Mr. Yang's words to sink in. I remembered the Zhao kid. He was the oldest among the children yesterday. He could talk and walk. Yesterday, he kept waddling over to me, making all the other kids cry with envy. But are we really that close? Waking up 2 people at 5 a.m. just to find me? I looked at Yang Gaofeng blankly. He's looking for me? What am I supposed to do? A video call? Yang Gaofeng said. How about you two have a video call? I'll pass the phone to you. I resigned myself to it, yawned, and picked up the call. On the other end, it was pure chaos, bright as day. Two men, who looked like professional nannies, stood helplessly in the background. The little Zhao princess was howling in Mr. Zhao's arms. Every now and then, she'd scream, "I want Big Brother." Even though I'm old enough to be their uncle, I still feel young at heart, so I shamelessly told all the kids to call me Big Brother. Hey there, little one. Why are you crying? Even though I'd been woken up, I still spoke with a gentle voice to the little baby on the other end. I want Big Brother. The moment she saw me, her tears stopped for a second, but then her lips started trembling again. She began crying even louder than before, clawing at the phone screen, as if she wanted to dig me out of it. Seeing her so upset made me feel a bit guilty. My bad, my bad. I didn't expect this kid's memory to last this long. If I'd known, I would have pushed the promise back a few more days. I wasn't really paying attention when I was soothing the kids yesterday. I just said whatever came to mind. I lied to some, saying I'd see them tomorrow. To others, I said the day after. Some, I said in a few days. And now, karma has come for me fast. Yang Gaofeng sighed. It was better not to worry too much about other people's kids. He'd do what he could to do them a favor, but he wouldn't give too much. He had to maintain his status, and he couldn't lower his boundaries. Sir, do you want me to go to the Zhao house? I covered the microphone and whispered, avoiding the camera. I was afraid Yang Gaofeng wanted to do the favor, but found it hard to ask. Yang Gaofeng looked at me. If you're not too tired, then go. You could have slept a bit longer. I rubbed my eyes. It's fine. It's fine. I'll be back before Tiantian wakes up. We'll just handle our own business. Yang Gaofeng was worried I'd be exhausted from the back and forth, while I thought he was worried I'd overstep my bounds and help others too much. I had just put on my jacket and was ready to head out. When Yang Gaofeng's phone rang again, he stopped me. Xiao Chen, don't go out. They're bringing the kids here. His expression was blank. He threw his hands up in resignation. I was confused, until car after car started pulling up at the Yang residence. Only then did I realize how intense this situation was. One rowdy child after another was carried in, by butlers, parents, or nannies. Damn it, it was like a bunch of respawning NPCs. What was even more surreal was that the kids who had been screaming non-stop, the moment they saw me, their cries began to drop in volume noticeably, until there was total silence. It was as if I had given them some kind of drug, and I was the living antidote. Heaven and earth be my witness. I am innocent. I was roaring and screaming in my mind, shouting until the system came crawling out. What is going on? I questioned the system. I won't even blame you for the English mix-up anymore. I'll just treat it as a well-intentioned mistake. But what the hell is this now? The system did a quick check, and finally, in a voice as quiet as a mosquito, it squeaked. Haha, sorry, the stats were wrong. It turns out your talent points were all dumped into baby attraction. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I took a deep breath. After being surrounded by kids for a while, my temper and patience had made a quantum leap. I looked at the system with a smile. It's okay. As long as you learn from your mistakes. The system became even more terrified. I'm sorry, host. Once these stats are set, they can't be modified. There's a high probability. Well, maybe you'll be a baby magnet for the rest of your life. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You stupid system. If you've got the guts, turn into a corpse and get out here. My temper's quantum leap? You've ruined my inner peace. This is an unforgivable sin. I was out of options. I was truly out of options this time. So, I had no choice but to comfort myself. Even though the kids are chasing me, at least they're cute. As long as they aren't crying, they're adorable little things. Especially after generations of evolution, each one was like a precious, porcelain-skinned little milk bun. My initial anger dissipated a bit, and my standards dropped along with it. Forget it. Forget it. They're just kids. What did the kids do wrong? It's all the fault of this damn system. Some of the gentlemen who had been woken up early looked at their helpless, incompetent nannies, then at their own kids, who turned into angels the moment they saw me. The kids who usually behave the moment they see me. I let out a long, deep sigh. Finding a good nanny is like opening a blind box. You won't always pull a rare one like me. It's only natural that they couldn't find anyone decent. I figured things would settle down in a couple of days, but by the early hours of the next morning, when they all gathered at the Yang residence again, everyone had only one thought in mind. To hell with forced love isn't sweet. To hell with not stealing what belongs to others. If you don't force it, how will you ever know if it's sweet? Even if it's not sweet, it can still quench your thirst. They were determined to poach this nanny for themselves. I blame the villa's soundproofing for being too good. When Su Qianxian got out of bed and came downstairs to this scene, she froze for a split second. She couldn't wrap her head around it. Why, in just one night, was her own living room suddenly crawling with people? What kind of event was being held today? And why wasn't she notified? It was only when Yang Gaofeng saw her that he hurried over to explain. 10 seconds later, Su Qianxian looked at me as if I were some kind of human-shaped catnip. She gave me a long look. I just blinked back at her, looking as innocent as could be. Then she reached out. She gently brushed her fingers over the dark circles under her husband's eyes. She said, if they want to come, they can come. But leaving won't be quite so easy. Since they wanted her people, they'd better be prepared to pay a steep price. Yang Gaofeng, looking thoughtful, stopped her. No need to rush. let's wait 2 days. Taking care of so many children at once. I was still a bit out of my element. To me, this felt like a sudden, massive amount of overtime. Estimating that Tian was about to wake up, I took the babies nestled against me and handed them back to the nannies their parents had left behind. Then I made a quick escape to find Tian. You can only truly care for a child once you're familiar with their personality, and as it progressed, I was only familiar with Tian's. So, Tian was the easiest to handle. I opened the door very quietly. Both 250 and Tian were already awake. Aside from the day the young lady was born, 250 hadn't seen many people. Hearing the noisy, bustling crowd in the living room, his curiosity was piqued, so he plucked up the courage and waddled out to take a peek. With a smile in my eyes, I picked up my precious Tian, who had woken up without a single tear of fuss. I began the daily routine of cleaning her up. Suddenly, 250 came rushing back into the room in a panic. The living room has grown a whole bunch of kids. I didn't even bother to respond. I couldn't hide my speechless expression. But the moment I faced Tian, I was all smiles again. Infants are sensitive to emotions. If I were angry or aggressive, it would definitely affect Tian. That's why every time I look at her, I make sure to be smiling and acting cheerful. Once Tian was dressed, fed, and satisfied, feeling that today was just as beautiful and warm as any other, I carried her downstairs. The sight that met us was quite something. On Tian's dazed little face, for a brief moment, there was an expression that looked like a system error. The babies below weren't wailing anymore. Instead, they all started sniffing and sobbing. Their eyes, like black pearls, were fixed intently on me. Walking down the stairs under everyone's gaze, I felt a strange surge of adrenaline, like a superstar commanding a crowd. I suddenly realized, this baby magnet skill is actually terrifying. What's going on? I sat down on the sofa and looked at the children. It's nothing much. They've just been fussing for you to hold them, one gentleman said awkwardly. Then he looked apologetically at the butler, who was standing guard nearby. I'm sorry for the trouble, but we don't know what's gotten into them. They're just so restless. They just really wanted to see the nanny. The butler politely gestured that it had little to do with him. In my head, I dragged the system out for another round of cursing. Then I started trying to solve the problem. The kids and I had only known each other for one afternoon. That's just how little kids are. They like whoever plays with them. It's not like they're absolutely inseparable from me. I just need to play with them and distract them. I did a quick head count. At the dad's tea party yesterday afternoon, there were 19 children. But only 13 showed up today, and most of them were the ones who could already talk. The parents had talked in the group chat. That's why they started suspecting that their inconsolable children were actually looking for that specific nanny. They had asked for my photo, and sure enough, when the kids saw my face, their crying softened. This proves the system's skill still has some bugs. Otherwise, why didn't the rest of them show up? I'm betting they'll probably forget all about me by tomorrow. They're making it sound way more mysterious than it is. Now I'm starting to suspect that you've put some kind of spell on these kids. I don't know what tricks you used. It's normal for 1 or 2 kids to be clingy, but over a dozen of them, and they can't bear to be away from you for a second. On the side sofa, a nanny holding a child spoke up with dissatisfaction. She had always taken care of children with great skill. She was a gold medal nanny at her company. Yet the child from her employer's family had only been out for one afternoon and came back not even recognizing her. How could such a thing happen? The kid cried all morning, waking up the whole house. She couldn't find the reason until the master saw the message in the group chat and showed the child a photo of this young guy. Strange as it was, just a photo acted like an antidote for the child. The crying stopped for a while. She was already suspicious then. But a moment later, the child started fussing even harder, his little hands flailing toward the screen. She recognized that gesture. It was the move he made whenever he wanted something. Reaching out meant he wanted it. The child she had raised for months turned around and wanted someone else after just one afternoon. This was a total humiliation in her career as a nanny. She had a mysterious premonition that if she didn't figure this out and solve it, she would lose her job. But I remained as steady as an old dog, giving her a nonchalant glance. What you're saying sounds even more mysterious. The nanny choked for a moment, then regained her momentum. Then you better give us an explanation. Her tone was honestly quite rude. The butler instinctively took a step forward. He was weighing the situation in his mind. These nannies had come here with the children, representing the families behind them. He felt he shouldn't take it upon himself to be rude to them. But then he looked at me. Chen was one of their own. There was no way he'd let one of their people be pointed at and insulted in their own home. He refused to be a coward. It took the butler only 2 seconds to decide. He wouldn't be rude, but he'd be firm. He walked up to that nanny and spoke with polite coldness. To the one from the Zhou family, what kind of explanation do we owe you? That everyone woke up early just to greet you? Or that our nanny got up at the crack of dawn to help you hold your children, to soothe them, feed them, and neglect our own child just for your sake? He offered a thin smile. His aura was reserved yet gentle. I hope you can be clear about what you want, so we can prepare accordingly. He was perfectly civil, perfectly logical. There wasn't a single flaw or discourtesy to be found. Moreover, he was subtly reminding everyone else present that this was the Yang residence. They didn't owe anyone in this room a damn thing. Letting them stay amidst the noise was a courtesy. If they were asked to leave, they'd have no right to complain. Coming here so early before the hosts were even up and causing a scene with wailing children was already incredibly rude. I watched the whole thing in awe. I decided to just keep my head down and play dumb. I acted like a poor, helpless thing hiding behind the butler. I just looked at each of them with a lost, innocent gaze. I'm truly sorry. There's really nothing I can do. I had no idea this unlucky skill would be so incredibly effective. It worked like a charm. That nanny had no leg to stand on. He let out a cold snort and turned his head away. It looked like he didn't want to stay a second longer. He was even secretly vowing to himself that tomorrow, he would definitely stop his employers from bringing the child here. If the child cried tomorrow, he'd find some way to distract them. Anything was better than coming here to see this kid act so arrogant. "Oh, you're back." I opened the door and gave a greeting. I looked directly at the child in his arms, confirmed it was the one who hadn't shown up yet. I reached out my hands. The child in his arms was wailing so hard they were gasping for air. The baby didn't care who I was. "You're the only one missing." The nanny's face turned green. At the same time, Mrs. Joe had followed the crowd and brought the child to the Yang residence. She wanted to see exactly what kind of person this nanny was. But the moment the door opened, before she even had time to be shocked by how many children were inside, she saw an ordinary-looking boy. He took one look at the child and reached out to take him. The baby, who had been crying and fussing the entire way there, stopped crying within 3 seconds of being in his arms. I listened to the child's cries, translating them in my head in real time. I frowned. "He can't breathe." There, good baby. Let me loosen your clothes so you can catch your breath. It's so hot, isn't it?" Okay, let's take this off. You'll feel better soon." "No air in the car?" "I'll scold them for you, sweetie. Next time, we'll make sure you have some fresh air." I soothed him with gentle words. As long as the baby whimpered, I made sure to respond. I laid the child on the sofa and felt his skin. He was drenched in sweat. His little face was flushed bright red. Others just assumed it was from crying. But after hearing him cry the whole way, I found myself feeling something strange. For a child I'd only met a few times, a deep sense of heartache. While I was tidying up his clothes, I took a moment to glare at the Zhou family's nanny. I frowned. "Why did you wrap him up so tight? He's so exhausted he can barely breathe. And do you know how hot it is today? It's fine if you adults want to wear less and blast the heater. But it's 70 degrees out. Why did you put 5 layers on him and still use the heater?" Without giving them a chance to argue, I carefully picked the baby up and patted his back. There. Good baby, don't cry. It's okay now." His bright, dark eyes regained their spark. He whimpered a few more times. Then his lips curled into a smile, and his eyes crinkled with joy. Mrs. Zhu's heart completely melted. She had heard everything the boy said. Without looking back, she simply told the nanny, "Go back for now." The nanny clearly felt the coldness in Mrs. Zhu's voice. His tone became frantic. "Mrs. Zhu, he's talking nonsense. How could I possibly make such a rookie mistake? You can't just take his word for it. After all, the sweat on the child's body had already cooled. There was no proof." But Mrs. Zhu simply turned her head. Her voice was soft, yet she repeated, "Go back." It was an order that brooked no argument. Her eyes were cold, but the panicked nanny didn't even notice. He had no choice but to leave in a hurried, humiliated rush. The other parents, who had been chatting noisily, all went silent in a moment of unspoken understanding. Every single one of them was as sharp as a tack. I didn't make a point of looking over that rookie. I just kept my eyes on the kids. Mrs. Zhou didn't want to bicker with a nanny in front of everyone. She brushed back a stray hair and gave me a perfectly composed, graceful smile. Aside from things involving the children, I was completely indifferent to everything else. I managed to make the Zhou baby happy. It reminded Mrs. Zhu of the gathering at President Xi's place. After one incredible day, the same group of people had gathered at the Yang residence. This kind of dramatic turn of events, and all the changes were centered entirely on me. They all turned their gaze toward me. Finally, one of them spoke up. "I'm truly ashamed. My kid didn't come yesterday. I had no idea it was such a spectacle." He cleared his throat. "My kid is usually a handful. He cried as usual yesterday morning, so I didn't realize his crying was different from before. He started up again this morning. When I heard the Yang family had a cure for crying babies, I brought him over to see, and the moment little Chen picked him up, he was fine." He smiled, but his expression soon turned serious. "Once is a coincidence, twice is a coincidence. But for a dozen children to cry the moment they wake up for 2 days straight, just to find little Chen, statistically speaking, that's impossible." Mrs. Zhou took control of the conversation. Then she asked me very gently, "Little Chen, is there anything you'd like to say?" I was holding Tiantian, and I was still surrounded by a sea of children. Some parents couldn't even bear to look. They quickly snapped photos, planning to use them as embarrassing memories for their kids later. As much as I'd like to help, I honestly have no idea what to do. I let out a yawn as I spoke. "I'd like to know why they're so clingy too." I finished playing innocent. Then I gently lowered a toddler, who was using the sofa to learn how to walk, and was trying to climb onto my head. "Behave, sweetie. You're wearing a diaper, so please don't sit on me, okay? And you definitely can't sit on me if you're not wearing one." I didn't join in on their discussion. I just focused on playing with the kids. I showed the same patience to every single one of them. It felt like chatting with adults about myself wasn't nearly as fun as playing with the children. So, I was the last one to be informed of the decision. "We thought that coming to your house all the time is just too much trouble for you, and it's keeping everyone from getting any sleep." Mrs. Zhou became the final spokesperson after their discussion. "We parents all have things to handle at our companies. We certainly can't come here every day, but the kids won't have anything to do with the nannies at home." Mrs. Zhou went through a long list of reasons before finally getting to the point. "So can you take care of 19 children at once?" My mind went completely blank for a moment. My hand, which was pinching a little cheek, froze. I instinctively asked, "How many?" Mrs. Zhou repeated it, quite helpfully. "It's not just the children here. Don't worry, as long as you're capable and you agree. We'll handle everything else. The venue, the facilities, the supplies, the staff. With so many of us parents involved, we're not just for show. This kind of thing is no problem at all. You only need to look after the children. If anything comes up, there will be specialists to handle it. Money is not an issue. With so many of us contributing, we won't lose out. I tried to force a smile, but I found I didn't even have the strength for that. Taking care of 19 at once, every single morning. I'd have to pick up 19 kids from 19 different beds, one by one. Then, like an assembly line, I'd have to carry 19 kids to the washstand, pick out clothes based on what each family provided, match them, and change them. Even though I can understand English, back then, just trying to figure out why Tiantian didn't want that specific lip balm took me forever. Before I could even finish with the first child, the other 18 would start crying. By the time I finished with all 19, my arms would be too tired to even lift. I'd look at the time, and wow, it's already noon. Time for lunch? Then I'd have to make 19 bottles of milk at once. I'd go through several cans of formula in a single morning. If some of the kids were picky eaters, I'd have to switch brands and make them all over again. Once I finally finished with the formula, I'd start pouring the water. By the time I filled the 19th cup, the first one would already be cold. Now I wouldn't have to worry about Tiantian's wall of pacifiers causing decision paralysis. There wouldn't be any time to choose. No time for anything but the assembly line. Just snap on the lids and put them into 19 bottle shakers to warm up. Then I'd put the bottles into a basket and go down the line, stuffing them into the kids' mouths by bed number. That evening, when Yang Gaofeng and Su Qianqin returned from work, they called me into the study. This was Yang Gaofeng's private study. He was sitting there casually, with his legs crossed. He asked me very gently, "I'd like to hear your opinion." I thought to myself, why does everyone want my opinion? Is my opinion even going to matter? I gave a very serious yet dismissive answer. I only know how to take care of children. If 19 kids cry, I can soothe them. That's no problem. But if there are more than that, I can't guarantee anything. Yang Gaofeng nodded. Their proposed plan is for every family to provide staff. They'll work in rotating shifts. Security will be strictly enforced. As for the facilities and the supplies, don't worry about being overwhelmed. You'll only need to give the orders. I said, "Oh. As for my job, I don't have any problem with that. It's just like being a translator, but for babies. As long as you don't make me change 19 diapers, make 19 bottles of milk, and change 19 outfits all at once, then I'm perfectly fine with it. Money can make even the devil push a millstone. And when 19 rich people get together, they can make 19 devils push that millstone until they drop." The plan was finalized in early May. The children and I moved into that villa 3 days later. During those 3 days, every morning I went downstairs. The living room was packed with kids. The villa's layout had been completely renovated, and it was fully equipped with everything we needed. One CEO's power might be limited, but theirs was the combined effort of 19 CEOs. Or rather, they didn't even need to buy anything. They just had everything delivered directly from their own companies. Those who don't know the inside story are just confused. What kind of early education class is this? Why put the heirs of so many powerful families together? They're already paving the way for these kids at just 1 year old. It's all about building alliances and factions. Some families didn't want to alert the others, fearing some secret master plan. They sent people to investigate, only to find that this ordinary-looking villa is built like a fortress. One family's security might have loopholes, but this is the combined security of 19 families. Even the parents have to go through strict identity verification to enter, because it's not just one heir inside. To protect their own, everyone has to be checked thoroughly. It makes everyone else even more nervous. It's absolute security with a rotating staff, but I'm the one constant. Me, oblivious to the tense atmosphere outside the villa. I spend every day with the kids inside. Every day is filled with heartwarming moments. But once night falls, the cries from the 4 luxury nurseries are deafening. One starts, and the others follow in waves. Even the elite childcare team, the parents spent a fortune on, is completely at a loss. Watching them all look so frazzled, I feel like I'm playing with a cheat code. The moment I show my face, the heart-wrenching wails stop instantly. Those poor little things with teary eyes instantly turn into little angels. They reach out their tiny hands, begging for a hug. However, this is just the appetizer. While I'm holding one to sleep, my ears twitch. I suddenly snap my head to the side. I hear a child crying in another room. Without even looking back, I give an order. To Lin Er, the elite caregiver behind me. "Go tell Lin Ba that Cheng Cheng just pooped." Lin Er stood there with a look of total confusion. He wondered if this kid had a super nose or was some kind of fly. He's over 10 meters away and hasn't even seen the kid. Yet he can accurately smell who pooped, but orders are orders. He has to follow this brat's instructions. So, he went over, half doubting the whole thing. On the other side, Lin Ba was also stunned when he heard the message. Pooped? That shouldn't be right. Cheng Cheng already had a big one this morning. He didn't believe it. But he still laid the child down and pulled back the diaper. The next second, he froze in his tracks. Then he shook his head with a complicated expression. Holy crap, he really did. Now Lin Er was completely blown away too. How on earth did he know? This is literally predicting things from 10 meters away. Lin Ba didn't stop working. He marveled. With talent like that, why is he a caregiver? It's a waste of potential. The 2 elite caregivers looked at each other and smiled bitterly. With someone using cheat codes like this, how are we supposed to do our jobs? Meanwhile, I just wore a mysterious, knowing smile. I thought to myself, sorry about that. The battle for the top spot has always been like this. It's either your job or mine. I had just handed a baby back. When I heard Tong Tong softly calling for someone, I immediately rushed over. Seeing Tong Tong lying obediently in bed by herself, my heart melted instantly. Who knew that as soon as I picked her up, Tong Tong would blink her big eyes and give me a big wet kiss on the cheek. Then she snuggled into my arms like a little kitten. Her tiny hands gripped my clothes tightly. I felt like my whole brain was exploding with pink bubbles. Too cute. This is way too a kind of bull. Cuteness really does rule the world. I was completely struck by Tong Tong's pure adorableness. I'm totally captivated. My inner voice is screaming. This warm little bundle of joy. I'd give my life for this little baby. While I was immersed in my pink bubbles, the loyal servant 250 behind me was staring in shock. He actually started feeling indignant. He felt like his own young lady was losing favor. Is our young lady no longer your favorite? I very seriously replied that I spread my love equally. 250 couldn't understand it, but learning is what he does best. 2 seconds later, he accepted the explanation and added solemnly, "Fine, I forgive you, but the young lady is still the favorite." Just like that. 250. Like a palace eunuch fighting hard his lady's favor, forced me into Tian's room. To be honest, Tian really is special to me. After all, she's the only one with her own private room, and it's right next to mine. This was also the only condition the Tian family set. I can be shared, but the Tian family's child must be the top priority. The first day of care passed in this organized chaos. Before bed, I posted today's summary in the group chat. The rooms are too big. We need walkie-talkies for remote coordination. There are cameras in the hallway, but we need to cover the blind spots. Most importantly, put the babies who cry easily together. It'll save me from running back and forth and waking the others. Mrs. Duo was the first to reply with an okay. The other parents followed suit. However, plans can't keep up with changes. In the middle of the night, I was still woken up by thunderous crying. The childcare team can usually handle normal fussing, but this time was different. Several children woke up startled and were wailing at the top of their lungs. It triggered a chain reaction. Every kid in the villa started crying along. No one was getting any sleep. I threw on a jacket and rushed over. I could hear the children's cries from a distance, translating it in my head. They were actually saying there was a black shadow. I was shocked. This villa. The security is so tight, not even a mosquito could fly in. Where would a black shadow come from to scare the kids? The security team isn't useless either. The moment I reached room 1, the child lunged into my arm. I patiently comforted him, while guiding him to describe what he saw. Then I suddenly turned and walked to the window. I took a peek outside. Immediately, I told the caregiver to tie the curtains tight. Then I patted the little one's back. My voice seemed to have a magical effect. It's okay. The black shadow is gone. Go to sleep, sweetie. The amazing thing was, the child, who was just crying uncontrollably, actually went silent. Drowsily, he began to drift off to sleep. The next morning, I slept until I woke up naturally. I shouted, "I'm late," while frantically getting dressed. To my surprise, the kids were exceptionally good today. Not a single one was crying. I wasn't convinced. I still checked every room one by one. It turns out the caregivers wanted me to sleep in, so they took the initiative to settle the kids as they woke up. Even Tian was being held by Linger. 250 wasn't leaving her side for a second. He was as tense as if he were guarding against a thief. It made Linger laugh. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I picked up my phone and opened a small app. In the night sleep log, I typed a few words. Scared by the curtains blowing in the wind. Comforted for half an hour. Fell asleep around 2:30 a.m. Then I hit submit. That night, the child's parent contacted me. After checking the surveillance, they were moved to tears. They said they could only feel at ease leaving their child with someone like me. I didn't think much of the praise, but at 6 p.m., an old lady claiming to be Tong Tong's grandmother tried to barge in. I put down the child I was holding and followed the security guard outside the main gate. The moment the old lady saw I was just a young guy, her face immediately filled with disdain. What is this? He's just a kid himself. How can he look after children? This is ridiculous. I have a good temper. I acted like I didn't hear her. I still asked with a smile, "Who are you looking for?" The old lady spoke in a bossy tone. "I'm Tong Tong's grandmother. I'm taking her back. Hurry up and bring my granddaughter here." I was stunned. I never would have imagined that a sweet, adorable little thing like Tong Tong would have such a sharp-tongued grandmother. I sighed softly, but I said, "I'm sorry." Mrs. Tong brought Tong Tong here herself. Naturally, I need Mrs. Tong's permission. As I spoke, I pulled out my phone and made a call. A moment later, the old lady in the car impatiently picked up her phone. After confirming her identity, I went inside to get Tong Tong. As soon as I brought her out, the little girl saw the old lady in the car and instinctively gripped my clothes tight. Her eyes turned red instantly. I paused my steps. I asked her softly what was wrong. Tong Tong only whimpered, but a voice came from her heart. "Bad person. Don't want her." I suddenly looked up. I looked through the iron bars at the old lady in the car, dressed in purple, her face full of impatience. She didn't look like a kind person at all. I immediately turned to block Tong Tong's view. I asked softly, "Tong Tong, why is she a bad person?" Tong Tong's thinking was limited. She pouted her little lips and squeezed out one word, "Owie." She makes Tong Tong hurt? My heart broke for her, but I'm just a caregiver. I have no right to stop her. However, as the security guard opened the gate, and I approached with the child, Tong Tong let out a wah. She started crying hysterically. I froze on the spot. I've never seen Tong Tong cry so heart-wrenchingly. What on earth did this old lady do to the child? Cry, cry, cry. All she does is cry. It gives me a headache. The old lady grumbled with disgust, but she still insisted on taking the child. But I didn't let go. I only asked, "Where are you taking Tong Tong? Will she be back tomorrow?" The old lady impatiently used force. She snatched the child into her arms and shoved her into the car seat. "You're just a caregiver. Since when do you get to stick your nose in this?" I lowered my eyes. I still couldn't help but say, "I'm sorry if she cries too much. You can call me." My heart was pounding. In those CEO novels, out of 10 grandmothers like this, 6 of them abused their grandkids. Besides, Mrs. Tong mentioned, she had a son who was raised to be a brat by this grandmother. She wouldn't really mistreat Tong Tong, would she? The next second, the old lady ignored me completely. She told the driver to just go. Tong Tong sat in her car seat, looking at me so pitifully, until the car disappeared from sight. I thought that was the end of it. But the next morning, right after I clocked in, heart-wrenching cries came from downstairs, mixed with screams of owie, owie. The Duo family's daughter and the Lin family's daughter were grabbing each other's hair. Both kids were crying and screaming. Their faces were turning red, but neither would let go first. I tried to calm them, but the two little terrors were crying so hard, they couldn't even hear me. A CEO's daughter can't afford to go bald. In a moment of desperation, I had an idea. I reached out and started tickling them. The two kids crying paused. I immediately seized the moment and opened my arms. Who wants a hug? I never expected that the two little ones who were just fighting would both let go at the same time the next second. They started wobbling and crawling toward me. I smiled and hugged Duo, who got there first. Then I patiently waited for the slow-moving Ling Ling. But the moment Ling Ling crawled into my arms and came face-to-face with Duo, the two of them were about to start fighting again. My expression instantly changed as I stared at them. Kids who fight are going to be disliked. After saying that, I actually put both kids back on the floor. I turned around to go play with the other children. That really stirred up a hornet's nest. Duo was so anxious she started wailing. She tried to crawl over while reaching out for a hug. She almost stood up out of pure desperation. Meanwhile, Ling Ling just sat there dazed. She looked at me with wide, pleading eyes. She looked so silly and anxious. I was supposed to be teaching them a lesson, but not even a minute had passed before I couldn't bear it anymore and walked back feeling bad. When I pulled Duo into my arms, the little thing's eyes turned red. She actually started crying silently. She held onto me so tight, my heart skipped a beat. Then I scooped up the pitiful Ling Ling from the floor. In the end, I just sighed. I held one in each arm and comforted them. I'm doomed. Dealing with such cute little bundles, my standards are completely gone. Thinking of this, I forced a stern face and gave a serious warning. Crying won't help. No more fighting from now on. But I didn't realize that the 40% reluctance and 60% conflict on my face had already betrayed me. Sure enough, as soon as I turned around, I heard Ling Er's gasp from behind. The two little ladies aren't fighting anymore. They've actually started playing bumper cars. They're bumping their heads together. I was speechless. These little ancestors cause chaos at the center during the day and turn their homes upside down at night. The grandparents feel so bad for them that they send them right back the next day. So, every night, I get calls from unknown numbers. The background music is always a child's loud crying. The person on the other end always asks, "Teacher Yi, the baby is crying. Can you see what's wrong?" Luckily, I can understand baby-ish. Otherwise, over the phone, who would know if they're hungry or sleepy? Take Duo, the biggest troublemaker. She was taken back to the Mid-Hill Villa. Over the phone, the little one wouldn't stop screaming. I was afraid she'd ruin her throat, even if it's the Hilltop Villa. I had to bite the bullet and make a trip up there. The moment I left, the early education center fell into chaos. Tian couldn't see me and was sitting there crying by herself. As soon as the baby food was served, the kids started fighting over it like crazy. They got food all over their faces. And today, without her rival Duo, Ling Ling actually grabbed a pumpkin stick and accurately plugged her own nostril with it. Now everyone at the center was full of regret. Xiao Chen isn't here today. How are we supposed to handle these kids? Once they start crying, they can't comfort them at all. Everyone just wants Xiao Chen. The teachers at the center sat in a row, feeling depressed. They were on the verge of tears. What are we going to do without Xiao Chen? Meanwhile, I had already arrived at the Duo family's Mid-Hill Villa. I was a bit intimidated by the grand Chinese-style pavilions, but hearing Duo's cries from inside, I instantly forgot everything else. I hurriedly shouted to the crowd, "Sir, Madam, I'm from the Early Education Center." My eyes began to frantically search for that tiny voice. The next second, Duo saw me and her crying stopped. She immediately reached out her tiny hands for a hug. Without a moment's delay, I reached out and took her. I let her lean against my shoulder. Duo stopped crying instantly. She just clung to my collar, whimpering softly. But after I understood her language, my expression darkened. I looked up and scanned the room. I looked directly at the elderly couple who looked like the heads of the household. With an unquestionable tone, I asked, "I just want to confirm a few things. Did the baby eat anything since she came back?" The butler quickly answered. The young lady only had formula. I glanced at the formula tin. My expression grew even more serious. "Is there a family doctor? Preferably one who can get here immediately." The old gentleman was taken aback by my aura. He nodded immediately. The family doctor arrived in record time. Just as he was about to start the examination, I comforted the little one in my arms. One sentence made everyone present panic. "The baby's heart feels uncomfortable." As soon as I said that, a man stood up to object. "What nonsense are you talking? Are you a medical student? You can tell just by looking." "This is the Duo family's only granddaughter." The family doctor got the signal from the old man. He immediately took out his stethoscope. The whole room went dead silent. Only I quietly observed the expressions of everyone around me. To my surprise, after a short while, the doctor frowned and looked at me. "I don't hear any problems. The fast heart rate is just a normal reaction after crying." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then, that sarcastic voice rang out again. It was exceptionally clear. "If you're not an expert, don't pretend to be one. Making such a scene for nothing. He really is something." The old master of the Duo family, the middle-aged man beside us, immediately tried to smooth things over. "Teacher Ye is just worried, that's all. Thank you for making the trip." But I didn't take the bait at all. I looked down and focused on asking the little darling in my arms, "Does your chest feel funny, or is it your tummy?" My finger gently tapped over his heart, then slid down to his soft little belly. Duo let out a couple of whimpers. From the way his little hand gripped me, I understood instantly. I looked up. My gaze was firm as I addressed everyone. "I'm sorry, old sir. I still think it's best to take the baby to the hospital for a checkup." The moment I finished speaking, that sarcastic woman rolled her eyes again. "Can the kid even talk? And you're saying he's uncomfortable? What a load of nonsense." Just then, my phone suddenly vibrated. It was a call from the Early Education Center. As soon as I picked up, earth-shattering wails erupted from the other end, followed by my colleague's desperate cry, "Xiao Chen, when are you coming back? They're all throwing fits, one after another. Can you hold out for 2 hours? Maybe 1 hour." My colleague sounded calm yet utterly hopeless. "If they keep crying, by the time you get back, all you'll see are a dozen pairs of eyes swollen like peaches." I hung up the phone. Despite the immense pressure, I looked at the crowd. "A checkup will give us peace of mind. It won't take much time." To my surprise, that woman jumped out to object for the third time. "You think everyone is as idle as you are? We finally managed to get together. If you take him away now, who knows when we'll see him again?" I finally reached my breaking point. I coldly shot back. "Between what you just said and the child's health, which one is more important?" That one sentence shut her up instantly. In the end, the old gentleman made the final call. "A checkup will put our minds at ease. Young man, sorry to trouble you. I'll have my assistant take you to the private hospital. Go quickly, and come back soon." What he valued was exactly me. My background and ability to be trusted by several major families at once. I received my orders. I immediately scooped up Duo and followed the assistant out. Who would have thought that the woman who had been targeting me would actually volunteer? "I'm coming along too." She didn't even wait for the old man's permission. She just turned around and followed us. The assistant remained silent the whole way, escorting me straight to the private hospital. As soon as we arrived, the assistant made a call. The hospital went into full emergency mode. Under the vice president's personal arrangement, they immediately opened a priority channel for us. The hospital's top experts rushed over. "Check his heart." I looked at the clingy Duo in my arms. I immediately added, "Check his stomach and intestines too." That annoying woman was about to speak again, but I shut her down with a single glare. "I'm taking full responsibility for this. I'm in charge. You can supervise this checkup if you want, but please, do not interfere." "Full responsibility? Who gave you the right?" The woman stood with her hands in her pocket. Her face was full of mockery. "It's only natural for me to care about my niece. Let me tell you, he just came back from your place yesterday. If they find anything wrong, I'll make sure you pay for it." I didn't even bother to acknowledge her. I only cared about Duo's health. When a high-energy little guy suddenly goes quiet, something is definitely wrong. With my gentle coaxing, Duo cooperated the whole time until it was time for the blood draw. Seeing the glint of the needle, Duo's survival instinct kicked in instantly. He buried his head in my chest and started fake crying. With pathetic little whimpers, I had to peel back the sugar coating and reveal the cold reality. I heartlessly took his little arm, which looked like a soft lotus root, and handed it to the doctor. The moment the needle went in, the little darling froze for 3 seconds. Then, an earth-shattering wail erupted. It echoed through the entire hospital. After the blood was drawn, Duo huddled in my arms, feeling more wronged by the second. He cried while mumbling, "I hate you. You're so mean. You're so mean." 1 second, he was crying about how much he hated me. The next second, Duo was rolling into my arms with awkward dependence. It was absolutely heart-melting. But that woman, sticking to us like a parasite, started pestering again. She kept nagging me to hurry up and leave. I ignored her. I pulled out my phone and aimed it at Duo. I wanted to record his very first time, the precious moment he would call for his mama. While I was playing with the 2 little cuties on both sides of the screen, the doctor rushed over with the test results. His face was grim. He frowned at me. "There's an issue with his liver and kidneys. Contact the child's guardian immediately." The vice president explained it was accidental ingestion, but the flicker in his eyes clearly hid another reason. Immediately after, he gave orders. "The VIP ward is ready. Get the child on an ice with drip right away. Any later and the damage would have been severe." My hands were shaking as I held the child. A wave of lingering fear washed over me. Thank God I insisted on the checkup. Thank God I could understand the medical terms. But then I realized accidental ingestion at the center was impossible. The only possibility was back at the Duo family estate. My scalp tingled. He's just a few months old. Who would be cruel enough to poison him? But just then, old Mr. and Mrs. Duo rushed in, with a crowd of people following behind them. The vice president immediately pulled the old man aside for a private talk. No one knew what they said. We only saw that the old man's face was deathly pale when he returned. He immediately ordered the treatment to begin. His gaze swept across the room. Finally, he locked eyes with me. "Young man, You should head back now. His tone brooked no argument. Do not speak a word of Duo's situation. I had just handed Duo over to the doctor and turned to leave. The little guy instantly realized I was going. Was I really going to leave him with these strangers? Duo took a deep breath and let out a deafening cry. He twisted and turned in the doctor's arms like a slippery eel. He almost ripped the needle right out. Old Mr. Duo couldn't bear to watch. He snatched the child back, then turned and roared, "Where are Li Jiangguo and his wife? The child is in this state." And neither of them showed up? The assistant replied with a bitter face. The master said the partnership is more important. The madam said she isn't a doctor. She said as long as you're here, it's fine. Outside the door, as I was about to leave, I heard this. My heart sank heavily. I finally understood. Duo wasn't a brat at all. He was just a child neglected by his overly rational parents. A high-need baby who desperately lacked a sense of security. His tantrums, his clinginess, it was all just a plea for a hug. In my parenting journal, I added a new note for Duo. I rushed back to the villa with a heavy heart. The moment I pushed the door open, I froze. The villa was a total disaster zone. A dozen children were lying all over the floor. It looked like some major catastrophe had struck. Before I could say a word, the kids on the floor acted like they discovered a new continent. They all started crawling toward me in unison. Those who couldn't crawl just rolled in place, staring at me with big, expectant eyes. Tian was flailing her limbs wildly, as if she were trying to summon a gust of wind, to blow herself right to my side. They refused to go upstairs. They've been waiting right here for you to come back. 03 explained helplessly. I was instantly surrounded by a circle of little attachments. I had no choice but to comfort them one by one. My heart is like a durian full of segments, and every single one of them is my favorite. Just then, 250 came running out in a newly bought Superman cape, dashing back and forth in front of me, fishing for a compliment. I gave him a thumbs up. 250 immediately got flustered and angry. Xiao Chen, you're so annoying. I quickly made my escape. But a couple of days later, Mrs. Tong came back with Tong Tong. The moment I held him, I was shocked. He'd lost weight. I thought it was just because he was wearing less for summer. I didn't think much of it, but Mrs. Tong sighed. Tong Tong didn't seem to like it there. His grandma couldn't handle it, so she brought him back to you. I just assumed the child was being stubborn. I even gave her some gentle advice. It wasn't until I did my midnight rounds that I found Tong Tong wide awake. He was just staring blankly, not crying or making a sound. The baby fat on his little face was gone. My heart skipped a beat. I asked softly, "Hey there, little guy." Tong Tong, what's wrong? The moment he saw me, his pent-up grievances exploded. Wah, only 3 meals a day. I'm so hungry. So hungry. I never want to go to Grandma's house again. I was completely stunned after hearing the whole story. I thought the grumpy old lady had been mistreating him, but it turns out the elder thought that since adults eat 3 meals a day, children should eat 3 meals a day too. She was just feeding him strictly on a schedule, regardless of whether the child was hungry or not. What kind of logic is that? Terrified that the child was starving, I quickly and quietly made 90 milliliters of milk for Tong Tong. The little guy finished it in 2 gulps. Then he just looked at me pitifully, like he still hadn't had enough. I had to hold him against my shoulder and pat him gently. I started making promises. Good boy. Tomorrow, I'll make sure you're fed until you're full. I waited until Tong Tong fell fast asleep in my arms. Only then did I carefully tuck him back into bed. But just as I was about to leave, I realized my hem was being gripped tightly by a tiny hand. The more I pulled, the tighter he gripped. His knuckles were turning white. Seeing that he was about to wake up, I simply took off my jacket and left it beside him, letting him hold onto it. In the past, emperors cut their sleeves to avoid waking a lover. I guess my jacket sacrifice is a modern version of that. Then I pulled out my phone and recorded the reason in the early education app. Starved. Too hungry to sleep. Fed 90 milliliters of milk and comforted for 20 minutes. The next morning, I explained the situation to Mrs. Tong. After she confirmed it, she was full of apologies, saying the elder lacked experience. She thanked me profusely. I maintained my professional persona and said the child was very well behaved. I told her I'd make it up to Tong Tong with extra supplements. To my surprise, Mrs. Tong's next words were, "Then let me introduce another family to you." The smug look on my face froze. 19 kids aren't enough? You really want to make it an even 20? I had no choice but to keep typing politely. I have no problem with it, but we still need the other parents to agree. Mrs. Tong immediately went to the group chat to ask. Once everyone heard it was a prestigious family, and wanting to build good relations, most of them actually agreed. What's even crazier is that these business moguls ended up throwing the final decision to the only easy target in the group. Just because everyone was being so polite back then, I somehow became the leader of this group. Being the leader of a group of billionaires, I felt like I'd really made it in life. But when everyone agreed to let me make the final call on whether to add one more child, could I really say no? So I could only politely type out, "I'm fine with it, as long as everyone else agrees." But inside, I was screaming, "It's fine. I'll just work myself to death for you all." 2 days later, the new kid, Ming Ming, arrived. He was the biggest one of the bunch. He could already walk. He ran around incredibly fast. The Ming couple was worried he'd throw a tantrum. Who would have thought? From the moment Ming Ming saw me to the moment he clung to my leg calling me brother, it took less than 2 minutes. The couple was stunned. They thought this teacher must be a real kid magnet. After I helped them set everything up, they tried to sneak away, terrified that their son would start bawling. But when they took the initiative to say goodbye, their dear son was still clinging to me and giggling. He didn't even spare them a glance. The couple could only comfort themselves, thinking it was just the novelty. However, when night fell, they started worrying again that the child wouldn't sleep well in a new environment. Mr. Ming took the initiative to ask in the group. He even started apologizing in advance. The next second, I sent a photo. In the photo, I was leaning against the bed, sitting on the floor. One of my arms was being held tightly by little Ming Ming, and the kid who was supposedly going to have a rough night was already fast asleep and out for the count. The group chat exploded. One parent replied for me, CEO Lin, there's no need to worry. Xiao Chen is there. Another immediately chimed in. Bozai doesn't even recognize me as his own father anymore. The Ming couple looked at the screen full of warnings from those who came before them. They finally realized it wasn't novelty. This kid was just fickle. He'd forgotten his own dad for Xiao Chen, but they had no idea what I had to go through just to take that photo. Last night, after I got Ming Ming to sleep, I tried to pull my arm away, but I couldn't budge it. I wanted to use my old trick, swap my jacket or a doll for him to hold, but my arm span wasn't long enough to reach. I was so desperate I tried to use my leg, but my leg wasn't long enough either. The way I was flailing around in the moonlight must have looked pathetic and hilarious. In the end, I decided that speed was the only way. I suddenly yanked my arm out of the sleeve, a perfect cicada shedding its skin maneuver. Then I quickly and gently patted Ming Ming's back to soothe the startled child back to sleep. Only then did I sneak a carrot plushie in to pretend it was my arm. I didn't want this little guy to wake up and find that not only were his parents gone, but the brother he just met was gone too. Sure enough, early the next morning, as soon as Ming Ming opened his eyes, he saw me leaning by the bed playing on my phone. He immediately called out brother in a sweet voice. My heart melted instantly. This was the first kid I'd looked after who could actually talk, and I discovered this good boy already knew how to cooperate while getting dressed. Unlike those other brats who only knew how to grab and pull at clothes. As soon as I took out a t-shirt, he obediently raised both hands in surrender. When I took out his pants, he knew to stick his legs out. Even though it was our first time meeting, our chemistry was off the charts. I was just about to take him to wash up. The walkie-talkie on my shoulder suddenly blared, calling Xiao Chen. Wake up. 250's voice was loud enough to wake the dead. My scalp tingled. I really envied him. One night of charging and he has endless energy. I just want to sleep. I want to sleep until the end of time, but this center can't function without me. I could only agree to come. I turned, wanting Linger to take Ming Ming to wash up, but Ming Ming pursed his lips. His big, watery eyes were fixed on me. He gripped my pants tightly and wouldn't let go. His language skills hadn't fully updated yet. He couldn't express what he wanted. He could only stomp his feet in frustration. Hey, isn't this a coincidence? This is my specialty. I understood him in a heartbeat. I leaned down and nudged his head. Your eyes are big enough already. Don't worry, I'm not leaving. If you want to follow me, let's go take care of your little sister. Tian. Only then was Ming Ming satisfied. He trotted happily behind me. His short little legs were moving like crazy. Seeing him struggle to keep up, I simply picked him up. 250 saw me coming over with a little one. He was all smiles and ready to greet us. But just then, something unexpected happened. I decided to tease him about being fickle. Months of affection turned out to be a mistake. Who knew 250's screen would suddenly erupt in flames? He shot back at me with a classic dramatic line. I should just slap that mouth of yours. I was stunned. This scrap metal has been secretly watching my dramas? 250 raised his head high. The tables have turned. Xiao Chen. I'm not the same one you used to. He's just a piece of scrap metal who can't say a word for ages. While the two of them were lost in conversation, Tian, feeling neglected, reached out and gave him a shove. 250's arrogance instantly deflated. Drama queen mode activated. Your Majesty, please appease your anger. This humble servant is entirely loyal to your Majesty. I have no ulterior motives. I stood there speechless for a moment, then gave the metal plate on his backside a solid kick. Is he glaring at me? If he is, just glare back. Now go get the milk, and stop disturbing the neighbors. Only then did 250 obediently go to fetch the milk. Before leaving, he didn't forget to perform a dramatic, as you command. Finally, I got both kids settled. I headed downstairs with one in each arm. But before the kids could even start fussing, a voice made me freeze right in my tracks. Teacher Xiaoye. I finally realized that old Mr. Duo had actually graced us with his presence. Duo was sitting right beside him. But this villa wasn't meant for living in at all. The entire living room had been converted into a children's paradise. The sofas had been pushed into an inconspicuous corner. At this moment, the patriarch of the Duo family was standing there looking quite cramped. His majestic gaze swept across the room. As far as the eye could see, aside from a small rocking horse, there were only little tigers and bunny-shaped ride-on toys for toddlers. The dignified image the old man had maintained his entire life was on the verge of collapsing in front of these animal rides. The prestigious old Mr. Duo had been standing at the door for a full 10 minutes, and yet no one had paid him any attention. Finally, a child care worker noticed him, but the person she recognized was his granddaughter, Duo. She told him with a complicated expression that Xiao Chen was busy with too many kids and couldn't spare a moment right now. Please wait a moment. Old Mr. Duo was completely stunned. He never expected that one day he'd have to rely on his nursing granddaughter's reputation just to get noticed. What shocked him even more was when the worker tried to hold Duo. The granddaughter he'd been missing for days didn't give him any face at all. She just turned her head away. To his surprise, the worker wasn't offended. She just shrugged as if it were normal. As expected, she only wants Xiao Chen. Old Mr. Duo, who had just opened his mouth to speak, shut it tight again. Just then, I finally made my appearance. I had one in each arm, and was leading another by the hand, like a king, surrounded by his subjects. Old Mr. Duo was about to call out to me, but in the next second, the joyful shouts of over a dozen children instantly drowned him out. Even his demon seed granddaughter, who had been sulking for 2 days, let out a piercing scream of excitement. He finally understood why his entire family couldn't stop praising this young kid. It was because the children truly loved me. Then I finally spotted him and walked over quickly. Old Mr. Duo thought his wait was finally over, but I walked right past him and scooped up his granddaughter, who was faking a cry on a ride-on toy. In fact, just to hold Duo. I turned around and handed Tien to 250. The robot stared wide-eyed at Tien. Princess, it looks like Xiao Chen doesn't want you anymore. The moment Duo was in my arms, her crying stopped instantly. She clung to me tightly. I bounced her gently, feeling worried. Oh, my sweet girl, why have you lost weight? Don't cry, don't cry. Big brother will make you something delicious these next few days. But old Mr. Duo couldn't bear to watch his granddaughter acting so desperate. He interrupted directly. Teacher Xiaoye, come with me. I told 250 to hold Tian carefully, and followed him while carrying Duo. But 250's cold metal arms were so uncomfortable that Tien started frowning. The next second, Tien started thrashing like a fish out of water. Her body arched into a C shape. 250 instantly lost his offended. Red exclamation marks flashed on his screen, and he started muttering frantically, Princess. She's about to pop off like a shrimp. Luckily, 03 arrived just in time to take Tien away. 250 followed behind pitifully, tears streaming down like thick noodles. This servant deserves 10,000 deaths. Princess, please don't abandon me. On the other side, I followed old Mr. Duo to the flower bed near the entrance. The old man's eyes were sharp. With just 2 glances, he confirmed there were no cameras around. Then, he pulled a card out of his pocket and tucked it into Duo's swaddle. His movements were swift, leaving no room for refusal. There's 5 million in here. About Duo's situation, I want you to keep it completely confidential. You are not to tell anyone, not even her when she grows up. Hearing this, my head instantly started spinning. This plot, isn't this exactly like when a CEO's father throws money at a guy to make him leave? I never expected to witness this classic $5 million scene from a novel, live right in front of my eyes. I even had the leisure to analyze which response I should choose. You're insulting me. I will never leave her. Or fine, I'll leave. After a moment, I gave a slight smile, but I asked an unexpected question. I need to be sure. Has the little one's body suffered any irreversible damage? Old Mr. Duo's face darkened. This is my own granddaughter. Naturally, I will spare no effort to save her. It's not an outsider's place to question me. The threat in his words was clear. Any other 16-year-old kid would be trembling with fear, but I just stroked Duo's head and looked at him with wide, innocent eyes. Just as the atmosphere was getting tense, a loud wail erupted. 250's ghostly howling came through the walkie-talkie. Xiao Chen, quick, come save me. What is this queen supposed to do without you? That shout instantly broke the deadlock. I immediately tucked the card into my pocket and turned to leave. Old Mr. Duo, I'm really busy. Sorry about that. Old Mr. Duo watched my back and said in a low voice, remember what I said? But I didn't even look back, only tossing over my shoulder. Got it. I returned to the villa, and the first thing I did was strip off Duo's clothes. I checked her from head to toe. Seeing that she had only lost a bit of weight, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just then, 250 came over, pushing Tien, announcing loudly. The princess wants some too. The princess wants some. She wants what? Don't talk nonsense. I gave him a side eye. She doesn't even have teeth yet. What's she going to eat? 250 retreated in disappointment. Only then did I start making pumpkin puree for Duo. I took a nervous sip to taste it. The taste was completely mediocre. So, I cautiously brought a spoonful to Duo's mouth. The moment Duo took a bite, her entire little face crumpled into a mask of pure agony. Is it really that bad? My heart sank halfway. However, Duo just gave me a look. She actually kept eating. Even as it leaked out of her mouth, she refused to spit it out. She even reached out her own hand to grab another glob and stuffed it into her mouth. My heart instantly melted. Moved, I pulled her close and nuzzled her frantically. Sweetheart, you're the best baby ever. Duo seemed to have figured out the secret. As long as she ate Big Brother's dark cuisine, she could be the favorite of the entire house. So, despite her face being twisted in disgust, she remained exceptionally determined. And so, the others watched as Duo made her triumphant return. She sat in my arms with a face full of pride, enjoying her exclusive favor. It just so happened that all the children were present that day. With a grand wave of my hand, I suggested we take a family portrait. The childcare workers sat in 2 rows holding the babies. The center spot in the first row was reserved for me. I held the legitimate daughter, Gu Tien in one arm, and pulled the eldest daughter close with the other. Ming and Ran sat down properly. But just as the head eunuch, Auntie Zhao, Finish the countdown 3, 2, 1. The scene descended into total chaos. The kids in front grabbed the hair of those behind them, pulling and screaming at the top of their lungs. One in Lin San's arms twisted left, while the other leaned right. Even worse, in Lin Si's arms, two babies' heads went smack as they bumped into each other. Their eyes turned red, and the sound of a motorcycle engine revving up instantly filled the air. It looked like a full-blown crying marathon was about to start. But then, I stood up. I tossed the well-behaved Tian to 250. 250. Didn't miss the chance to stir the pot. Princess, he's just taking advantage of your good nature. Quick, fight for his affection. However, the princess ignored him, because in the next second, I simply went around and patted each of those little rascals on the head. I whispered a few words to them, and finally, when that family portrait was posted in the early education group chat, everyone was stunned. In the photo, all 20 children were actually sitting perfectly still. Not only were they looking at the camera, but they were also smiling brilliantly. It was as if they had all undergone a collective personality transplant. Just what kind of godlike power does Yi Chen have? The early education center was about to disband, so I took a group photo as a memento. It was also a way to show the parents how happy their kids were. Sure enough, after seeing the photo, the parents immediately started sending tips in the group for extra snacks. But just then, one of the dads suddenly called out, "Xiao Chen, my Zihan says he wants to film a mosquito perspective vlog." The other parents in the group were instantly confused. They started asking, "Isn't your kid named Chin? Who is Zihan? And what on earth is a mosquito perspective?" While Zheng Tizhu was struggling to explain his inner child, I understood him instantly. I didn't just reply with an okay gesture. I even added a cheeky dog emoji to show that the job was already being arranged. Zheng Tizhu was so excited he sent me a private message. "You really get me." As it happened, his wife, Meng Ting, overheard him. Her eyes narrowed slightly behind her glasses. She asked out of the blue, "Who gets you?" Zheng Tizhu replied with a grin, "Xiao Chen, of course." Meng Ting went silent. She started wondering what exactly this Xiao Chen was. It took her a while to remember that it was a person, the one taking care of their daughter. She glanced at the interaction between the two in the group. Her gaze softened, and she silently reached out to fix her husband's pajamas that had rolled up to his waist. She tucked him in, without saying a word, until Zheng Tizhu, realizing his mistake, suddenly leaned over and gave her a big kiss on the cheek. "I love you most, my darling." Only then did Meng Ting smile and take off her glasses. I didn't give the matter much thought, assuming the photo incident would just blow over. But I never imagined that this photo would go viral in certain circles and bring a massive headache right to my door. 2 days later, a man with a haggard and exhausted face showed up at my door holding a child. The moment we met, he said urgently, "I'm begging you, please help me." I was completely stunned. Just as I was about to ask what was wrong, a phone call came in. It was Yang Daofeng's voice on the other end. "Xiao Chen, Wu Dazhuang is bringing his kid to see you. Use your best judgment. If you can't handle it, just say no." I hung up the phone and finally let the man in. When Wu Dazhuang walked in and saw that despite the many children in the villa, it was exceptionally quiet, his expression completely changed. He probably expected this place to be like a typical kindergarten, filled with earth-shattering screams. He didn't expect it to be this peaceful. In the next second, he suddenly pushed the stroller right in front of me. His voice was on the verge of a breakdown. "I came here because of that photo. Xiao Chen, just tell me how much money you want. As long as you take this kid, just give him enough to eat so he doesn't starve. That's all I ask." Before I could even react, Wu Dazhuang continued with a face full of sorrow, his eyes filled with despair. Before, I didn't understand why nannies would give babies sleeping pills. I thought they were monsters. But now, his tone shifted. "Now that I have a kid, I just want to say, give it to him. I don't care what medicine it is, as long as he sleeps." I was shocked by what I was hearing and quickly tried to stop him. "You can't do that. It'll damage his brain." But the moment Wu Dazhuang heard the word brain, he spiraled even further. Don't even get me started on his brain. Before he was born, I was obsessed with making sure he had a perfectly round head. A flat head looks so bad, right? But after he was born, I only have one thought. Just sleep. I don't care about the shape as long as he has a head. Wu Dazhuang had completely lost it. Before the baby came, I thought, never shake a baby. After he came, I wanted to shake him until he passed out. He looked at me with bloodshot eyes. "Xiao Chen, name your price. If I keep this up, I'm going to die young. I just need someone to take him away." I was starting to feel a bit intimidated. I couldn't help but ask, "How old is this kid? To be this much trouble?" Wu Dazhuang said despairingly, 6 months. "And he's not just trouble. He cries constantly and never sleeps." He spoke with such sincerity, mentioning that several childcare centers had already refused to take him. Just then, as if he'd heard someone talking bad about him, the baby in the stroller woke up. In the next second, before his eyes were even open, a high-pitched, piercing wail exploded throughout the entire villa. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to him. Wu Dazhuang had an instant case of PTSD. He frantically started checking the diaper, muttering, "What is it now, my little ancestor? It's not wet, and there's no poop." But the kid had incredible lung capacity. The crying got louder and louder. Seeing Wu Dazhuang so angry he raised his hand to give the kid a smack, I rushed over to stop him. "Don't do that. Hitting the baby won't solve anything." Wu Dazhuang completely lost control, shouting, "I just need to vent my frustration today." My scalp tingled. I quickly handed Tian Tian to someone else, turned around, and scooped the non-stop crying infant into my arms. I was just about to see what kind of holy terror this was, and how much of a headache he'd be. But in the next second, a miracle happened. The moment the baby leaned against my shoulder, he instantly stopped crying. I was stunned. Difficulty level 0. Wu Dazhuang was dumbfounded. Then came the shock, and finally, pure ecstasy. It seemed that, in front of me, the Greek god of childcare, there was no such thing as an inconsolable baby. Wu Dazhuang felt like the world had suddenly gone quiet. His heart found peace. It was more effective than listening to 100 temple chants. God had granted him mercy. He tried his best to suppress the massive grin spreading across his face. He announced with a solemn face, "I am formally entrusting this child to you, Xiao Chen." I originally wanted to refuse. The early education center was already at full capacity, but when I saw the dark circles under Wu Dazhuang's eyes that reached down to his chin, I swallowed my words. God had descended to Earth specifically to take care of children. And so, I added Wu Dazhuang to that elite group chat filled with hidden heavyweights. At the time, I didn't realize how interconnected the people in this group were. Almost every single one of them was a big shot in their field. With Wu Dazhuang's addition, I suddenly became one of the most well-connected people in the group. The upper-class circles had no idea that their powerful leaders were all in my contact list, and their heirs were all being held in my hands. Life at the center was repetitive, but these little ancestors managed to come up with something new every day. In the blink of an eye, Mother's Day arrived. I decided to give the wives of these CEOs a huge surprise. I created 21 personalized blessing videos for the 21 babies. For those who could talk, I taught them word by word. I made sure they could squeeze out, "Happy Mother's Day." For those who couldn't talk, I had an even better trick. I used my hands to gently shape their little mouths, forcing them to make a sound that resembled mama. Then, I sent the videos out one by one via private message. I also went into the main group and tagged everyone with a message. Mother's Day blessings have been delivered. These were all filmed and sent by the babies themselves. I had the social etiquette game completely under control. Sure enough, Tianju replied instantly, "Thanks, Xiao Chen. Love ya." But he was so busy loving me, he completely forgot he even had a daughter. So, I turned around and sent him an exclusive video. It was the first-person perspective vlog he had mentioned in passing. In the video, the camera was fixed onto little Qing Bao's hat. This kid perfectly inherited her mother's expressionless face. She stared blankly at the lens until she went cross-eyed. The next second, the camera tilted down. She first poked a pumpkin stick with her tiny hand. Then she looked up and asked, "Can I eat this?" No one answered her. Qing Bao didn't let it bother her. With a serious face, she picked up the pumpkin stick and tried to stuff it into her mouth. But with that same dead serious expression, she accurately shoved the pumpkin stick right into her nostril. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Tiazu started laughing so hard on the bed that his body contorted. He accidentally kicked his CEO wife, Meng Ting, right over. He pointed at the screen, howling with laughter. "Look at your daughter." Meng Ting just adjusted her glasses and said seriously, "Yes, she is my daughter." Zhang Tiazu exploded in frustration. "Don't you get the meme? You're supposed to say, 'She's your daughter.'" But Meng Ting, whose internet speed was stuck in the Stone Age, had no idea what he was talking about. She just left him standing there, bewildered. As for me, a pro surfer of the internet and a god-tier babysitter, I had already become Zhang Tiazu's only soulmate. Meng Ting looked at her cackling husband, then looked at the foreign journal in her hand. Suddenly, it felt completely dull. She slowly leaned over and took off her glasses. It looked like she was about to lose her spot as the favorite. In the blink of an eye, it was June 1st. I only suggested one idea, and the early education center was completely transformed with balloons, new toys, and generous tips from those satisfied CEO husbands. Money was never an issue here. I put a wristband on every child, connected to a helium balloon. These balloons were special. They could talk and sing. When two balloons bumped into each other, they'd even greet one another. "Hello. Nice to meet you." Now, all the kids were acting like they were possessed. They stared fixedly at the ceiling. Even Tian Tian was no exception, but she was lying on her stomach, practicing lifting her head. The balloon was right above her. She could see it, but she couldn't reach it. This trick was honestly too wicked, just to see the balloon. Tian Tian actually mastered the skill of lifting her head in a single day. But right then, Tian Tian's grandfather suddenly paid a visit in person. The moment he saw his granddaughter, he was shocked. She used to be as small as a kitten. How did she turn into a little piglet? Tian Tian could only smack her lips. Instead, 250 started blasting away with its mechanical voice. "Grandpa! Grandpa! Grandpa!" Old man Tian burst out laughing, but he feigned anger. "Oh, so now you know how to suck up to me. How come I never see you visiting me normally?" With my help, he picked up his heavy, chubby granddaughter. His eyes were full of praise for me. I remember when I first faced this group of CEOs. I was terrified that one wrong move would land me in a dungeon. But now I'm as steady as an old dog. I've seen so many CEOs that they aren't special anymore. The kids were being raised plump and healthy by me, so their parents were naturally kind to me. While old man Tian took his granddaughter out for a stroll, I turned around to learn how to make baby food from Ling Yao. I was a quick learner. I picked up every technique instantly. I was practically a natural-born talent. However, the moment Ling Yao let go, I followed the tutorial and successfully created a pile of artificial crap. Just then, Ling Yao walked in carrying Tong Tong. Looking at the yellowish, unidentified mass on the plate, she asked tentatively, "Dare I ask, is this a banana tart?" I nodded with great difficulty. Ling Yao immediately looked pained. You are the worst student I've ever taught. I tried to defend myself. It just looks bad. The taste is definitely the same. But Ling Yao just smiled, stuffed Tong Tong into my arms, and promptly escorted me out of the kitchen. This isn't your domain. Don't try to cross into it so easily. I was about to argue, but Tong Tong grabbed my clothes with her tiny hands and gave me a kiss on the cheek. My heart melted instantly. Good girl, Tong Tong. You're so cute. Big brother loves you too. As I walked away with Tong Tong, Ling Yao, standing behind me, actually gave her a thumbs up. What a perfect honey trap play. Night fell. Old man Tian brought Tian Tian back to the old family estate. Tian Tian was incredibly restless in his arms. Her little arms were waving around like she was directing traffic. When they passed the century-old camphor tree, old man Tian pointed at the shadow of the tree to tease her. Tian Tian, your grandpa planted this tree himself. How could Tian Tian understand that? She just felt that the swaying shadow looked a lot like the shadow by the window in my room. It felt familiar and safe. She suddenly thought of me. Her little finger pointed at the tree. As she babbled incoherently, her drool landed accurately on old man Tian's expensive traditional suit. Old man Tian's lip twitched. You little rascal. They entered the pavilion in the backyard. Freshly sliced chilled watermelon was already prepared. The old man placed Tian Tian on a rattan chair. Who knew this little thing would be so clingy? She wiggled and rolled over, almost falling off. Having been trained by me, Tian Tian was already a master at rolling. Old man Tian had no choice. He had to hold Tian Tian in his arms while he ate the watermelon. Tian Tian had clearly just finished her milk, but now she was so greedy that she was drooling everywhere. She even raised her hand to signal him, but old man Tian ignored her. As it turned out, this girl had been spoiled rotten by me. She actually reached out to steal some. Covered in watermelon juice, old man Tian was completely speechless. Now he just wanted to send this little monkey back immediately. But in the vast Tian estate tonight, it was just the two of them. Looking at his granddaughter's rosy, fair little face, that deep, doting grandfatherly love surged in his heart again. In the end, he didn't send the little monkey back. He carried her inside. Back in the room, old man Tian planned to bathe Tian Tian himself. But he looked at the shower head, then looked at the child tearing at his suit in his arms, and was suddenly at a loss. What if she drowns? What do I do? The next second he shouted at the top of his lungs. Someone, come here. Help the young miss take a bath. This wasn't a precious baby in his arms. It was a ticking time bomb. Meanwhile, back at the early education center, Tian Tian's 250 was completely frantic. It had somehow taught itself to go into spinning top mode. It looked like it was trying to start a fire on the floor by friction. It made me dizzy just watching. I was about to tell it that Tian Tian would be back tomorrow. But then, a heartbroken expression appeared on 250's screen. My precious lady. It's her first time away from me. Will she be okay? I was speechless when my phone suddenly vibrated. I thought something had happened on Tian Tian's end. I opened it quickly. To my surprise, it was a message from Yang Gaofeng. Xiaochen, can we add one more person to the center? A 2-year-old boy. Inside, I was screaming. If one more comes, I'm gonna kick the bucket. But my fingers piously typed out. That's fine. Whatever you decide. Immediately after, he sent another message. Are you free tomorrow from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m.? There's a partnership that needs your help. I'm a childcare specialist. Am I supposed to do a maternity brand endorsement? To my surprise, Yang Gaofeng sent a helpless emoji. Then he explained the situation. It turned out the partner had a very strange and stubborn temper. The only way to get through to him was his 2-year-old son. This kid had a huge temper too. Even his own mother couldn't handle him, and no childcare specialist could control him. And this partnership was actually related to his performance competition with Qian Qian. Finally, he sent a pitiful-looking emoji. Damn it, who could say no to that? I immediately replied. Reporting for duty, sir. Mission will be accomplished. Early the next morning, Yang Gaofeng sent someone over with a set of tailored clothes. He even included a professional stylist. He wanted to take this spirited kid and turn me into a decent-looking human being. So, when I walked downstairs looking all glamorous, my usual cheerleading squad was completely stunned. Little Ming Ming stared for a long time, before timidly calling out, "Bro, brother." I immediately beamed with joy. My sweet baby. I scooped him up into my arms. I was about to say I'd only be out for a few hours, but before I could finish, 01 and 09 looked like they were facing a great enemy. They both had "What are we supposed to do?" written all over their faces. I just plopped little Ming Ming onto a rocking car. A familiar nursery rhyme started playing instantly. This kid was a total chicken but loved to play. His little hands gripped the handle so hard that his knuckles turned white. I thought to myself, this kid probably never played on such a commoner rocking car before, so I mentioned it casually to Auntie Zhao. I didn't expect one of the parents to be in the electronics business. They hit it off with the manufacturer immediately. In just 2 days, they customized a luxury version of the rocking car. Not only did it sing in English, but even the rocking frequency had a sleep aid mode. This wasn't a $1 per ride rocking car anymore. Its value skyrocketed from $199 to $19,999. Shortly after, I met up with Yang Gaofeng. The stubborn partner hadn't arrived yet. Yang Gaofeng's eyes lit up when he saw me. He clicked his tongue in praise. Xiaochen, you're quite the heartbreaker when you dress up. He brushed a stray hair away from me, while excitedly suggesting, once this deal is closed, let's take Tian Tian and go abroad for a trip. His eyes were sparkling, as if he could already see the blue sea and sky. He held my hand, his eyes full of anticipation. I shrugged helplessly. I really wanted to go, but if I left, 01 and 09 might actually lose their minds at the center. Yang Gaofeng hissed through his teeth and fell into thought. He smiled and asked, "Smell the food. President Li should be arriving soon." I take the chance to get up. I'm going to the restroom. The restaurant's decor is simple yet elegant for me. I walk toward the restroom entrance, but then I see a woman with a backpack. She's standing right by the south door. I frown slightly, but thinking she might just be waiting for her boyfriend, I ignore it and head straight inside. When I come out of the stall, I find a little boy who isn't even as tall as my leg. He's struggling to reach the sensor on the faucet. There's a kid-sized sink right next to him, but he ignores it. He seems determined to challenge his height limit. I reach over to help him trigger the water. The little boy looks up at me. His small face is completely expressionless. He looks adorably dazed. He scrubs his hands frantically while keeping his eyes glued to me. It's as if he's terrified I'll run away. I watch him. He performs a perfect 7-step hand-washing routine right in front of me. Then he dries his hands. With a stone face the entire time, he keeps himself perfectly tidy and composed. I finish washing my hands and turn around, only to find the boy still standing right behind me. "What's wrong, little guy?" I lean down to ask him. The next second, with that same blank face, he reaches out and grabs a handful of my pant leg. I'm completely stunned. My pants are really working overtime today. I make a serious decision. From now on, I have to buy pants with wider legs. It'll make it easier for the kids to grab onto. What's even crazier is, this little guy follows me out, step for step. We walk through the hallway to the woman at the door. His mom, Chen Shuzhen, is completely dumbfounded. Her stubborn son went to the bathroom and somehow found himself a master, seeing that the little guy wouldn't let go and we were short on time. I simply picked him up. "Excuse me, ma'am. My meeting is about to start. Which room are you in?" When Chen Shuzhen and I pushed open the door, we saw Yang Gaofeng inside. Yang Gaofeng and I spoke at the same time. The moment our eyes met, we understood everything. I was shocked. No way. I picked up a business partner just by going to the bathroom, and the way Chen Shuzhen looked at me was like she was looking at a god. Is this what a top-tier childcare specialist is like? He kidnapped my son in just one meeting. Yang Gaofeng raised an eyebrow. Get it? Xiao Chen's automatic child pickup feature is back online once again. This saved us the trouble of an introduction. Chen Shuzhen was strikingly beautiful. She had a powerful aura, like someone from the underworld, but deep down, she was a doting mother who spoiled her son to death. I just put Lily into the high chair and turned to leave. When my jacket was pulled by a mysterious force again, I looked back. Lily's dark eyes didn't blink once. In those clear eyes, 3 words were written. Don't go. Chen Shuzhen was losing her mind. Her own son wouldn't even look at her, but he was clinging to this young man he just met. Nice move, she thought darkly. He clearly knew her son was her weakness and wanted to use him to win her over. But she happened to fall for exactly this kind of thing. I decided to tease him a bit. I crouched down and coaxed him with a smile. "Good boy. What's wrong? Say something, baby." Chen Shuzhen was about to explain that Lily doesn't like to talk. But then, as if he was determined to prove his own mother wrong, Lily actually spoke. "Big brother, don't go." Chen Shuzhen froze on the spot. "Son, what happened to your cool and aloof persona?" I immediately strike while the iron is hot. "All right, good boy. I won't leave. How about I sit right next to you?" Lily actually nods obediently. He utters a single word. "Okay." His perfect bowl cut bobs up and down. It makes my heart melt just looking at him. When will my own little rascals finally grow some hair? I really want to give them little braids. However, this scene leaves Chen Shuzhen completely speechless. He's answering questions and nodding obediently. Has her son been possessed? Isn't he known for being a stubborn brat? Doesn't he scare off every childcare expert with a single cold glare? Doesn't he burst into tears at the slightest provocation? She's completely convinced now. She turns abruptly toward Yang Gaofeng. "President Yang, I don't care what your goal is," she says, "but you win." Yang Gaofeng just smiles and explains. "It's not about winning or losing. Children should never be used as tools. I truly recommend little Chen to you. Hearing my name." I only look up for a brief second before tactfully lowering my head again. I focus on putting some broccoli on Lily's plate. Then Yang Gaofeng changes the subject. "President Li might have heard. A while ago, all of us parents put our children in an obscure childcare center." Chen Shuzhen nodded. "I've heard rumors. The general consensus was that you all went crazy." Yang Gaofeng's next sentence completely stunned her. "Xiao Chen is the person in charge of that center. I'm sure you've seen his abilities for yourself." He looked at the two of us getting along so well. His voice was gentle, but every word hit home. "In all this time, I've never seen a child Xiao Chen couldn't handle. The villa has full surveillance coverage. The security equipment is top of the line. It was built with the combined efforts of our 20 families. You only need to pay a fee, and your child will be healthy and happy." Yang Gaofeng claimed he wasn't boasting, but Chen Shuzhen could clearly see the pride in his eyes. But she was genuinely tempted. The key was, she had never seen Lily like someone this much. As a businesswoman, she had a strong intuition. If she didn't get into this seemingly haphazard center now, she might not even be able to get in even if she waited in line later. However, she still spoke cautiously. "Let me think about it." Yang Gaofeng wasn't in a hurry, because he knew, for the sake of his bet with that bastard Su Qianqian, he had to win this partnership. In this world, reputation is everything. But on Yang Gaofeng's harmless-looking face, a stack of contracts suddenly appeared. President Lee. Take a look at this partnership. Although your company's business is in the Northeast, expanding into one city is only a matter of time. Next, the two big shots engaged in a war of words. I couldn't understand a single word. I could only sit there staring at Lily. Right then, I made a serious decision. Since I don't understand, I might as well eat my money's worth. I leaned in and whispered a few words into Lily's ear. The little one immediately nodded with determination. Her expression was so serious, you'd think she was trying to join the party. Brother Chen is right. It's wrong for adults to talk while they're eating. So, they should just finish all the food. Let's see if they still have the guts to chat then. Mission accomplished. I smugly piled more food into Lily's bowl. Lily, fully intent on teaching her mom a lesson, ate with incredible focus. In a brief pause in Chen Shuzhen's conversation, she noticed her usually picky son suddenly eating like a horse. She felt so incredibly relieved. Finally, someone could actually handle him. She had no idea her son was eating so aggressively, just to make sure she didn't get a single bite. In the blink of an eye, the sun began to set. The business talk was mostly wrapped up. Yang Gaozong hadn't just successfully convinced Chen Shuzhen. He'd even secured an invitation to the Early Education Center. Talk about a total win. And I certainly didn't disappoint. I had Lily wrapped around my finger. She was no longer the silent little general. Just then, Chen Shuzhen stood up and called out in a tired but gentle voice, "Lily, it's time to go home." I lifted Lily down from her high chair, but as soon as the little one's feet hit the ground, she immediately grabbed onto my pant leg. She planted herself there like a little stake. She shook her head, wanting to go back with Brother Chen. Chen Shuzhen was speechless. She could only look at me for help, as if to say, "You lured her away. Now give her back." I got the signal immediately. I leaned down and whispered just one thing. "Lily, go home with mommy first, okay? It's late." To everyone's surprise, Lily nodded obediently. Kui Zhuangzhuang replied, "Okay." Now it was Chen Shuzhen's turn to be upset. She could have at least put up a fight. It made her look bad as a mother, but I had learned a valuable lesson. You don't need empty promises to coax a child. Trust is like a clean sheet of paper. Once it's crumpled, no one wants it anymore. Thinking of this, I decided that for a thoughtful child like Lily, I had to change my approach. No more empty words. I promised myself to always keep that paper clean and offer it honestly whenever the child needed it. Sure enough, with my royal decree in mind, Lily ran back to her mom and stood there perfectly still. But her eyes never left me. As they were leaving, Lily waved vigorously. "Bye-bye, brother," she said in her soft voice. I stood behind Yang Gaofeng and gave a frantic little wave back. "Bye-bye." Lily kept looking back every few steps until she finally disappeared from my sight. Seeing this, Yang Gaofeng grew even more impressed with me. He excitedly threw an arm around my shoulder. "Good work, Xiao Chen. Let's go have some fun." My treat. But I weakly held up my phone. The group chat was exploding. "Bye. Are you coming back for dinner? The whole family is waiting for you." Little Ming Ming is practically a statue at the door. Yang Gaofeng glanced at the screen and sighed helplessly. "Man, you're so busy." He leaned in, staring at the dark circles under my eyes. "I'll send over some skincare sets later," he muttered sympathetically. "I won't add any more kids to the center for now. You guys are swamped." However, a few days later, Lily was sent back to the center by her mom anyway, for one simple reason. The little one was being stubborn at home again. All she wanted was to find Brother Chen. Chen Shuzhen knelt down helplessly. "Brother Chen is very busy. He doesn't have time to be with you all the time." Lily didn't say a word, she just stared. "How about mommy spends more time with you?" Lily kept staring. "If you go find Brother Chen, will you still come back?" Just then, Lily finally spoke. "No," she answered obediently. Chen Shuzhen felt a pang in her heart. "So Lily doesn't want mommy anymore." Lily was silent for a moment, then she nodded. "Sometimes. Sometimes I don't," which meant she only wanted her when she needed something. Chen Shuzhen's heart shattered instantly. She started bargaining. "Then how about Lily comes home once every 3 days?" Lily stayed silent. "Once a week?" Only then did Chen Shuzhen breathe a sigh of relief. She could only comfort herself, thinking she'd just take the long way after work to see her son every day. She had no idea that seeing the kids made me happy. I didn't mind at all. The moment the door opened, Lily zipped inside. Her eyes were sparkling as she looked for me. I opened my arms with a smile. "Lily, my little treasure." Lily immediately hopped over and hugged me tight. Her little head kept rubbing against me. Lily's mom left. Chen Shuzhen had checked out the place a couple of days ago. There was truly nothing to complain about. This wasn't just an early education center. It was a top-tier dream villa, custom-built for infants and toddlers. Not only was there a professional medical team on standby 24/7, but there were also cutting-edge nutrition robots, constantly monitoring the children's health. If these resources were only for one child, it would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Chen Shuzhen was completely at ease. Then, on Mother's Day, I had all the little treasures record a video. When she saw her usually silent son, nestled in my arms, saying Happy Mother's Day to the camera in a tiny voice, Chen Shuzhen lost it. Tears nearly welled up in her eyes. In just a few months, the babies had grown from infants in swaddling clothes to toddlers who could run. The sycamore leaves in the backyard turned from green to yellow. Duo had already learned to run. That girl was basically a human rocket. Every day, she and Lingling would launch themselves from one end to the other, but she ran so fast that she slammed right into me as I was coming downstairs. Duo was about to fall on her butt, but I caught her just in time. When she saw it was me, she gave a little shiver. She immediately melted into my arms and started whimpering that it hurt. I was going to tell her to be more careful, but seeing her chubby little pout My heart just melted. I quickly knelt down and rubbed her face. Where does it hurt? Let me see. It didn't actually hurt duo at all, but Yi Chen's voice was so gentle that she suddenly felt like the most aggrieved person in the world. Her eyes turned red, and big, fat tears started rolling down. Now I was panicked. I scooped her up. My little treasure, tell brother where it hurts. Let's not run so fast next time, okay? Ling Ling, following behind, was completely stunned. Meanwhile, Tian Tian could already sit up skillfully. Yang Gaofeng took her home for a few days. Those few days were a total nightmare for Tian Tian. According to Tian Tian's later, jumbled description, Yang Gaofeng was fascinated by the fact that she could sit up. She put in all her effort to sit up, wanting her daddy to hold her. But Yang Gaofeng would just reach out a finger and give her little head a gentle poke. Plop. Tian Tian would fall right back onto the bed. She was completely dazed. It took a minute to sit up, and only a second to get pushed over. But she was emotionally stable. No crying, no fussing. She'd diligently sit back up again. Plop. Sit up, plop. Sit up, plop. This wasn't parenting. This was a sit-up workout. Tian Tian was out of options. She babbled a bunch of English, but unfortunately, no one understood her. So she cried. She cried really loud. But Yang Gaofeng loved hearing the babies he made cry. To him, that crying was like music. Just then, 250 came rolling over in a hurry. 250 almost tripped, doing a sharp drift, nearly taking out Su Qianqian as she walked by. But seeing its young mistress crying her heart out, it just muttered, "Young mistress hasn't cried like this in a long time." After saying that, it rolled away, satisfied. Yang Gaofeng picked up the despairing Tian Tian. Though she was sad, the little one didn't push him away. She just squinted through her tears, hoping her dad would find his conscience. Instead, she saw her dad's face getting closer and closer. He was examining her closely, her red eyes and her little open mouth. Tian Tian was starting to get scared. Her crying gradually quieted down. After a long pause, Yang Gaofeng said softly, "Baby, you actually look pretty cute when you cry." Tian Tian was speechless. This guy had no heart. But Yang Gaofeng's next line was even more legendary. "That's my daughter for you." Just then, Su Qianqian, leaning against the door, finally couldn't take it anymore. "It's enough that you torment me," she said coldly. "Don't torment the child." But when Yang Gaofeng heard this, his eyes went wide. "Who's tormenting you? Am I not good to you?" The next second, Mr. Yang's acting skills kicked in. His voice turned sorrowful, as if he were the one being deeply wronged. He acted so heartbroken that Tian Tian felt too embarrassed to keep crying. She even wanted to comfort him. Su Qianqian looked at the identical, clever glint in the father and daughter's eyes. She let out a low laugh. "My mistake." She walked over and sat on the edge of the bed. She reached out to touch Tian Tian's cheek. Tian Tian immediately grabbed her finger and suddenly burst into a giggle, showing off 2 tiny new teeth. On the other side, Mr. Zheng's life motto was, "Kids are meant to be played with." Having one old fogey in the family was enough. He couldn't let another little fogey grow up. To that end, he came to pester me every few days to try out new tricks on his own kid. One day, it was adding a fisheye lens to a hat to watch him eat while cross-eyed. The next day, he'd buy some ridiculous outfit and have me put it on him to take embarrassing photos. Getting into the spirit of things, he even came over in person. He placed Qinbao upright on a mat and grabbed his little foot to use as a telephone. Zheng Tiezhu was doubling over with laughter. He sent the video to his wife as soon as he finished filming. It was all about self-amusement. Then he gestured for me to come over. We worked in perfect harmony. We grabbed Qinbao by the armpits and lifted him up. Qinbao looked at me with a look of utter despair, pleading for help. But I wanted to play too, so I just lowered my head and pretended not to see. As the background music started, Zheng Tiezhu barked an order. Attention. Qinbao's legs snapped together. At ease. One of his little legs kicked out. Eyes right. His 2 little feet swapped positions rapidly. He was being bounced around so much he let out a hungry grunt. Mingming, standing nearby, was stunned. He asked with concern in his level 6 English, "Are you okay?" Qinbao replied in despairing, "Level 4. English. Just let me die." While immersed in the joy of childcare, I suddenly remembered that Tong Tong had an older sister, Ling Ling. This child had been spoiled by her grandmother since she was little. She lived in the old family mansion and had never been to preschool. She relied entirely on one-on-one private tutors. I'd seen her a few times from a distance. She was fair-skinned and pretty, and looked quite a bit like Tong Tong. Because of that, I felt a certain fondness for her too. Tong Tong's mom wanted to send her daughter to the center, to keep her brother company, and to network with the future heirs. However, Grandma Tong was dead set against it. She thought her granddaughter was too young, and didn't trust leaving her with anyone else. Coincidentally, Yang Gaofeng also announced that to ensure the quality of education, the center wouldn't be taking any new babies for now. I added that the age gap between the kids shouldn't be too large. Lily, the oldest, was already over 2. If the gap was too big, there'd be a generation gap. They wouldn't play well together and might even fight. And so, the number of kids at the center stayed at 22. 01 and 09 continued to look after 2 babies each. As for me, the king of the grunts, I was taking care of 4 all by myself. Luckily, Lily could already dress herself. That saved me a lot of trouble. What surprised me even more was that when she saw I was busy, she'd run over to help little Mingming get dressed. Mingming had a sweet tongue. Whenever Lily helped, he'd say, "Thank you, brother," even though he could only manage 2 words at a time. As the oldest kid there, Lily saw everyone else as a younger sibling. Among this group of babbling babies, she seemed exceptionally capable. The first time she helped Mingming dress, I was so delighted I picked her up and spun her around 3 times. I cheered, saying I'd grant her the queen of the harem title. Lily didn't show much on her face, but the corners of her mouth twitched upward. When I set her down, she was so dizzy she fell right on her butt. I went to help her, but Lily held up a hand. "No need to pick me up, I'll pick myself up." With that, she pushed off the ground and slowly climbed back up. My heart just melted. Good grief, even her sentences were adorable. Then, little Mingming finished putting on his shoes and waddled over to Lily. "Thank you, brother," he said seriously. "I taught them that. You have to say thank you when someone helps." But when Lily heard that, she replied very matter-of-factly, "You're welcome. But brother is brother. I am not." Little Mingming was instantly confused. His round eyes were full of bewilderment, practically begging for a translation. I immediately stepped in to translate. "Lily means brother is just a title. You should call her brother Lily." Little Mingming understood, but he couldn't do it. That new word wasn't in his vocabulary yet. The usually talkative boy froze, staring blankly at Lily. I burst out laughing like a maniac, but the next second, I met Lily's hurt, accusing gaze. I immediately wiped the smile off my face. I gave her a serious assignment. "I'm going to go deal with Tian. Today, you're going to teach Mingming the names of his 3 younger siblings, including yours." Lily was an obedient child. Hearing that, she immediately took Mingming's hand and headed downstairs. Mingming kept looking back every few steps. He looked like he wanted to leave, but he didn't dare let go of this slightly scary brother's hand. The villa's elevator was big, but the 2 little ones didn't have an ounce of courage between them. In the end, they honestly held hands and took the stairs. When I carried Tian downstairs, I saw them moving like they were on a long march, one tiny step at a time. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I went over and took one hand in each of mine, while the other hand grabbed my pant leg. That was the only way I got them safely downstairs. As soon as we reached the bottom, I suggested in the parents' group chat that we add a giant slide to the villa. Several parents jumped on the idea and approved it instantly. However, one killjoy parent immediately spoke up about the danger, but then Zhang Tizhu, Yang Gaofeng, and Mrs. Duo shut them down with 3 quick replies. They were left speechless. Stairs aren't safe either, you know. Just let the kids who aren't afraid of danger use it. Being alive is 100% fatal anyway. But then the construction noise became a new problem. Just then, Yang Gaofeng suddenly blurted out, "Let's take the kids on a trip." The group chat exploded. Zhang Tiezu and Mrs. Duo were the first to sign up. Other parents followed suit. By the time I finished uploading the kids' updates and checked the chat again, I found my phone blowing up. I scrolled up and was completely stunned. These CEOs hadn't just handled their work. They'd already finalized the staff, the dates, and the location. They even had a full itinerary ready. I looked at the long list of private everything and fell into deep thought. A paid vacation? No, this was hitching a ride on a private jet to stay in a private villa on a private island. And just like that, the CEOs squeezed some time out of their busy schedules. Some dads came, some moms came, and then there were people like Mrs. Duo, who just handed her child over to me entirely. A high-end, spontaneous family autumn trip officially began. This trip far exceeded expectations. There were 13 babies and 11 parents. It was like a live filming of Mommy, Where Are We Going? The only child with both parents present was Qinbao, whose dad, Zhang Tieju, loved nothing more than just lounging around. Tiantian's wife, Meng Yun, is much older than him. She dotes on him like he's her own son. She only asks that he stays within the law. Otherwise, he can play however he wants. Once, Zhang Tieju was partying so hard at a bar that when he walked out, the sun was already up. He actually thought he'd traveled through time. It wasn't until he saw the message from his wife that he realized he'd pulled an all-nighter. Even worse, Miss Meng had been waiting at the bar entrance all night. Her face was pale when she saw him, but she forced a smile and said, "I'm fine. Hurry home and get some sleep." Zhang Tizhu was terrified on the spot. He was afraid his wife would die and leave him a young widower. He's been well-behaved since then. But to me, this was clearly the older wife's master plan. It was all to make her playboy husband care about her more. So, I strongly suspect that Miss Meng came this time to take care of her 2 children. On the other side, Su Qianqian wanted to accompany her daughter. She canceled countless meetings and prepared for every possible scenario. But then, a deal she couldn't refuse dropped from the sky. It made her laugh out of pure frustration. Even with all the overtime, she still couldn't make it. All that effort for nothing. Tong Tong's mom was too busy, so she didn't plan on signing up. But I noticed how much little Tongju wanted to go. So I immediately convinced Tong Tong's mom, promising her that I'd take good care of the girl. The saddest one was little Mingming. She wanted to come too, but her family had already arranged for her to visit her grandparents. The day before departure, her dad came to pick her up, but little Xiao Mingming was clinging to the villa's front gate. He was sobbing his heart out. He absolutely refused to leave. His beautiful round eyes were red from crying. Zhang Neiying sobbed, "Big brother, I don't want to go." Su Dazhuang was at a total loss. If he forcibly took the little prince away, the boy would throw a fit. But if he didn't, his wife would give him hell. So, he looked at me helplessly. Whenever this happened, I always felt like a wise monk guiding a lost soul. I stepped forward and wiped the tears from Xiao Mingming's face. I said gently, "Mingming, go home with your daddy. I'll come see you in a little while, okay?" To my surprise, Xiao Mingming sobbed and asked, "Can I say no?" That was exactly what I had taught him. I told him he should dare to say no to things he didn't want to do. I was stunned. Man, that boomerang really came back to hit me. When others are helpless, I descend like a god to save the day. But when I'm the one who's helpless, no one can help me. But since I'm the king of the grinds, I have to wipe away my bitter tears and keep working. The next second, I reached out my hand to Xiao Mingming. The little guy only hesitated for a fraction of a second before placing his tiny hand in mine. Then I said to Xu Dazhuang, "Let me talk to Xiao Mingming for a bit." I led him toward the back garden. Along the way, the usually sweet-talking and chatty Xiao Mingming didn't say a single word. He kept his head down, staring intently at the ground. His mind was filled with anger and sadness. He was about to be separated from Big Brother Chen. Just then, I suddenly spoke in a calm voice. "Mingming, go pick a bunch of those flowers for me." Xiao Mingming instinctively started to run over, but his footsteps suddenly halted. He remembered Big Brother saying he couldn't just pick flowers whenever he wanted, because flowers have mommies and daddies too. They would feel pain, and their parents would be sad. So the little guy looked up and said disapprovingly, "You can't just pick flowers." I asked him, "And why is that?" He replied in his milky voice, looking incredibly serious, "Because Big Brother said so. It hurts them and their mommies and daddies will be sad." My heart softened instantly. I immediately knelt down to meet his eyes. I spoke softly. "Mingming, you gave me 3 reasons why we shouldn't pick flowers, right? The first is because I told you so." Mingming is very good at listening to Big Brother. That's wonderful. I should give you some praise. Hearing the praise, Xiao Mingming's pink little mouth twitched uncontrollably into a smile, but he forcibly suppressed it. "Oh no, bad mouth. Stay still." He decided that next time, he'd definitely find Big Brother Chengzi and Lizi. To learn how to hold back a smile properly, I continued to guide him. The second reason is because the flowers would be in pain, right? And the third is that if the flowers leave, their parents will be sad, right? While Xiao Mingming nodded innocently, I suddenly dropped my ace. "So, if you don't go back to see your grandpa and grandma for a long time, they'll be sad too." Xiao Mingming instantly pursed his lips and fell silent, but in his heart, he was screaming that if he left Big Brother Chen, he would be sad too. I knew I had to come up with a reason that could convince a child, while still being morally sound. So, I steeled my heart. "Didn't Big Brother say that you can say no to things you don't want to do?" Mingming's eyes lit up, thinking there was a chance, but in the next second, my words shattered his fantasy. "Well, Big Brother also has to tell you that other people can say no to you too. So, I'm saying no to you." Xiao Mingming's mouth instantly crumpled, and tears began to well up in his eyes. He stubbornly kept his head down, refusing to look at me. Just as I was about to sigh, a tear suddenly splashed onto the ground in front of Xiao Mingming's feet. I was stunned. I hurriedly wiped away my tears, and abruptly turned around. My heart finally gave into the pain. I kept telling myself that a strict teacher makes a great student, but my hands were much more honest as I scooped the stubborn little guy into my arms. Xiao Mingming was startled at first, but then he tightly hugged my neck. Burying his face in my shoulder, his quiet sobs turned into a loud wail. At that moment, it finally hit me. I was about to be separated from these children I had spent every day with for the past 6 months. It was these children who gave me my first smile and my first bit of trust. When I first arrived in this world, trembling with fear, they were the ones who used their chubby little hands and faces to heal me whenever I was exhausted. As Mingming wailed, he suddenly felt something warm and wet on his neck. He realized with a start that Big Brother Chen was crying too. Oh no. He had never seen Big Brother Chen cry before. He had made Big Brother Chen cry. Xiao Mingming instantly forgot his own sadness and frantically tried to wipe away my tears, but his own face was still covered in tear stains. Seeing him act like such a little adult made me cry even harder. Seeing that my tears only increased no matter how much he wiped, Xiao Mingming was at his wit's end. "Big Brother, I'll listen to you and go see Grandpa and Grandma. Please don't cry." Just then, Xu Dazhuang came looking for us. What he saw was his own daughter turning the tables and comforting me. Mingming's eyes lit up, and she announced loudly, "Daddy, I'm going to Grandpa and Grandma's." "Big Brother, I'm going. Please don't cry anymore." As she spoke, she actually took the initiative to hug me and gave me a big kiss on the cheek. Her soft, chubby cheek pressed against mine, and my tears stopped instantly. Even after Mingming obediently left with her father, I still hadn't fully processed it. Was this little guy convinced by my logic, or was she just moved by my tears? However, this brief separation was merely the prelude to another celebration. Robot 251 heard that he was going on a trip with his favorite little princess, and me, who barely ranked as his second favorite. He was so excited he was practically vibrating in the villa. I wanted to help him pack, but 251 rejected me coldly, saying, "You don't understand my style." He turned me down flat. But when he seriously started preparing and searched the internet, he saw a piece of news that hit him like a bolt from the blue. During takeoff and landing, all electronic devices must be turned off. His heart turned cold instantly. Later, when I came to help him with his luggage, I found the usually high-energy guy, huddled in a corner, looking miserable. A cloud of gloom hung over his head. I thought he was struggling with his outfit. I walked up with a smile. "Just bring whatever you like. The private plane has plenty of room." But 250 suddenly turned around. His screen showed a look of quiet sadness. Even his voice sounded like it was in power-saving mode. "Xiao Chen, why am I not human?" I was stunned on the spot. However, 250 just shook his head. The next second, he forced himself to look happy again and pushed me toward the door. Let's go, Xiao Chen. I don't want to waste a single second. I was full of confusion, but by the time we got downstairs, 250's face was full of excitement. There wasn't a trace of a problem. Seeing me stop, 250 even urged me. Hurry up, Xiao Chen. I said slowly, I was just going to say you forgot your charging station. 250 was instantly horrified. My life support. He shoved the suitcase into my hands and sprinted back upstairs to find his precious lifeline. I shouted after him, can't you just use solar power? 250's frustrated roar echoed from upstairs. Solar panels are too ugly. I took them off. 2 days of sun isn't enough to power 1 hour of me talking. I was speechless. Then wouldn't it be fine if you just talked less? And so, our group finally embarked on our private plane journey. Traveling with us were Yang Gaofeng, Tian, and 250, along with the 2 little boys, Tong Tong and Duo Duo. Yang Gaofeng had already handled all the paperwork. 250 had even dressed up meticulously. At first glance, he looked just like a real person. 3 adorable babies, 3 strollers. Yang Gaofeng, 250, and I each took one. We marched toward the departure hall in a grand procession. It was 250's first time seeing such a big scene. His eyes narrowed into happy crescents from excitement. He kept chattering away next to me. I didn't know the airport was this big. There are so many people. What a huge plane. If I attached wings to myself, could I fly too? His curious baby mode lasted all the way until boarding. Finally, the moment came when 250 had to be turned off. He gripped my hand tightly and repeatedly reminded me, Xiao Chen, once we level out, you have to turn me back on immediately. From his words, I could actually hear a faint, subtle trace of nervousness. I nodded solemnly. Okay, I won't forget. Having received my promise, 250 finally felt at ease and let me flip the switch on his back. The screen flickered once and then went completely black. The world fell into a dead silence. Then the plane took off. I held Tong Tong in my left arm and Duojuo in my right. The 2 good boys were like curious kittens, staring wide-eyed at everything rushing past the window. And my favorite, Tong Tong, was even more precious. Every now and then, she grabbed my face and gave me a kiss. She was so cute I almost wanted to howl like a wolf. But just then, the plane's announcement said we had reached cruising altitude. I immediately went to wake 250 as promised. 250. 250. At the sound of my teasing voice, 250's screen lit up again. The sounds of the world gradually rushed back in. But as soon as he turned on, 250 acted completely out of character. He was stiff and didn't dare to move. He was so silent I thought he had frozen. I even reached out a finger to tap his forehead. To him, every time he was turned off and on was like a cycle of death and rebirth. His life was constantly jumping back and forth. It wasn't that he didn't trust me. It was that he was afraid of being completely forgotten. If he had a heart, it would definitely be pounding right now. I unbuckled his seatbelt and jokingly waved my hand in front of his eyes. What, did you go back to factory settings after one shutdown? 250 huffed. Only then did he cautiously slide into the aisle, afraid that moving too much would tip the plane. Tian, sitting nearby, was influenced by him. He stared with wide eyes, not daring to move an inch. But as 250 was walking, he suddenly remembered something. He whipped his head around and shouted indignantly, I told you not to tap my head. My head is very expensive. Now, that was the familiar guy I knew. I nodded with satisfaction and casually tapped him again as I walked past. Once he adjusted, 250 was instantly back to full health. His little mouth started chattering away, like a one-man tea house. I'm going to record all of this. 250's eyes were glowing as he shoved his camera right into Tian's face. Looking at the bewildered face in the lens, her eyes were even crossed from the proximity. He shouted excitedly, when the princess grows up, I have to show this to her. Yang Gaofeng, who was peeking from the side, saw that angle of death on the screen, and his vision went dark. This photography, genius, was at it again, ruining Tian's perfect face. He went for it. He took Tian's flawless, adorable face and managed to find a 361st angle that made her look hideous. Her chubby baby face was captured looking like a donkey. I seriously suspected that every embarrassing photo from the first 7 months of Tian's life was in 250's album. I once tried to mention it tactfully, but 250 looked at that fish face in the photo and asked with total confusion, how is this not cute? This is adorable. I was speechless. Fine, Tian. I did my best. Then there's 250, holding up his camera again, starting another one of his over-the-top performances. September 30th. It was the first time the kids and I were taking a plane, watching the clouds outside melting under the heat of the sun. My heart was also melting from how adorable the kids were. I really couldn't take it anymore. Just then, Tong Tong softly mentioned being thirsty. I immediately turned around to go get some water. But of course, the moment I stepped away, something went wrong. 250 looked at Duo, who was strapped tightly into his seatbelt, and feeling bad for him, he reached out and unbuckled it. The very next second, Duo rolled right out of his seat, and in a flash, he vanished. 250 circled the seats 3 times and still couldn't find him. Only then did he realize why I had strapped the kid down in the first place. That little girl is like a wild horse off its leash. If you don't tie her down, She'll be at the South Pole in the morning and the North Pole by afternoon. Just then, I returned carrying 3 water bottles. I started giving them water one by one. It wasn't until it was Duo's turn that I realized he was gone. I instantly turned into a screaming chicken and whipped around to interrogate him. Too guilty to even look at me. 250 stammered. The kid, 250, slowly turned around and squeezed out. Is he playing hide and seek with you? Fuming. I searched the cabin 3 times. I even checked under the tables. Still no sign of him. Just as I was thinking about how to discipline Duo once I caught him, I heard the sound of running water coming from the hallway restroom. I stepped forward to look, and found myself staring wide-eyed at Duo, who had just finished washing his hands. Big brother. Duo smiled, showing off a mouthful of tiny teeth. Then, he started babbling away in English. Translated, it meant he'd taken a poop, and tried to take off his diaper himself. But he couldn't get it off and ended up getting it all over his hands. Every single word made my blood pressure skyrocket. Seeing Duo about to pounce on me, I shrieked in terror. Sweetie, stay right there. Don't move. Then I forced a fake smile. On one hand, I used a gentle voice to lead Duo into the bedroom's bathroom. On the other, I turned around with a grim face and roared. 250. Go get some clothes. After finally getting him into fresh clothes, I repeatedly warned him to sit still, with his bottom clean and comfortable. Duo was in a great mood. He felt like he was the most sensible and the most beloved baby in the world to Big Brother Chen. The moment he sat down, little Tong next to him slowly raised a hand and covered his nose. Duo was furious. He demanded in English, "What are you doing?" Tong calmly fired back, "You're stinky. Stinky baby with a full diaper. I'm clearly the most well-behaved one here." Duo was red with embarrassment and rage. Tong let out a huff, full of pure disdain. When I got back, the two of them were in the middle of a heated argument. The moment he saw me, Tong's lip trembled. His eyes turned red in an instant. He looked at me with such a pitiful expression. Seeing this, Duo immediately tried to get ahead of it by complaining. He said I'm stinky. Tong didn't say a word, just let the tears flow, and turned his face away. I didn't know the whole story. I just saw that Duo seemed to have made Tong cry from the smell. I had already become immune to the stench myself, so, without a word, I grabbed the screaming Duo and took him back to the bathroom to scrub him from head to toe again. By the time the chaos settled, it was already dark. When Tian woke up from her nap, she found herself being pushed along in her stroller. Above her was a cloudless blue sky. In the distance, she heard a bustling sound she'd never heard before. I smiled as I opened the sunshade. We've arrived at the island. You woke up just in time. Good girl. I picked Tian up. A cool, moist sea breeze blew against us. Not far away was the vast, endless blue ocean. Tian was so excited she started bouncing and wiggling in my arms. This island belongs to Wow. It's owned by a low-profile family named Nan. It's currently not open to the public. Yang Dianfeng said he was here to hang out, but the moment he arrived, he turned around and started talking business with the island owner, Miss Nan. I had only seen Miss Nan once before. She was a lady dressed in a custom charcoal gray suit. She looked to be in her 30s, polite, yet distant. It wasn't long before the other parents arrived with their children. The moment the kids saw me, every single one of them excitedly reached out for a hug. Just as I was thinking about it, Duo, who could already run, suddenly charged from behind. He hugged my left leg. Ling, who came running over, grabbed my right leg. The two little ones looked extremely provocative at the group of kids who could only crawl. The crawling kids were seething with jealousy. Damn it, don't get cocky. When the mothers saw this, they were actually quite relieved. It showed that Xiao Chen was truly good to the children. Just then, the island owner, Miss Nan's gaze actually passed through all the children and locked onto me. With a hint of curiosity, she asked Yang Dianfeng directly, Dianfeng, I think I've heard that there's a magical boy in your early childhood center. Yang Dianfeng was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. That's right, that's Xiao Chen. The kids all love him. They're especially obedient with him. Miss Nan nodded, acknowledging the information, but her gaze never once shifted away from that group of children. The little ones were like a pack of fluffy Samoyeds, happily pouncing into my arms. However, all that chirping and noise didn't make her frown. Instead, on that cold face of hers, a touch of tenderness appeared in her eyes. She stood quietly by the European-style staircase, looking like a figure from a medieval oil painting, detached from the world. But as she watched the children playing on the sofa, and me laughing in the middle of them, a trace of nostalgia actually surfaced on her face. Then she gave a polite, slight bow. My apologies. I was lost in some old memories and neglected you all. Then, she made a gentle suggestion. Let's not disturb the children's play here. Everyone is free to wander around. Only I live here, so there's no need to worry about being a nuisance. After saying that, she led the other parents to the back. Surprisingly, even Zhang Tieju rarely didn't stay behind to play this time. He obediently followed the main group out. In the blink of an eye, the hall was left with only me and a bunch of little heads hanging off my legs and shoulders. I went around pinching their cheeks one by one, making the little ones squeal and giggle. At the same time, I curiously looked around this hall that was comparable to a European castle. The ceiling was incredibly high. That massive crystal chandelier was impossibly expensive. You have to realize, even the wealthy and powerful Tian family wasn't extravagant enough to buy a private island. Who has the time to buy an island? Flying all that way every year just to look at the ocean for a few days. I racked my brain, but in the end, I could only reach one conclusion. Maybe the wealthy just have so much money, it burns a hole in their pockets. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. The sun was terrifyingly fierce. The road by the entrance was baked so hot it made my eyes sting. The butler saw me peeking out the window and immediately gave a polite warning. "Das Wang, I wouldn't recommend going out at this time." I thought to myself, I'm not stupid. This road is hot enough to melt the soles right off my shoes, but I never expected that in the next second, Zhang Dazhuang would actually brave the scorching sun, saying he'd done his research and wanted to go out for a tan. He wouldn't listen to a word of advice. Right after that, the assistants arrived on a sightseeing cart, hauling bags and suitcases. The butler witnessed my entire childcare process, and a tidal wave of shock surged through him. He wondered if Eastern mysticism had already evolved to this level. How could someone make a group of nonverbal children so incredibly obedient? It was as if a magic spell had been cast, making all the babies inseparable from him. Oh my god, this is absolutely unbelievable. However, there wasn't a single flaw in the host's hospitality. Not only had he already assigned rooms, based on everyone's situation, but even the nurseries were set up according to the two's suggestions, except for me. The host seemed to notice I was special, and actually gave me a private room. Even 250 got a room of his own. While everyone was busy unpacking, Zhang Tizhu had already excitedly dragged Meng Ting along, asking Miss Nan for a beach buggy to go sunbathe. Before leaving, he even wanted to take Qing Bao, so she could see the ocean a step ahead of the others. But Meng Ting said, "Our daughter's life matters too," and stopped him right there. So, Qing Bao was unhesitatingly abandoned by her parents and ended up in my arms again. She calmly sucked on her pacifier and reached out her tiny hands for a hug. I picked her up, and she rested her little head on my shoulder. She smelled so sweet, like baby powder. While I was playing with Qing Bao, I looked up and saw Miss Nan standing not far away, staring straight at me. Caught in the act, Miss Nan didn't look guilty at all. Instead, she smiled and walked toward me. My brain short-circuited for a moment. As she approached, I actually held up Qing Bao and initiated the conversation. "Would you like to hold the baby?" Qing Bao was instantly confused. "Big brother Chen, Ti Hao, how could you sacrifice me like this?" A flash of surprise crossed Miss Nan's face, followed by a faint smile. "No, thank you. I just really envy you. So many children like you." The words had just left her mouth when she quickly caught Tong Tong, who had almost tripped, and steadily placed him on my lap. But Tong Tong didn't even look at his savior. He just clingily snuggled into my arms, forcing his way into Qing Bao's spot. Hearing Miss Nan's envy, I was screaming internally. "Lady, I envy you for having so much money at such a young age." But out loud, I could only make something up. "It's just good luck. It just so happens that I love them, and they like me back." Miss Nan narrowed her eyes with a smile, seeming to agree. "That is very lucky indeed." Then she expressed surprise that I was still a minor, because the way I held the children was so practiced. I could only give a dry laugh. "Haha, I guess it just means I look mature for my age." Miss Nan seemed very happy to chat with me. Every other sentence was about the children. I scooped up Tian Tian as she crawled over, and said casually, "It seems you really like children, Miss Nan." Miss Nan nodded slightly, but the smile on her lips faded quite a bit. She simply uttered 3 words. "I like them very much." I immediately sensed that Miss Nan's mood had shifted, so I quickly tried to change the subject. I aimed my attention at Duo, who was trying to poke his sister again. I said, Duo, you have to play in a way that both of you enjoy. Your sister doesn't like being poked." Duo pouted for a moment, before finally nodding obediently. Unexpectedly, Miss Nan suddenly spoke up, studying Duo closely. "Is his last name Duo?" She turned to me. "Is he Sun Guiji's daughter's child?" "Yes, he is." I didn't ask any questions, just nodded. Miss Nan smiled, and didn't follow up with more questions. She only said cryptically, "He looks quite sturdy." My heart skipped a beat. Sturdy, my foot. This poor kid was harmed so badly by the Duo family that he was hospitalized for days. I still have to take him for checkups every now and then. Just as Miss Nan was about to ask something else, I suddenly sat up straight. My eyes scanned the room, and I jumped up. I placed the 3 children in my arms onto the sofa, and without looking back, asked Miss Nan to help keep an eye on them. I rushed straight toward a child whose face was flushed red. "Where's the bathroom?" I scooped up the child, not even letting him lean against me. The butler immediately stepped forward to lead the way. I followed at a jog, terrified that a second's delay would result in a disaster. It turned out this little sweetie had his blanket stolen by his dad last night, and had caught a cold in his stomach. I decided right then and there that I'd have this little guy sleep in my room tonight. In the blink of an eye, the sun began to set. The horizon between the sea and sky was magnificent. Miss Nan would come alone every evening to watch the sunset. The bodyguards only dared to watch from a distance, fearing she might do something drastic one day. But today, the island had welcomed its first group of guests, completely breaking the silence, except for the few who could walk. All the children were pushed to the beach in their strollers. As it turned out, Ling Ling was too scared to step on the sand. His dad, being mischievous, picked him up and dangled him directly over the shallow water. Terrified, He was doing splits one moment and kicking his legs in the air the next. He was wailing at the top of his lungs. He screamed desperately, "Daddy, help." But his dad acted like he was deaf. Then he shouted, "Big brother Chen, save me." I immediately acted like I was blind. I didn't even dare to look back, for fear of being spotted. I was grinning ear to ear when 250, standing nearby, looked like he was about to cry. He couldn't touch the water, but he really wanted to play. I pulled a package out of my bag. 250. Happy National Day. This is your gift. 250 turned around, sobbing. You're giving me a trash bag. What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying I'm trash? I opened the bag and slapped the plastic thing directly onto him. I huffed irritably. I shouldn't have even bothered with you. It's a custom waterproof suit. Put it on now. 250 looked down at the thick, transparent rubber and silently put it on. He murmured softly, "Okay, Xiao Chen, I like it too." It had been a day of scorching sun. The seawater on the beach was lukewarm, almost hot to the touch. Ling Ling was still being dangled in the air by his dad. Children's bodies are flexible, and he had already crossed his legs in midair, looking like he was praying to Buddha, hoping his dad's conscience would kick in and let him go. But he didn't know yet that his dad had no conscience, let alone one that could kick in. Kids who squeal the moment you poke them are the most fun to play with. This generation of parents really is a handful. They're quite the bunch for big brother Chen. Tian, next to them, wasn't as rowdy. She was being held by the armpits by Yang Dianfeng as he let her step on the sand. Tian's chubby, white little feet obediently stepped onto the sandy ground, for feet that had never walked before. Feeling the sensation of coarse sand mixed with seawater was a first. Little Tian's expression changed instantly. She strained her neck to look down at herself. Even the folds of her double chin on her neck stretched out. Her toes gripped the sand tightly. Yang Dianfeng saw this and praised her. Not bad. Why don't you dig out a villa for your mom while you're at it? As he spoke, he lowered Tian a bit more, until her feet were buried in the sand. He even encouraged her. Use more strength, kid. Dig one out for your uncle. Tian was speechless after hearing that. The waves caressed the beach over and over, perhaps sensing there were children here. The seawater was incredibly gentle. Tong was wearing a little superhero outfit, with a cartoon cape on his back that looked like wings. He was the bravest of all the children. As soon as I picked him up, he started acting spoiled, wanting to go down and play. The little guy's big eyes were full of curiosity. How could a softie like me say no to that? I gave in to Tong's whining, but I didn't dare let go. Even though I let him down on all fours, my hands were still hovering right around his body. Who would have thought this kid really wasn't afraid at all? As the waves gently washed ashore, he even reached out with his hands to grab them. I told Ling Yao to keep a close eye on Tong, then turned my head to give Peter's lonely 250 a little gift. When I came back, I found Tong clutching a tiny fish. His face was panicked, but he didn't let go. His little hand was death gripping the fish's tail. He sat on the ground looking at me, completely lost, with a few grains of sand and drops of seawater on his face. The stray hairs on his forehead were wet and stuck to his skin. Between the little fish and Tong, it was a case of the blind leading the blind. The fish wiggled slightly in his hand. You could tell both parties were incredibly nervous. The little guy was just too cute. I didn't try to help or intervene. Instead, I whipped out my phone and snapped a photo. Tong sat in the center of the frame, his fair skin practically glowing. His expression was innocent and dazed. Though his posture was tense, his cuteness was undeniable. Clutching a tiny fish in his hand, he wasn't looking at the lens, but at me, the one taking the photo. An unconscious smile spread across his lips, revealing the little white tips of his baby teeth. It was a warm and lighthearted moment. Duo saw me taking pictures from a distance and came running over from a mile away. He even wanted to show off his trophy to me. I looked at the twisted, squishy little gith octopus dangling from the tongs. I could barely hold back a scream. "Get that thing away from me." Hearing that, Duo immediately stopped in his tracks, being the obedient boy he is. He pouted, looking up at me with those big, pitiful eyes. "Big brother, I worked so hard to catch this for you." My expression went through a dozen different changes. I've had a phobia of mollusks since I was a kid. The only one I can tolerate is Squidward. But when I saw the look on Duo's face, whether he was faking it or was truly hurt, I made a decision that went against every fiber of my being. If my little treasure caught it for me, of course I'll love it, but I won't take it just yet. You keep it safe for me, okay? Come here, let brother see just how capable our Duo is. I forced out a deathly smile. I could feel how fake my smile was. It was stiff as a board. But Duo had seen me smile so many times, even when it was this fake, he'd take it as the real deal. And just like that, his face lit up with a grin again. Holding the little octopus in his tongs, he came skipping over to show me. Inside, I was screaming, "Don't come any closer." Adorable Duo held it high, thoughtfully giving me a super close-up view. Thank goodness he's short. I could only manage a week. Yeah, it's very cute. Now take it away, please. After some sweet talking, I finally got Duo happy again. It was like he'd been given a shot of adrenaline. He ran off, clutching his precious little octopus, sharing it with everyone on the beach. Since the parents were out to have fun, none of them wanted to dampen the kid's spirits. Every single one of them showered him with praise. The praise gave Duo a massive boost of energy. He ran to the edge of the water and crouched down. Before long, he caught another octopus. He came back even more excited to show me. My face must have looked quite spectacular at that moment. This whole farce ended because Duo was too excited and too afraid the octopus would escape, so he squeezed the tongs a little too hard. The poor little guy sat on the sand, and under 250's instigation, he buried the octopus in the sand, piling up a tiny mound. He cried his eyes out, mourning his octopus sister. I put on a look of deep sorrow and regret, even pretending to comfort him. All good things must come to an end, little guy. He didn't understand a word of it, but consider this your first life lesson. In reality, I was dancing for joy inside. If it weren't for my conscience, I would have already started planning a celebration. As it turned out, the first octopus Duo caught ended up escaping too. Kids don't realize that creatures like octopuses are basically escape artists. When he found the bucket empty, Fu Xiaobao hugged his little bucket and looked at me. He wasn't even crying anymore. His whole face just screamed total breakdown. I'm seriously losing it here. My wish came true, but I didn't dare look too happy about it. So, I took his little hand and walked slowly along the shore, helping him look for other little creatures. Just then, the butler brought over a large net to cheer Xiaobao up. I told him to just point and I'd scoop. I plunged the big net deep into the seawater. As the waves washed in, fish and shrimp came with them. As long as they weren't tiny, there was no way they were getting away. Seeing the massive haul, Duo was over the moon. He jumped up and down beside me. Big brother is amazing. You're so cool, brother. On the other side, Lin finally escaped his dad's clutches. Seeing Duo and me scooping things up, he came waddling over too. The tear tracks were still on his face, but his mouth was already hanging open in an O shape. His little eyes and mouth were perfectly round. As he watched me expectantly, I could never say no to these kids. So, I pressed the net down into the sand, letting the waves wash over it a few times. Once most of the sand was washed out, I told the two little guys trailing behind me to make some room. I put my back into it and gave the net a sharp tug. My feet were planted firm, not budging an inch. Duo and Lin poked their heads out from the side, looking at me curiously. Big brother, let me help. Duo was just saying that, when I took a deep breath and focused my strength. With one final heave, I successfully pulled the net out of the sand. Sand and water sprayed everywhere. A man's strength is truly something else. I gave the contents of the net a little shake, scattering them all over the ground. With a grand, sweeping gesture, I declared, "Behold, this is the empire I have conquered for you. Take your pick." Fu Xiaobao gave me all the emotional validation I could ask for. He was so dramatic about it, giving me a textbook reaction. Big brother, you're the best. He hopped around the beach on his bare little feet. Lin started jumping along with him, though he hadn't learned that many words yet. After struggling for a while, he finally managed to squeeze out a word. He didn't have that endless ox-like energy Duo had, who was still going strong after playing for so long, so he just stood there, raising his little hands and bouncing on his tiptoes. I crouched down, feeling quite satisfied. I thought to myself, since this treasure net of mine is hauling in all these treasures, I should probably look after these little treasures too. I picked up a shell and called the two little ones over. Look at this. The lid on this one looks like a cat's eye. It's called a moon snail. Duo stared at it intently for a long time, then looked up blankly, showing me a pair of caustic, pure eyes, completely unpolluted by knowledge. He didn't say anything, just gave me a pure smile. All right, maybe it's a bit early for a biology lesson, I muttered. But then, acting all mysterious, I picked up another moon snail and beckoned the two little guys over. Lin and Duo were both on edge, leaning in to see what I was doing. I opened my hand, pinched the lid of the moon snail, and gave it a squeeze. The water inside sprayed right into Duo's face. He flinched, rubbing his little face with his hands, muttering, "Wah, big brother is and mean." Lin witnessed the whole thing, but his reaction time couldn't keep up. As soon as he looked down, the other moon snail in my hand launched its attack on him. The stream of water was tiny, but it was as if some divine force had pushed him. He plopped right down on his butt. Still rubbing his little face, he pouted. "Brother." He lost out because his vocabulary was too limited. He meowed for a long time before getting the second word out, and even then, he just copied it from Duo. I felt even more satisfied now. The whole point of teasing kids is to hear those warm, frizzy little voices complaining in that sweet baby tone. It feels so good. How is this any different from playing with kittens? Seriously, why are these little brats so much fun to mess with? I think I'm going to give up on the bro literature genre and move over to the much more prestigious cute baby channel. The two little treasures each took a small bucket and crouched on the ground to pick things up. The kids held the buckets, while I scooped up the seafood. Lin would occasionally let go and drop his bucket just to clap for me. He was a great audience. From the moment he lifted the bucket to when it hit the ground, it hadn't even moved 5 centimeters. After clapping, he'd pick the bucket back up and go back to picking up the little fish scattered from the net. I thought to myself, with legs that short, there's really no difference between him standing up and crouching down. He's just a little ball of fluff that goes meow and wah. He was so cute, I couldn't help but pounce. "Little treasure, why are you being so cute?" I shouted. I stepped forward, scooped him up by the waist, swung him around in the air, and put him back down. My behavior was probably confusing, but have you ever heard of cute aggression? How much longer are humans going to be controlled by cute things? Can cute things just take over the world already? It was like Lin's base code had been triggered. He laughed, "Brother," then lost his balance and sat on the sand. He looked at me for a moment, looking all confused, then started babbling something about brother and high up. I guess the main point he was trying to make was that he wanted me to pick him up and give him a hi again. Beside him, Duo heard this, set his bucket aside, and held up his hands too. He gave a very loud, very clear shout, so I leaned over, picked him up, and gave him a spin too. Fu Xiaobao was lifted up and spun around, giggling like the world was the funniest place ever. Tong, who was nearby picking up pebbles in the water, noticed. Seeing that I was basically a human fan, she ran over and acted cute, asking for a hug too. For the third time, I picked up a little one and gave him a spin. Tong's laughter was bright and clear. Tian saw that there was a free washing machine spin cycle going on, and was drawn over as well. So, for the fourth time, I leaned down, picked her up, and spun. Then I realized all the kids were coming over. Even 250 waddled over bashfully, stretching out those thunderous steel arms asking for a hug. There were clearly only 13 kids, so why did I end up doing over 20 rounds? By the end, the kids weren't dizzy, but I was ready to collapse. I held my head, feeling a bit lightheaded. I panted and plopped down on the sand, refusing to pick up anyone else. The ones who could walk and talk crowded around me, begging. The ones who couldn't talk just babbled and acted cute. The ones too shy to act cute, like Qin Bao, just suddenly leaned in and gave me a big smooch on the cheek. That kiss almost brought me back to full health. I felt completely revived. I just laid back and pretended I couldn't hear them. As soon as I laid down, the kids started climbing all over me. Some were on my chest, some were lying on my hands. Others were using my arms as pillows. Basically, the ground was covered in a jumble of little meatballs. The sun had completely set. The sea breeze blew steadily, warm and soft. Since I was wet, it started to feel a bit chilly. The butler had someone bring over clean, large bath towels. Wrapping up in one made me feel a lot warmer. I thought to myself, a night like this, not too hot, not too cold, would be perfect for a bonfire barbecue on the beach. But we played a bit too hard this evening. Everyone was exhausted. The adults and kids were all drained, lacking the energy for anything else, especially the little ones. In their short lives, they'd never seen this much water outside of a bathtub. Getting to know the world and exploring it is always tiring. One by one, the kids were picked up by their parents or the nursery staff. They were carried. By the time the shuttle took us back, several were already fast asleep, slumped or snuggled in the adults' arms. They were so small, letting out soft little snores. They were sleeping so soundly, I felt bad about waking them. However, the kids were covered in sand from their toenails to their hair. Trying to get them clean without waking them up was practically impossible. I figured 80% of them would wake up and start crying. A dozen kids wailing in unison would be as powerful as a Category 18 tsunami. Luckily, they had me. The kids were placed into the bathtubs one by one. 0109 had already set up bath supports in the large tub. One spot for each little radish, one support for each good baby. Some of the babies woke up as soon as they hit the water. The water was just barely brushing their chest. From the look of it, it was like they were holding their breath, about to burst into tears. As they struggled to open their eyes, they saw me gently patting their little bellies. Their pouting mouths twitched a bit, showing a hint of a grimace. Then they just whimpered and blinked a couple of times. The shower heads here didn't have the baby-safe temperature locks. They didn't dare use the shower heads on the kids. Instead, they used small cups to pour the water over them bit by bit. The warm water felt nice as it was poured over them. It looked like it, felt a bit ticklish. Duo got happier the more water we poured. He giggled with every splash. His laughter was so sweet. Every time water was poured on Tian, he'd stick out his little tongue to try and lick it. I turned around, grabbed a bottle of water, and fed him properly. Lin was sleeping like a log, looking like a shiny, soft, delicious roast chicken. He lay there completely defenseless. No matter how much we moved him, he didn't budge. I gave this group of kids who'd been jumping in mud pits a thorough scrub down. The bottom of the tub was covered in sand. I even found a tiny fish and a small shrimp. I have no idea which baby's clothes they got caught in, but they made it all the way here. After a whole day out, once you get home and sit or lie down, you're not getting back up. It's true for adults, and it's the same for kids. They weren't that sleepy at first, but after a nice, warm rinse, the drowsiness kicked in. Besides, I was worried they'd overexerted themselves today, and their little legs would hurt in the morning, so I gave each of them a little massage. That just made them even sleepier. The babies were so well behaved while sleeping. None of them cried or made a fuss. Their only request was for me to carry them back. I diligently carried the babies back, delivering them door to door. I even thoughtfully told each parent that if they cried in the middle of the night, they could call me. But when they actually started calling me at midnight, I wasn't so happy anymore. I guess you could say these babies were hand-raised by me. When they woke up crying in the night, none of them were screaming their heads off. It was just soft whimpering. They sounded like little kittens in the night. The sound was just enough for the monitors to pick up. Actually, there were no electronic monitors here, but there were human monitors. The parents would come rushing over themselves. They only fell asleep quickly because they were exhausted. The conditions at the early education center were top-notch. These kids were pampered. They could tell the moment their sleeping environment changed. Right now, every parent probably had only one thought in their mind. Xiao Chen, where are you? Someone give Xiao Chen a raise. I seriously can't do this without him. Two parents, each holding a whimpering child, walked like zombies. They were helplessly locked onto my room as their target. Then they ran into each other in the hallway. Oh, what a coincidence. Parent B said, It's not a coincidence. I was looking for you. Parent A asked, looking for me for what? Parent B replied, I don't know the way. Which room is Xiao Chen in? The two of them teamed up, carrying their softly crying kids, and quickly made their way to my hallway. Then they ran headfirst into Parent C. Parent C looked like someone who'd just turned a major headache into a solved problem. He'd just come out of my room when he saw them. He let out a yawn and greeted them. What a coincidence. You're dropping off your kids too? Haha. I pushed my sleep mask up to my forehead, my hair sticking up in a messy nest. I felt like my entire being was radiating a sense of utter helplessness. I sat in the middle of the bed, looking numb. Leaning against the headboard, I hugged my knees. My head was resting on my knees. I was lazy, tired, and completely drained. I didn't even bother to close the bedroom door. I just stared blankly at the kids who seemed to be multiplying on my bed. Whatever. Just forget it. How did it come to this? I'm already used to it. I thought, nobody's sleeping tonight. Good night, my little treasures. Before long, the night was so quiet I could hear my own heartbeat, and also the shallow breathing of several little treasures beside me. The Bobbies had abandoned their parents. After all that back and forth, they still ended up in my bed. Their eyes were watery from crying, but once they squinted and confirmed it was me, their big brother Xiao Chen, they just rolled over and fell fast asleep. I sighed and rolled over too. Just then, Duo, who was behind me, started poking my back. Brother, turn around. I want to see your face. My silence was deafening, so I flipped over right there. I turned my head and saw Duo staring at me with bright eyes. His skin was as white as tofu, glowing softly in the blue-black darkness of the night. He saw my eyes, felt safe, and finally closed his own. I was speechless. Kid, having someone stare at you in the middle of the night while you sleep, isn't that creepy? Just as I was thinking that, Fu Xiaobao closed his eyes, leaned in, and gave me a big smooch. He smelled like milk. Brother, be a good boy and go to sleep. Fine, I forgive you. It felt like a dream. I couldn't help but think, baby, you really are a little egg tart. Since they'd played so hard and had so much excitement during the day, some of the kids would startle in their sleep during the night. I was the one who kept getting kicked awake by the bed full of startling little treasures. I opened my eyes and pulled off my sleep mask. Squinting at my phone, I saw it was only a little past 6. Beside me, Duo was sleeping all crooked. His head was resting on my chest, and he was drooling right onto my neck. His foot was resting on Lin's face. I wonder what kind of delicious food he's dreaming about. I gently pinched his chubby little cheek. He unconsciously parted his lips. His soft little tongue darted out, tasting the air a couple of times before retreating. Resigned to my fate, I carefully adjusted his position. I was wondering why I felt like I was suffocating in my sleep. The entire bed was covered in children. Their parents must have brought them over during the night. The kids even brought their own little blankets. The parents were probably so exhausted they were on the verge of fainting. They must have heard me say earlier, just put the kids on the bed. And so, they actually did it and just left. By the time the later ones arrived, they just tucked them into whatever empty space was left. I didn't even dare pull the covers all night. I was terrified that in my dreams, I'd suddenly have the strength of an ox, and with one hard tug, I'd send a whole bed full of children flying onto the floor. Tong was curled up right next to me. His tiny hand was clutching a lock of my hair, but he wasn't holding it tight, almost as if he was afraid of hurting me. He slept so peacefully, not moving an inch, such a well-behaved boy. I tucked him in properly and lay back down. The moment my head hit the pillow, I was out again. When I opened my eyes again, the sun was high, and I found myself staring into 3 pairs of eyes. Good heavens. It's just like that giant lightning octopus from my old nightmares. There were 2 little heads pressed against either side of my face, and another one sprawled right on my chest. It was Ling, Fu Xiaobao, and Qinbao. Qinbao was hungry. He doesn't usually make a fuss. He just whimpers a little bit. Luckily, he met an infant soulmate like me. One whimper from him, and I know exactly what he's trying to say. Otherwise, the poor thing might starve himself to death without anyone noticing. Ling and Duo were on my left and right, staring at me with their big, blinking eyes. Their long eyelashes brushed against my face, making me itch. Big brother, I'm a little hungry. Duo only dared to speak up once he saw I was awake. He called out pitifully, while Stinky Ling didn't say a word. Hearing that, my eyes snapped wide open and I sat up instantly. I realized the babies had grown from the bed onto the floor. They were crawling all over the place, each playing their own little game. Duo puffed out his little chest proudly. I carried my little brothers and sisters down. What a good boy. You're so capable and amazing. I've always believed in encouragement-based education. Praise them first, then teach the lesson. But next time, you have to wait for an adult to be watching before you carry them. Your siblings are still very small. It would hurt a lot if they fell. Duo nodded obediently. Then, with a quick kip up, I scooped up Ling and rushed toward the bathroom. Ling bounced in my arms. Her tiny hand gripped the collar of my pajamas. Don't let the bride's tears leak out. The parents slept until the sun was high in the sky, before finally wandering downstairs at a snail's pace. The butler had arranged everything perfectly, including my request. Put a few more beds in that room of mine. These kids refused to sleep with their parents. They were stuck to that nursery like glue. The butler was amazed by the sight, but he knew better than to gossip. He immediately had the staff move the furniture. After a meal that was too late for breakfast but too early for lunch, Miss Nan finally made her appearance. She apologized politely. Then she suggested we visit the underground aquarium. It was all about relaxation anyway. The children were still so young. They didn't get out much and hadn't seen much of the world. Back home, you'd never see a private aquarium as spectacular as this one. Everyone happily agreed, since they had dumped the kids on me last night, and then completely checked out. They were all acting very concerned and attentive now. I just smiled and told them the kids were perfectly behaved. No crying, no fussing. They just took up quite a bit of my bed space. So today, the butler pushed 4 beds together to create one massive mega bed. I could probably roll over 3 times without falling off. It's fine. This is just the reward for my hard work. A country bumpkin like me had never seen anything like this before. We all took the elevator down to the basement. As soon as the doors opened, a wave of cool air hit us. The kids who could talk all let out a collective, "Wow." Duojuo took off like a little rocket. I couldn't even catch him. I could only yell helplessly for him to slow down. Ling Ling was right on his heels, ready for action. What greeted our eyes was a massive arched glass tunnel. Above the 4-meter-high ceiling swam countless schools of fish. Vibrant colors shimmered and danced in the seawater. It felt like we had stepped into a glass bottle placed at the bottom of the ocean. The shimmering blue light of the sea reflected off everyone's faces. The children stared, wide-eyed and unblinking. Tiantian was so stunned she couldn't even make a face. Her big eyes were darting everywhere. There was just too much to take in. A massive manta ray glided along the glass right over their heads. The kids craned their necks, pointing their tiny fingers, babbling excitedly to their parents in a language only they understood. As long as they aren't crying or throwing tantrums, raising kids can actually be quite fun. The parents were having a blast teasing them. Robot 250 stayed close to the young miss at all times. Seeing Tiantian staring at the manta ray above, he began his introduction. "Young miss, this is a manta ray. It is also known as a luck ray. Being able to serve the young miss is my greatest luck. I will always remain by your side. Young miss, do you like me the most too?" Tiantian clearly thought he was being too noisy. While nestled in Yang Gaofeng's arms, she reached out and gave the robot a dismissive shove. Ouch! 250 immediately went into full dramatic actor mode. Your thunderous wrath is like a divine gift. This humble servant deserves 10,000 deaths. Tiantian was speechless. She was probably wondering how to make this hunk of junk shut up. Yang Gaofeng, on the other hand, was laughing so hard he couldn't close his mouth. His laughter made Tiantian vibrate along with him. The poor girl's view of the fish was shaking uncontrollably. Just then, I happened to walk past. The moment Tiantian saw me stroll by, she immediately reached out her little hands, practically begging me to hold her. Yang Gaofeng's back was starting to ache anyway, so he handed Tiantian over to me. Tiantian. She thought she could finally focus on the fish in peace. Instead, I slowly carried her over to the edge of the tank. She turned her head and saw a massive white fish. It was huge, easily several times her size. However, the giant creature suddenly opened its mouth right in front of her. That massive, gaping maw sent a shiver through Tiantian's entire body. She was instantly terrified. Her little mouth turned down, ready to burst into tears. And there I was, gloating and adding fuel to the fire. "Baby, why aren't you crying?" Tiantian was at a loss for words. Seriously, these 3 are all the same. Could they be any more alike? She still hadn't quite mastered controlling her emotions. Finally, to my delight, she let out a loud wah and started sobbing. As she cried, she instinctively burrowed into my arms, seeking the place she felt safest. Crying and burrowing at the same time. Their voices sounded all muffled. Part of me wanted to laugh, but the rest of me felt bad for him and a little guilty. I quickly patted him and led him away from that beluga whale. There was a moving walkway on the floor, so we didn't even have to walk. I placed Tiantian, who had finally stopped crying, onto the platform. We just drifted along with the conveyor belt. It was actually quite nice. Fish, both near and far, swam by leisurely. They were clearly used to these strange glass schools of humans. There were so many of them, it was an incredible sight. Shimmering like the ocean under a setting sun, like scattered bits of gold and silver. The ocean really is breathtakingly beautiful. Right now, 0109 was following the 2 kids who were running around and hugging. The others had already dashed off ahead. Tiantian and I were stuck in the middle. The adults were not far behind us. And when I happened to look back, I overheard Miss Nan talking to someone. "My husband just happened to like it," she said with a faint smile. Her voice was flat, devoid of any real emotion. It was as if she were stating a fact that had nothing to do with her. It seemed another parent was making small talk, asking how much it cost to maintain such a massive aquarium every day. She mentioned she rarely came here herself. Today was probably the first time this place had ever seen so many people and heard so much laughter. "It's already been worth it," she added. I didn't understand what she meant at first. It wasn't until we got back after a full day of playing on the island, and I finally had a moment of peace after watching a whole row of kids, that Yang Gaofeng pulled me into his room. He was worried I might accidentally offend her, so he decided he had to tell me. Besides, it wasn't exactly a secret. He said that in her younger years, Miss Nan and her husband were perfectly in sync, deeply in love. They had married for love, and not long after they had a daughter. Her husband was a war correspondent, even though he stopped flying all over the world after they married. In the end, he couldn't stay idle, or rather, he felt he couldn't. It was his passion, It was also his resolve after seeing the devastation left by war. The civilians caught in the crossfire needed someone to show the world the cruelty and despair, the tears and the blood. They needed the world to pay attention. They needed supplies. They needed rescue. Every photograph he took was both historical evidence and a glimmer of hope for survival. From the moment he first stepped into a war zone, that responsibility rested firmly on his shoulders. Every year, Miss Nan would donate massive sums of money to international organizations. She hoped to do her small part, to help her husband fulfill his wish. But the words world peace carry the weight of 1,000 tons. It's just too difficult to achieve. He didn't live to see his dream come true. On the battlefield, bullets and shells have no eyes. No matter how skilled the people Miss Nan sent to protect him were, it's nearly impossible to keep someone safe forever in a war zone. He died trying to save a young girl. He was hit by a shell and didn't even survive the trip to the hospital. When Miss Nan got the news, she dropped everything. She rushed thousands of miles to that place where the fires of war never died. Flying there was incredibly dangerous, but no one could stop her. Her hair turned white overnight. All she received of her husband's belongings was a single roll of blood-stained film. She cried until she fainted by her husband's bedside. In the end, Miss Nan handed over that entire roll of film. She used every connection and resource she had, hoping to make sure everyone saw those images. A series of battlefield photos. I hope everyone takes this seriously. According to Yang Gaofeng's memories, back then, he wasn't even married yet. Photos of the war zone flooded the internet like a tidal wave. All those prominent families tacitly agreed not to buy any advertisements at the time. Instead, they silently added fuel to the fire, setting aside any sense of responsibility. They simply didn't want to cross that madwoman from the Nan family. The fire finally blazed bright enough to burn through the fog of the battlefield. That madwoman from the Nan family was Miss Nan. Her actions during that period, though driven by a strong sense of justice and carrying immense social influence, lacked any real, tangible power. Those short-sighted bastards. To force her to hand over control of the Nan family, Nan Yu's second uncle kidnapped her daughter. He was clever. He knew the girl was her mother's entire world, and that she would surely agree to anything to keep her child safe. Too many things were illegal domestically, so he took the child abroad, treating his niece to the best food and drink along the way, telling her that her uncle was just taking her on a trip. Who could have predicted the plane would crash mid-flight? The flames of war consumed her lover. The ocean buried her child. They say good deeds are rewarded, don't they? Then why do good people never get a happy ending? Yang Gaofeng said he knew Mr. He. It was because he knew him that it hurt so much. Later, Miss Nan nearly tore the Nan family apart, beating them into absolute submission. Many years have passed. The maniac of the past has settled down, becoming the polite and gentle Miss Nan we see today. This island, it might be the home she always dreamed of. If we hadn't brought so many children this time, she probably wouldn't have let us come. The girl Mr. He saved on the battlefield. She didn't survive either. Otherwise, Miss Nan probably would have adopted her. She's always been quite fond of children, Yang Gaofeng added. I heard Miss Nan say the other day that she really envies you, right? Because you're so good with kids. I listened, but I couldn't even force my usual fake smile. At that moment, I was thinking, I'm the one who envies her wealth, but why does she envy me? Because if she were good with kids, her daughter would still be by her side, and that girl her husband saved wouldn't have died. She wouldn't resent children. Even if one had cost her husband his life, her husband was willing to trade his life for hers. I've been poisoned by too many novels. My brain could only imagine Miss Nan being heartbroken because her husband had left her. But if only it had been as simple as I'd imagined. I was curious about Miss Nan's story at first, but now I truly regret hearing it. Sigh. It's my fault for telling you too much and making you sad. Yang Gaofeng patted my head. He gently wiped away a tear from the corner of my eye. Smile a bit. Mister, he probably wouldn't like people talking about him. If it only brings Miss Nan more sorrow. It was the night before we were set to leave. The beach, bonfire, and barbecue were finally ready. There wasn't much the babies could eat. They just sat to one side, drooling. Every single one of them had a long trail of drool, hanging from their mouths like a thin silver thread. I laughed and told them they were redecorating, wearing silver necklaces on their chins. Duo could actually eat some of it, but he didn't have many teeth. He chewed away with his few little baby teeth for the longest time. The fish was practically being marinated in his drool. He wasn't really getting anywhere with it. I cut it into even smaller pieces for him. That did the trick. He made a point of eating enthusiastically in front of his siblings. Eating such delicious-smelling barbecue in front of a bunch of kids who can't have any is practically a crime. By the time we were ready to leave the next day, it was already evening. No matter how much we already had. Following the since we're already here philosophy, we ended up carrying bags and bags of island seafood. The babies had collected quite a few treasures over the last 2 days. Tong Tong had a whole pouch full of colorful little stones and tiny seashells. He seemed to really love these colorful and shiny things. Miss Nan thought he was adorable as he refused to let them go. She secretly tucked something into his hand. It was a pink diamond about half the size of his fist. The edges were polished smooth. It fit perfectly in his little palm. She even whispered to Tong Tong to hide it well. Of course. Tong Tong turned around and told me immediately. He opened his little hand. When I saw that diamond the size of an eyeball, my own eyes nearly popped out of my head. Well, I guess. This diamond looks just about right to me. Duo was still obsessed with his octopus bro. He'd ended up catching some other small fish and shrimp later on, with professionals looking after them. At least they weren't all dead by the time we left. Ling Ling had been through a lot these past few days. She'd fallen in love with splashing in the waves on the beach. As we were leaving, she insisted on taking a bottle of sand with her. Amidst all the noise and chatter, it was finally time to go. After saying our goodbyes, several private jets took off from the island one after another. Standing from a height, watching the island shrink into a black dot, the evening sun was sinking, and the clouds were scattered. They piled lazily at the edge of the sky, their borders set ablaze by the sunset, like a letter with gilded edges, waiting to be sent to the people in the heavens and the sea. If the clouds are a letter from the sky, could I hear your voice just one more time? On the plane, 250 was shutting down again. First time's a shock, second time's familiar, third time everyone's just given up. He plopped down into his seat, buckled his seatbelt, then reclined the chair all the way back. He folded his hands over his stomach, lying there peacefully, looking quite cozy. He turned his head toward me. As I was busy getting the babies settled, help me shut down, and remember to turn me back on. I didn't even look back as I straightened Tong Tong's clothes. Shut yourself down. 250. How is that any different from falling on one's own sword? Do you really have the heart to make him reach into his own chest and kill himself? How cruel. Fine, I'll do it for you. I agreed a little too quickly. I didn't even turn around before I started heading over. This immediately set off alarm bells in 250's head. He crossed his arms over his chest defensively. He looked completely suspicious. Why did you agree so fast? You aren't planning to shut me down and then never turn me back on, are you? I was speechless. Why would I do that? 250. Thought I was finally going to say something sincere, to comfort or encourage him. Then I spoke. You were way too expensive for that. I turned you off. Is 250 speechless? He really wasted all that brave sentiment. I leaned down and flipped 250's upper body halfway over, lifted the flap on his back, and flipped the switch. 250's expressive face gradually dimmed until the screen finally went black. The plane took off. Both the kids and adults were exhausted from playing these past few days. Not long after boarding, Yang Daofeng said he was going to take a nap. Duo immediately said she was sleepy too. I carried her to the bed in the secondary bedroom. Tian fell asleep as well. Even though he couldn't run or eat much these days, his mom had put him in a walker. Everywhere he went, he had to rely on his own two chubby little legs to kick and push, because Su Qian said she'd promised to bring me here for a vacation. She couldn't keep letting me carry him, so she tossed him into the walker, which was much easier. No one had to carry him anymore. These past few days had really worn him out, but his legs had gotten a lot stronger. He was even dreaming about the walker in the middle of the night, kicking Duo right in the butt and waking her up. Duo pitifully snuggled into my arms, then got up the next morning to file a complaint. I have a report to make. Only little Tong Tong was still awake, but besides acting spoiled with me, he was usually quiet. He just sat there by himself, silently playing with those colorful stones and seashells. So, on this massive private jet, the only moving, talking living thing left was the pilot, but I couldn't exactly go chat with the pilot. Without 250's occasional chatter, it really was a bit too quiet. Bored, I sat down next to Tong Tong and tidied his hair. Tong Tong stopped looking at the stones, lifting his chubby little face. Playing on the island these past 2 days, no matter how well we protected them, they inevitably got a little tanned. Tong Tong blinked obediently, giving me a sweet smile. As he let me play with his hair, my movements became more practiced, and the few stray hairs on Tong Tong's head were almost smooth flat. I'm so bored. I let out a sigh. Hearing the sound, Tong Tong looked up at me and asked in a soft voice, Brother Xiao Chen, why are you unhappy? I was teaching Duo to recognize characters. He pointed at the characters for person and 8 and said they were both person. He said it's because some people don't get tired standing like that. I had a look of total despair. How am I supposed to be happy about that? Tong Tong frowned for a moment, then said, Brother, don't be sad. I can teach Sister Duo. I affectionately patted his head. Oh, Tong Tong, but I'm afraid you'll end up unhappy too. Tong Tong shook his head firmly. I won't, brother. I want to try. He and Duo, vividly and graphically, showed me the true diversity of species. As it turned out, that same night, he knocked on my room door, looking devastated while holding a crumpled piece of paper. Brother Xiao Chen, I'm sorry. I'm not teaching her anymore. His soft little face was full of disbelief. I was teaching Sister how to write numbers. She drew a flower and said it was an 8, wearing glasses. Tong Tong looked at me with deep concern. Sister Duo couldn't be a dummy, could she? This sister is really hard to handle. I'm sure she's not, I said. Your sister Duo isn't stupid. She's just a slow learner. Just as I said that, Duo suddenly pushed the door open and came in. I didn't know how much she had overheard outside. My expression stiffened, and I reminded her firmly, Sweetie, don't eavesdrop at people's doors next time. Duo pouted, looking like she was about to burst into tears, but she held it back for the sake of her pride. Tong Tong, get out. Duo kept her adorable little face tense, trying to sound authoritative and serious as she spoke to Tong Tong. When Tong Tong saw her, he thought of that wretched 8 wearing glasses, so he deliberately refused to listen. Why should I leave just because you told me to? Duo held her cold expression for one more second before giving in. Please? Tong Tong was speechless. A paper tiger acting spoiled. Fine. Tong Tong took the paper and was halfway out when he couldn't bear it, so he secretly turned back and stuffed it into Duo. Duo's little hoodie. He couldn't bring himself to take it back and keep being frustrated by it. I had originally been sprawled out on the sofa, scrolling through my phone. Now, with Duo looking at me expectantly, I had to sit up and beckon her to come closer. Duo didn't move. She just kept her head down. Her little hands fiddled with her jacket zipper, and she'd glance up at me every now and then. I sighed again. Tell brother what's making you unhappy. Duo kept her face tense and didn't say a word, cheering herself up in her head. I have plenty of patience. If she doesn't move, I won't move. I looked at her quietly and peacefully, just as I did with every other child. Brother, do you not like me? Duo held it in for so long she almost choked, before finally mumbling it out. Maybe she felt embarrassed, because her face turned slightly red, and she looked down, not daring to meet my eyes. Hearing that, I raised my eyebrows high. I didn't rush to confirm or deny it, but instead asked, who's been spreading rumors? Duo was still wearing a pair of little shark slippers, which were incredibly cute. Even though others might not judge her well, she herself was a very adorable kid. I nodded. Since when did I raise a Pinocchio? Duo's eyes widened. I had told them the story of Pinocchio before, a little wooden boy whose nose would grow whenever he lied. At the time, I purposely scared them, saying if they lied, their noses would grow. The more lies they told, the longer their noses would get. The row of babies sitting on their little stools were so shocked they quickly covered their noses. They started thinking to themselves, this is obviously fake, right? Duo didn't dare believe it, but she didn't dare doubt it either. Lin, however, believed it completely. While clinging to my leg and crying his eyes out, he explained that a patch of the bed had been wet that day. When I asked him what happened, he had lied. He had wet the bed. He hadn't spilled water while trying to get a drink in the middle of the night. I had to pinch my arm until it was red, just to keep a straight face and nod. Then I slowly explained that it was just a fairy tale. A lot of fairy tales are made up. Lin was still clinging to my leg. Hearing this, he instinctively looked up with a pitiful little face. The tears hadn't even fallen yet, still hanging on his cheeks. His eyes and nose were red, and his little mouth was hanging open. He thought hard for a moment before it finally clicked. He threw a tiny, huffy tantrum. Brother Xiao Chen, you're teasing me again. I'm not playing with you anymore. I couldn't stop laughing. Lin turned away, both angry and embarrassed. He sat cross-legged on the floor, refusing to look at me, pouting his face into a little steamed bun. I finally pulled him onto my lap and coaxed him good-naturedly. It's okay. Even if you won't play with me, I'll still play with you. Lin's eyes darted around, and he was won over in a second. Okay, fine. Then I'll play with you too. Even though I eventually told them that the fairy tale was fake, they still knew that lying was bad. Calling him Pinocchio was the same as saying he was a bad kid. Duo got anxious. She immediately said, I'm not. I nodded, then reasoned with her. You're not Pinocchio, so you didn't lie. Duo nodded. Then the rumor was started by you. Duo listened intently, thought about it for a moment, and nodded again. But you said it was a rumor, so you're the one who lied. Duo instinctively tried to deny it, but she was getting tangled up in my string of truths and lies. Her brain was loading so hard, her CPU was about to burn out. I just watched her quietly, as she stood there muttering to herself, repeating the words. The more she muttered, the tighter her brow furrowed. After a long while, she finally blurted out, what I said wasn't a rumor. I nodded with a smile. Exactly. So when you said I don't like you, you were wrong. Sweetie, I like you very much. By the time Duo's little brain finally figured it out, she realized that at some point, I had pulled her into my arms, holding her gently. I leaned my head on my hand and watched her. She pursed her lips and looked down again, feeling that she really had done something wrong. She shouldn't have caused trouble on purpose, deliberately acting out to annoy brother Xiao Chen, just to get his attention. As she looked down, she saw my pants. I was wearing those sequin jeans again. I'd bought these a long time ago, when they were very trendy. The entire pair was covered in tiny rhinestones. When I walked, my legs would shimmer and shine, like I was wearing a galaxy. Every time I walked by in those pants, the bling, sparkle, would attract a crowd of children following behind me, trying to pick off the rhinestones. The first one to do it was little Tong Tong. He was like a magpie reincarnated. He absolutely loved shiny things. Back then, Tian wanted me to hold him, so I happily picked up the little marshmallow. Tian was just about to be sent for a bath, so he stepped onto my pants with his bare feet. The stones poked him so hard he flinched. Tian didn't know what he'd done to deserve this. He just wanted me to hold him for a bit, and then this happened. His left foot hurt from the pressure on the pants, so he quickly switched to his right foot. But after a few seconds, the right foot started hurting too. Tian stood on my pants with an expressionless face and started dancing. His tiny, fair toes were still curled as he thought, brother, can't you just hold me a little higher? Tian leaned limply against me, with a mindset of if I'm suffering, no one else gets a free pass. He mischievously kept quiet and didn't tell the others. The other babies wanted to be held too. And then, every single one of them shivered as they stepped on my pants and started dancing. When I realized what was happening, I burst out laughing. I started chasing the kids around the mats like I was herding ducks. They ran off waddling as fast as they could, their chubby little cheeks bouncing. Help! Help! They squealed. Usually, when they called for help, I'd be the one rushing to save them. But now, I was the danger itself. I'd catch one and put them on my pants for a foot massage, making them poke and shriek, brother, The villa was big enough, so the game of tag quickly turned into hide and seek. I was making so much noise that I drew out Auntie Zhao and the others. They peeked out at me as I laughed like a villain while catching the kids. Every one of them had a kind smile on their face, because aside from these little babies, I was the youngest person in the villa. Watching a group of well-behaved, adorable children playing together is a very happy thing, so the aunties joined in too. When the little ones played hide and seek, they provided cover, helping them hide. I want to hide in the closet. Watching me walk past the closet door in these stone pants must have been a terrifying thing for them, because I would pretend not to see them. And then, just when the little ones inside breathed a sigh of relief, I'd suddenly double back. The kids would scream in fright. "Brother, you're so mean." Some crawled under the bed, but it was too dark, so they didn't dare crawl in too far. As a result, their little butts were sticking out. This little dummy probably thought that if he couldn't see me, I couldn't see him either. Then I'd just reach out and pat that round little bottom. Let's see whose little butt isn't hidden properly. Lin crawled further inside in a panic. It seemed that compared to the dark, I, in my stone pants, was much scarier. But I just grabbed his little leg and pulled him out. Lin crawled back in a few steps, and I pulled him out again. We went back and forth like that a few times. Lin ran out of energy to crawl. I was like a bad cat that catches a mouse but doesn't eat it, insisting on playing with it instead. He burst out crying. "Wah, brother Xiao Chen, don't catch me." Seeing that I'd gone too far and made the kid cry, I immediately wiped the grin off my face and started coaxing him. Okay, good boy, good boy. Brother won't catch you anymore. Don't cry, don't cry." Lin got his way. I guess that's their secret weapon. They realized that as long as they acted cute, I wouldn't stay mad. As long as they looked pitiful in front of me, my heart would melt. I'd basically agree to whatever they said. Sure enough, I stopped chasing him. Instead, I took his little hand and went to catch the others. Ling finally understood the joy of being the cat and catching people. He was closest to Duo and loved following her around the most. But right now, he felt no shame at all. His absolute favorite was still little Chen Gang, so he sold out his sister's hiding spot immediately. Duo didn't blame him. She just turned around and joined my team instead. Because if she thought about it, if she had been the one caught, she would have sold out Ling too. With one command from me, they were unstoppable. I knew exactly where all the kids were hiding. I found them every single time. Each kid I caught would surrender with a little whimper, pulling out all the stops with their cuteness. In the end, they were all tricked into joining my wolf pack. Eventually, there were no sheep left. I looked at the long line of well-behaved little ones behind me, all looking up at me with their sweet faces. I laughed in spite of myself. It was fun, but no thanks. I didn't want to get caught and have my pants stepped on again. I'm not old enough to need a pebble massage for my health yet. From then on, those shiny pants of mine were officially blacklisted by the kids at the preschool. Finally, they pushed one person forward. The original victim, Tian. They told her to go find 0109 or 250. Honestly, anyone would do. They wanted her to take my pants away and lock them up. They never wanted to see them again. 250 followed the little princess's orders like a loyal soldier. He actually went and hid my pants. All the little babies breathed a collective sigh of relief. After this whole ordeal, they somehow learned that pretty things can be dangerous and should be avoided. Now as time has passed, the early childhood center has become a proper nursery. The kids have grown up and don't need constant hovering anymore. It was 0109. The sisters, who had been with the babies for over 2 years, were heading back to their respective companies. They were going to new families, to look after new children, and start their own new lives. On the day they left, every single one of them was in tears. 0109 helplessly comforted them one by one. Finally, she looked at me and smiled. "We're leaving now, Xiao Chen." As wanderers, they were already used to saying goodbye. The early childhood center wasn't really a preschool anymore. The kids had grown. They spent all day running around the villa shouting ouch, 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 and chattering away nonstop. Sometimes when I came downstairs in the morning and saw them, I felt like I was raising a whole brood of little chicks. In these 2 years, I'd reached adulthood, and I'd even grown a little taller, even if it was just a tiny bit. A new nursery room had been set up, and the parents had hired preschool teachers to come and teach them, replacing the original staff. The workload was slightly heavier than before. Chen Shujin was incredibly protective of her son, so she came to me with a proposal. She wanted to take Li away, to enroll him in a private kindergarten. But Li had been here for so long, he couldn't bear to leave me. Or his little brother Tong. She couldn't bear to leave Xiaoming. She couldn't bear to leave any of them. Chen Shujin had no boundaries when it came to her son. If Li said he wasn't leaving, she wouldn't take him away. So she suggested hiring tutors to come to the house. Once that was mentioned, the parents in the group chat also started worrying about their children's education. The original purpose of the early education center was simply because these kids were too clingy, and they listened to me more than anyone. So we figured we'd just put them all together. It would be nice for them to grow up in a lively group. At the time, I didn't even think it would last long. Who knew it would be 2 years already? And without a single problem or safety concern, after discussing it for a few days, they finally decided to hire private tutors. It wasn't exactly a difficult task. No matter how good a private kindergarten's environment is, could it ever be better than what they set up themselves? No matter how great the teachers are, could they be better than the ones they handpicked? No matter how strict the teachers are, It's hard to guarantee with these little brats that there won't be any squabbles between them. Sometimes they fight over different toys, or get upset over who sits in the front or back. Isn't it more reassuring to keep them right under your nose? I could see all their discussions, right there in the group chat. I watched my 3-year sentence turn into life without parole. I could only comfort myself in my head. It's okay, it's okay. I've raised them this far. The hardest part is already over. How could I just throw in the towel now and let someone else reap the rewards of my hard work, especially since I was just about to quit? I saw my phone's lock screen. It was a group photo of all the kids from the center, especially Tian Tian, the very first baby I met. When I first saw her, she wasn't even as long as my arm. That little porcelain doll of a baby was so well behaved, even if she was picky about her pacifiers. I used to think Tian Tian would be difficult and naughty, but she turned out to be the kind of good girl who'd eat even when she wasn't hungry, and try to go to the bathroom just because I asked. And I thought Duo Duo was a troublemaker, like a beagle in human form. In reality, she was just a highly sensitive little girl who was worried no one would play with her. Li Li didn't like to talk and seemed cold, but he was actually just a sweet boy who didn't know how to express his emotions and thoughts. And Tong Tong was so quiet he was hard to get along with, looking like he was contemplating the meaning of life every day. But he was really just a little prince who loved pretty things and acting cute, spending every day and night with them. I watched with my own eyes as these children changed day by day, from toddlers who weren't even knee-high and had to jump just to hit my kneecap, to kids who can talk your ear off and run like the wind. Finally, I don't have to rely on English to communicate with them anymore. At the very beginning, I worried about the day that skill would become useless, fearing I'd lose my place here. Leaving was always going to happen sooner or later. But today, I realized that human connection is built on sincerity. Having witnessed their growth, participated in their lives, and felt their love and dependence, it's become very hard to walk away. In my eyes, Duo Duo seemed like the reincarnation of a husky, a beagle's soul in a husky's body. Every time I ran into her around a corner, the moment our eyes met, I could clearly see her eyes light up. Then she'd pounce like a tiger, knocking me back several steps. She'd give my leg a bear hug, rubbing her face against me, constantly shouting, "Big brother. Big brother." Duo Duo had the strength of a bull. She was obsessed with competing with Ling Ling over everything. Who could run to the bathroom first for a bath? Who could finish their meal first? She also loved bickering with 250. Those two chatterboxes would talk until 250's battery hit zero. For a while, I really thought she was just a carefree, mindless kid who only knew how to cause a ruckus. But I've seen her when she's timid and hesitant, looking lost in her own anxieties. It wasn't just about being rowdy. She was just a highly sensitive baby. She just needed more company and more hugs. Duo Duo's mother was Sun Guiji. She and her husband were both total workaholics. Her husband was always on business trips abroad, while Sun Guiji held down the fort at home. Neither of them had much time to manage the child. The Duo family was massive with a huge business, which meant a lot of crabs in the bucket. Not everyone in the family was honest, so Sun Guiji didn't trust nannies. Having a stranger in close contact with a newborn heir, who couldn't even speak yet, felt too dangerous. She decided to raise him herself. She'd be rocking the cradle to sleep with one hand, while talking business on the phone with the other. The more she talked, the more heated she got. Her voice would naturally get louder, waking up Duo Duo, who had just fallen asleep. They named her Duo Duo, hoping she would be abundant in self-cultivation and frugal to nurture her virtue. But Duo Duo just got used to falling asleep in the middle of a racket, which was actually a good thing. We didn't have to worry about her waking up at the slightest noise. She was easy to raise. Back then, to take care of his wife and child, Fu Dazhuang temporarily set aside some work to stay home. The couple took turns. One watched the baby, while the other handled work. It was a real power couple tag team effort. Compared to the decisive and vigorous Sun Guiji, Fu Dazhuang was a bit more gentle, but only a bit. As Duo Duo got older, she started getting rowdy. Sun Guiji and Fu Dazhuang couldn't always be there to manage her moods. She would cry, no matter how they held her. If she wasn't crying, she was screaming just to get someone to come over. Even if they were right there working, if they looked at their phones or computers for too long, it wouldn't work. She'd start screaming again. She wanted eyes on her at all times. The three of them were driving each other to a breaking point. Fortunately, I descended from the heavens like a savior. To this day, Sun Guiji is still very grateful to herself for attending that tea party. She hadn't gone there to chat. She went to talk business with the influential ladies there. But she unexpectedly discovered this treasure me. She saw that I could actually make her daughter behave, keeping her completely in check. Sun Guiji made up her mind right then. Even if it made Yang Gaofeng unhappy, she was going to poach me. Luckily, it didn't come to that, because it wasn't just her family. Kids from several families couldn't bear to be without me. Sun Guiji went with the flow, pushing to develop the early childhood center with me at the heart of it. She hinted at something to Yang Gaofeng back then. If you tie parts of a dozen families together, even if you don't care about small profits, you'll never have to worry about the stability of your partnerships. What surprised her was that a teenage boy like me handled it all so well. I just said I was currently looking after the Tian family's child, and would follow whatever the Tian family arranged. Even though the center's success was entirely due to the children's dependence on me, I managed to keep myself out of the politics, while showing my loyalty to Yang Gaofeng. With just one sentence, I ensured the Tian family held the dominant position here. I was a smart kid. Sun Guiji liked smart people, and putting all that aside, I truly put my heart into taking care of the kids. I had plans, ideas, and a good head on my shoulders. You could tell just by looking at how much the children relied on and loved me. If only 1 or 2 kids liked me, you could say I was playing favorites. But if every single kid in the center liked me, well, if you can favor 20-some kids at once, no one can really complain. My understanding of each child definitely surpassed that of their own parents. Basically, the moment a kid's eyes twitched, I knew exactly what they were up to. Little kids can't hide their thoughts. Everything is written right on their faces. At that point, I decide whether or not to call them out on it. Sometimes, when I'd call them out and hit the nail on the head, I'd get a look of pure shock from the little darling. Their faces would scream, "How did Big Brother Xiao Chen know what I was thinking?" If I didn't call them out, it was because I wanted to see what they were planning to do. I rubbed the back of Fu Xiaobao's head and casually called him out, thinking about how to apologize to me. "Yeah, I think Big Brother Xiao Chen." Duo nodded instinctively before realizing that I was the one asking him. He swallowed the rest of his words immediately. My eyes crinkled with a smile. Amused, I curled my finger and pinched his chubby, baby fat cheek. I pinched him until his teeth were showing. "What's this? Have you spent too much time with Li Li? Are you starting to copy his silent act?" I've somehow raised 2 little quiet jars. I kept rubbing his face while coaxing him. "Go on, say it. If you're going to talk bad about me, you should do it to my face." Duo's face was slightly deformed from the rubbing, and he looked like he was about to drool. But he didn't want to stop me from rubbing his face. Yet he didn't want to lose face by drooling in front of me. So he tried his best to hold back his disobedient and tactless saliva. "It's not bad stuff." "Not bad stuff, huh?" I nodded in agreement. "Then why did you do your homework like that the last 2 days? Weren't you trying to annoy us?" Duo wanted to say of course not. But then again, it was because of me. Lately, every time I saw his report card, I'd be so angry I couldn't even laugh. If I don't write it well, Big Brother will pay attention to me. I made a few TSK sounds. "Don't go spreading rumors. Who's not paying attention to you? My livelihood is right here. My home is right here. How could I not care? Because Ling Ling didn't write hers well either. You stay with him every time he does his homework." Duo actually got annoyed when this was mentioned. He grumbled under his breath that I only get angry when he doesn't write well. First of all, I'm pretty sure even the most tragic heroines in history weren't as wronged as I am right now. When Ling Ling makes a mistake, it's just basic addition or subtraction. It's not like she actually doesn't know how to do it. But what about Duo's mistakes? He drew flowers all over the number 8. That's not a lack of understanding. This little guy, he really thinks his acting skills are top tier. I didn't bother explaining such a profound reason to the little guy. It would be a waste of breath, so I just told him the result directly. Duo. You have a lot of Duo. Fine, I guess I do. He has a mind of his own, but there's not much in there. He believes whatever I say. If he doesn't believe it the first time, he will after I say it a few more times. He's incredibly easy to fool. You're making up rumors about me again. I'm not happy. I decided to push my luck and act a bit spoiled. I deliberately stiffened my body and turned my head away. It looked like Duo completely forgot. He originally came over wanting me to coax him. Now, it turned into him having to coax me. The adult, "Baby, don't be unhappy. Brother Xiao Chen." Duo got anxious. He raised his hands, trying to turn my face back toward him. But I had already learned the essence of being stubborn. From observing certain children, my level of stubbornness right now was no less than that of a full-grown rhinoceros. I could feel that Duo didn't dare to use too much force. He was afraid of hurting me, but he really couldn't budge my face at all. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. He decided to try the opposite approach. He grabbed both of my hands and pressed them against his own face. He forced me to feel his cheeks. I looked down at him, seeing his fair little face. His brow was slightly furrowed. This little treasure was truly worried. He probably thought that as long as he let me touch his little face, I would cheer up. My 2 hands squeezed his little mouth into a pout. What caught my eye were those eyes of his, filled with pure expectation. Suddenly, I didn't even want to pretend anymore. I mean, really, how could I stay mad at such a precious face? How could I be angry with such an adorable baby? As I moved my hands, I realized Duo was actually being quite rough on himself. His face had been rubbed bright red by my palms. My heart immediately ached for him. I didn't want to rub Duo's face that hard anymore, even though it did feel really soft. And even though the way the little cutie obediently tilted his head to let me touch his cheeks was cute enough to make anyone scream. But the little sweetheart would be in pain, I thought. So I kept a straight face and prepared to let go. Just as I was about to speak, Duo thought I was so angry that I didn't even want to touch his face anymore. His expression looked like the sky was falling. Normally, I'd tease him with a few more playful words, but right now, I didn't dare push it any further. There has to be a limit when teasing kids. Otherwise, they take it to heart too easily. "Sweetheart, brother isn't mad at you." Duo didn't move, just staring at me. "Brother could never be mad at you." A highly sensitive and high-needs baby naturally requires a different kind of handling. If he lacks security, then I'll just bombard him with it. Can you feel how much brother loves you now? So next time you're thinking about something or scared of something, you have to tell brother. Don't keep it all bottled up inside by yourself. I made a little joke to keep the atmosphere from getting too serious. Duo nodded, seeming to take it to heart. "Then brother has to spend more time with me from now on, okay?" I readily agreed. "I'll make sure none of you cry. I'll carry a whole trail of Duos wherever I go." "Thank you, Brother Xiao Chen." I smiled and patted his little face again. Just then, a faint voice drifted over. "Brother, I came to ask about a problem. Am I interrupting you too?" My smile froze. I turned my head and realized that at some point, My door had been cracked open. Tian was standing outside the gap like a little ghost. Her expression was dead serious, as if this were some major ordeal. I wondered what kind of weird culture this was. 250 was right next to her and swung the door wide open with a bang. He was wearing a t-shirt and big shorts today. That wasn't the important part. The important part was the line printed on the white t-shirt. Tianjin is the heavens. Tianjin is the earth. I was speechless. This fashion sense is beyond dead. Even if you buried it, I'd be afraid it would offend the earth god himself. I don't know how much courage it took for Tian to let him out of the room looking like that. Tianjin wants to know why you only touched Duo's face. Touch Tianjin's too. 250 wailed at the top of his lungs, speaking up for his Tian stood to the side with a stiff, adorable face. Her cheeks were a bit red. When did I ever say that? Even though that was exactly what she was thinking, she still had her pride to maintain. I suppressed a laugh. I gestured for them to come over. Duo was feeling much better now. He was in an excellent mood. He looked at his little sister like she was a blooming flower. He immediately volunteered. Which problem don't you know? Let big sister take a look. The kids here usually don't bother calling each other brother or sister. They all just use their names. But there are some cheeky ones, like Duo and Ling, who like to act like the elders, referring to themselves as big sister. I take a hands-off approach to this. Whatever they want. But if you're going to call yourself big sister, you have to take on the responsibility that comes with it, and they actually do. For example, letting the younger ones eat first during meals, not fighting with them, and helping them tie their shoelaces, even fixing their shoes when they put them on the wrong feet. Hearing those words, Tian slightly tilted her head up. She looked him up and down. Then she said very seriously, "You should probably learn how to tell people apart first." Duo was speechless. I immediately looked up at the sky and then down at the ground. Wow, this ceiling is really ceilingy, and these floor tiles are definitely floor tiles. Is this a try not to laugh challenge? Interesting. Duo looked gloomily at me as I stood by, acting like a bystander watching a show. I couldn't ignore him forever. I finally said, "Little treasure, go talk to the teachers first. They've been quite frustrated the past couple of days." Duo gave an obedient reply. He turned and left. 250 gave him a frantic little wave from behind. Bye-bye. Tian didn't even look back as she walked ahead. If you miss him that much, just go with him. Hearing that, 250 looked absolutely terrified. He looked like he wanted to cling to her leg and cry. "Tianjin, I am your man, your loyal old servant. My heart for you is true. Heaven and earth are my witnesses. The mountains and seas can prove it." Tian walked forward without changing her expression. She climbed onto the sofa that was taller than her legs. She sat down beside me in a very well-behaved manner. At this moment, she seemed like a completely different person. She looked up and handed me her workbook. She was the definition of adorable. I took a quick look through her workbook. There were no issues at all. Even though it was just simple handwriting practice, it was written very neatly. It was a pleasure to look at, so I gave her all the praise she deserved. I offered encouragement and served up some chicken soup for the soul. 250 squatted in the corner, looking determined. He held up the camera to record. Year B 311. Tianjin's homework is excellent. She was praised by Xiao Chen. I knew my Tianjin was the best. Tianjin can succeed at anything, but Tianjin said she doesn't want my. It's okay. Even if Tianjin doesn't want me, I will never leave her side. He was chattering away to himself over there. The camera was pointed at Tianjin and me as he talked and talked. When I finished, I stood up and leaned over to pick Tian up. Let's go for a stroll. Let's see what the other babies are up to. The new teachers each teach different subjects. Many of the little treasures had never heard of these things before, so they used the original 01 to 09 designations, referring to them as Teacher 01 through Teacher 09. They weren't just experts in their own subjects. They knew other things too. Every one of them was an all-rounder, carefully selected from various families. Their childcare skills were top-notch, and they all worked incredibly hard. When I occasionally called them 01 or 09, I would still think of the original 01 and 09, but besides them and 250, and maybe Lily, many of the other children didn't remember. They were all just passing through. Daily life at the nursery was still mostly focused on academics, even though the parents wanted to be strict. Assigning homework twice a week was the absolute limit, and the homework was finished quickly. I came out after chatting with the two children. I saw that most of the kids had basically finished their work. They were all packing up their things. The layout of the nursery rooms had changed a bit, because we had to add small tables and small cabinets for the children's own treasures. There were 5 children to a room. Each person was separated by their beds. Some were focused on finishing their homework. Others were poking at their erasers. They were being very good. Wait, my brow twitched. I looked back. Long, I spoke up suddenly, startling all the children in the room. Oops, sorry about that. My voice was a bit too loud. I quickly apologized to the little sweethearts. Then I looked at Long again. The boy suddenly hid the eraser he had been poking, which was now full of holes, under the table. I saw it. In that split second, 4 long pencils were stuck into the bottom of that eraser, and a short piece of eraser was stuck on top. Good grief, he made a little cat or a dog. Nice handiwork. Are you opening a zoo in here? Won't you show brother? I put Tian down. I walked over and held out my hand to Long. The word zoo seemed to remind him of something. He looked up with an adorable face. He quietly studied my expression. He must have seen that I was only curious, and didn't look angry at all. I watched as he pulled them out one by one, introducing them. This is a cat. This is a dog. this is a deer, and this is. He pulled out an unknown object with 4 pencils stuck at the bottom, and 1 stuck on top. I was stunned. I didn't understand it, but I was deeply impressed. I couldn't quite appreciate the aesthetic, but it felt strangely peaceful. So that's where all the pencils and erasers stockpiled in the nursery had gone. He had taken them all. Good boy. That's amazing. You know so many animals. Beyond my shock. Regardless of whether it was right or not, I still prioritize encouragement as education. Being good at discovering others' strengths. Isn't that a strength in itself? No matter how ridiculous the things these kids do. I have to find a ridiculous strength to praise, though I honestly have no idea how Long could distinguish each animal from these identical erasers and pencils. Long sniffled. He proudly straightened his little back. Under the watchful eyes of the other children, I saw the onlookers' eyes getting brighter and brighter. I was afraid the other kids would follow his lead and stop paying attention in class from now on. So I quickly said, "But Long, as great as you are, you can't play during homework time." I emphasized this point. "I have to scold you for that." "Brother, don't scold me." The smile on Long's face hadn't even faded yet. Hearing that, his mouth puckered up. He looked like he was about to cry, but I stared for 3 seconds, and there wasn't a single tear. I laughed out of frustration. Who did you all learn this fake crying trick from? If one child came to me fake crying, I could say it was just a clever coincidence. But if every child is doing it, I'd have to be an idiot not to notice something was up. I drawled out my words. "Are you all keeping secrets from brother? I'm not happy. I'm so sad." I put on a miserable face, making it look real. The circle of little sweethearts got anxious when they heard this. With a collective cry, they rushed over. "Brother Xiao Chen, don't be unhappy. You're not allowed to be unhappy." Within 5 seconds, both of my legs were surrounded by little treasures. 8 seconds later, I scanned the room. They were all good kids, looking up at me with adorable faces. Even those from next door had rushed over after hearing the commotion. 10 seconds later, both of my hands had been snatched by little hands. Then, several soft, smooth, tender, and fragrant little faces were rubbed against my hands. Is this a nursery? This is clearly a kid cafe, and the kind where you get to pet them for free. But I quickly snapped out of the wonderful sensation. This honey trap is a ruse. How does every single one of them know? To stick their faces out for me to touch? It's a conspiracy. Let me see which baby is the best. And willing to tell me your little secret? I pitched my voice higher and squatted down. I looked at them with smiling eyes. My tone was pure coaxing. Anyone with even a kindergarten diploma wouldn't fall for this. But these sweet babies didn't have one yet. The only one who did, Lily, was busy back home coaxing her father, who had been banished to the cold palace. "I'm the best. I'm Brother Xiao Chen's favorite child." Tian pretended to be composed as she shoved the person next to her aside. Then she blinked her big eyes and looked at me without a word. They said, "As long as Brother Xiao Chen is angry, we just have to pretend to cry." She was perfectly calm, not a hint of a lie. Their secret strategy had been leaked. Long wouldn't be outdone. He raised his little hand to add more. They also said Brother Xiao Chen likes touching our faces. As long as he touches our faces, he'll be very happy. It's a 1,000-purpose trick, you dummy. It's called all-purpose. Who would have thought? With just a few words from these kids, the entire nursery's secrets were laid bare. When Duo found out, he looked like his world had ended. "It's over. We've been betrayed from within. You bunch of traitors. How could you give up all our secrets? Just because of a couple of things," Brother Xiao Chen said. "And you didn't even include him in the betrayal. What if this trick doesn't work for him anymore?" And so, we spent another happy day in the nursery. Tong's grandmother would send someone to pick Tong up every once in a while for a few days. Even though Mrs. Tong had said it many times, Tong is in nursery school now. It's not like the early childhood center before. He needs to study and can't just keep leaving for no reason. But the old Mrs. Tong was extremely dismissive. She immediately snapped back. "He's a boy. What good things can he possibly learn in a nursery?" Mrs. Tong was stunned for a moment. Then her expression turned cold. Her usually gentle brows furrowed. "What exactly do you mean by that?" Because Mrs. Tong had always played the role of the good person, the mild-tempered daughter-in-law. This sudden flash of resistance made old Mrs. Tong very unhappy. "What do I mean? What do you mean? Tong is my grandson. Do you think I'd ever harm him? I'm doing this for my grandson's future. What does being educated have to do with being hard to manage? Is he lacking the money to raise Tong? Do you want to raise your son to be an uneducated, stubborn brat?" Mrs. Tong felt exhausted. She had tried her best to avoid conflict with her mother-in-law, but their values were simply incompatible. Any extra contact easily led to friction. She usually avoided it whenever possible, and if she couldn't avoid it, she would back down. But this argument was endless. Every sentence revealed a different set of values. To put it bluntly, old Mrs. Tong was already quite elderly. She already had one foot in the grave. Why bother arguing with her? Of course, you don't intend to harm him, because you yourself are a blunt knife. Your very presence causes harm. It's a matter of perspective. The fundamental issue just can't be resolved. Tong really likes it there. Don't you love him? Then, let's just do what he wants. Mrs. Tong countered with a calm but firm tone. Old Mrs. Tong was left speechless. She was too proud to admit she was wrong, so she could only agree, however reluctantly. Tong had no idea about the conversation between his mother and grandmother. At home, He could only watch TV with his older sister. The TV was full of colorful transformations. The fighting was just so boring. Tong Tong was getting restless. He missed his friends from the center. He really wanted to go outside and play. The daycare took them out every 5 days, and when they didn't go out, they'd play hide and seek in the villa. Games were always more fun with a big crowd. The day he was brought back was supposed to be an outing day. Tong Tong didn't want to be unhappy, because coming back to Grandma's and seeing Grandma and his sister made him happy too. But just sitting here, watching TV was so dull. He couldn't hold it in anymore and called out to his sister. "Sister, can we go outside and play?" On the screen, the people were helpless against the danger. The enemy was still taunting them. Ling Ling was getting fired up watching it. The protagonist had just appeared and was about to transform. She excitedly stepped onto the back of the sofa, completely ignoring Tong Tong's words. Tong Tong sighed and slid down from the sofa. His little feet hit the floor. He was just about to head to the back garden to look around, when a sharp scream rang out behind him. Tong Tong turned around in shock just in time to see Ling Ling hit the floor. Thud! She clutched her mouth, her face scrunched up in pain. She burst into loud, wailing sobs. Tong Tong could tell something was wrong from the sound of her cry. He ran toward his sister as fast as his little legs could carry him. "Sister, what happened?" The nearby butler was the first to hear. His heart skipped a beat at the sound of Ling Ling's crying. He dropped everything and rushed over. "My little lady, what's wrong?" He picked up Ling Ling, who was crying on the floor. He tried to gently pull her hands away, but Ling Ling was both in pain and terrified. She refused to let go, not letting anyone see. The butler tried his best to soothe her. She continued to sob and wail. Tong Tong was both scared and worried. What was going on? What happened to Ling Ling? Old Mrs. Tong, having heard the news, hurried down from upstairs. She ran to Ling Ling's side with a look of pure panic. Heartbroken, she reached out to pull the girl's hands away. "Ling Ling, let Grandma see what's wrong." When she saw the bloody, loose tooth, old Mrs. Tong nearly fainted, whether from the sight of blood or shock. Her blood pressure was skyrocketing. How did she get hurt like this? "Call a doctor, quickly." "What are you just standing there for?" The butler stood at attention, not daring to cross old Mrs. Tong at a time like this. But he had to speak up and explain. "Doctor Jin said dentistry isn't his specialty. It's pointless for him to come. It's better to take her to a proper hospital to be safe." Tong Tong had never seen anything like this, even though the girls at the daycare were quite mischievous. And if I looked away for a second, they'd be standing on chairs trying to catch fish from the big tank, at least when they tripped or bumped into things. The floors and furniture were all padded and soft. No one had ever bled like this before. Old Mrs. Tong barked out orders in a panic. The butler spoke rapidly into the phone, making inquiries. The chaotic, negative atmosphere made Tong Tong feel incredibly tense and afraid, but he still wanted to check on his sister first, so he asked in a small, timid voice, "Sister, is your tooth going to be okay?" Tong Tong's voice was very soft, but it was enough to make old Mrs. Tong notice him. The old lady was currently worried sick about her granddaughter. She was ready to snap at anyone who spoke out of turn. "Your sister was sitting right there watching TV. No one was near her. How could she just fall and cut herself for no reason? Did you push her? Everything is fine when you're not here. Why does something like this happen the moment you come back?" In all of Tong Tong's memory, no one had ever been so mean to him. He was instantly stunned. The healthy color in his little face vanished in an instant. The 2 little pigtails I had carefully tied for him this morning, which had been so cute and perky, now seemed to droop sadly along with him. Tong Tong couldn't quite find the words yet. He could only shake his head frantically, his little pigtails swaying messily behind him, his faint eyebrows furrowed on his pale, tender face. He tried to defend himself weakly. "I didn't push her." Hearing this, the old lady's frown deepened. "Then let me ask you, would Ling Ling just fall off by herself?" "Tong Tong, if you did it, just admit it. Do your teachers know you're a liar? Do your friends know? No one will want to play with you anymore." The deep wrinkle between the old lady's brows somehow made Tong Tong think of Duo. He thought of everyone at the daycare, and he thought of Yi Chen. Yi Chen would never be so mean. He would never say things like that to us, and he would never refuse to listen to my side. Tong Tong wanted to say that his sister fell on her own, but he couldn't get a word in edgewise. The old lady hurried his sister into the car to take her to the hospital. Tong Tong sniffled and turned away. The butler saw them off, but when he turned back, Tong Tong was gone. He felt a brief moment of worry. His first instinct was to look for him, but then he thought about how well-behaved Tong Tong usually was. Nothing bad could happen. He was probably just off playing somewhere. The floor was a mess and needed cleaning. Otherwise, the old lady would nag him when she got back. So he went to find someone to clean up. He didn't realize that if he had just looked around a bit more, he would have found Tong Tong hiding behind the floor-to-ceiling curtains in the living room. He had curled himself into a tiny ball, huddled on the floor, like a fluffy, frightened little rabbit. Tong Tong hugged his knees. His eyes and the tip of his nose were bright red. His face was a mess of tears and snot. As he cried, he suddenly remembered. Yi Chen didn't like it when they cried. He quickly and clumsily wiped his face clean. Only after he finished did he remember that Yi Chen wasn't there. There was no one to praise him for being brave. That made him even sadder. He missed Yi Chen so much. Tong Tong buried his head. His forehead bumped against something on his wrist. He paused. It was a watch. It was something one of the other kids' dads had developed. It wasn't even on the market yet. They were the first ones to use it. Yi Chen had taught them how, If there's a special situation and you need to find him, just press the white button on top. Then he'll drop down from the sky to come get us. If you're in a dangerous situation, press the red one. Then he'll show up with a police officer to come find us. If you're not sure what's going on, press the blue button. Then he'll show up with mommy and daddy to come find us. The watch was very small. The screen looked just like 250's face, pitch black and smooth. Tong Tong still remembered when the watches were first handed out. The early education center was buzzing with them. The girls all pressed the white buttons, and the sound that followed. Brother Yi Chen's phone in his pocket started ringing and vibrating like crazy. It went on for ages, even noisier than 250. In his own words, it vibrated his leg to death. It was just like an alarm clock. Afraid they might have pressed it by mistake or forgotten, it would remind them 2 or 3 times before finally stopping. So, Brother Yi Chen had to press it 44 times, just to confirm the shutdown. That night, he gathered the girls in a circle to tell them the story of the boy who cried wolf. He told us that unless it was a real emergency, and we absolutely had to see him, we shouldn't press it. Otherwise, he'd be like the villagers in the story. After being tricked by the shepherd a few times, he wouldn't believe us anymore. Then, when we really needed him, he wouldn't show up. The girls all listened intently, their expressions incredibly serious. At this moment, those memories flashed through Tong Tong's mind once again. He sniffled and wiped his little face clean. Otherwise, Yi Chen will be unhappy when he sees me. I just really want to see him right now. I don't want to be here anymore. Meanwhile, at the daycare, the weather was beautiful. A couple of days ago, under the relentless cuteness of the little ones, I had given in. I promised that if the weather was good today, I'd take them to a pottery workshop. They had just finished 2 art classes, and every single child was hooked. Every one of them wanted to go. They wanted to make plates and bowls, to use as their own special dishes at the daycare every day. I don't know if it was because the kids' wishes were so intense that the heavens couldn't bear to disappoint them, but this gamble ended in an overwhelming victory for the little angels. When I checked the forecast 2 days ago, it said there would be thunder showers today, but yesterday, a gust of wind blew those storm clouds right away. The forecast changed in an instant to overcast. But looking at the blue sky and white clouds this morning, no matter how good I am at lying through my teeth, I couldn't possibly tell them that a storm was coming just to trick them. So after a moment of silence, I called the little ones to get ready to head out. Since they go on outings so often, one of the parents donated a school bus. It's practically armored and bulletproof. The driver is a retired racer with top-tier skills. Auntie Zhao had already made arrangements with the owner of the mall where the pottery shop was located. They agreed to close the shop just for us. The other teachers and I stayed with the kids the whole time, escorting them all the way to the pottery shop. This was the largest pottery shop Auntie Zhao could find. It was fully equipped with professional instructors at my command. This sea of little darlings, lined up in 3 rows like a bunch of ducklings, waiting for the shop staff, the young guys, to help them put on their special kid-sized aprons. Then they sat down obediently, facing their individual pottery wheels. The staff had already placed the clay mounds on the wheels beforehand. The little ones looked absolutely thrilled. I kept a sharp eye on every single one of them, only worrying about anything that might hurt them. I didn't really care if they broke anything. Curiosity is just part of being a kid. Their families are all wealthy enough. There's no need to stifle a child's spirit just to avoid paying for some damages. However, the result of being so lenient was that the moment I turned my head, several clay mounds already had tiny handprints on them, like the work of mischievous little kittens. That wasn't the problem though. The real question was, how did they get clay all over their faces already? My clean, adorable little babies. How did they disappear the moment we walked in? I sighed. But even though I sighed, I didn't stop them. Let them play. Let them play. 250. And I stood to the side, having a great time taking photos of the kids. In the spirit of humanitarianism, I usually took a couple of decent shots of them actually playing with the clay, but then I'd get obsessed with finding weird angles to take what I considered hilarious photos. Ling Ling was clamoring, begging the young shop assistant to help her pinch 2 bugle-shaped ears out of the clay. So, in the photo I took of Ling Ling, 2 ears appeared right where her eyes should be. Complete, it's blocking them. The photo 250 took was a real shocker. As expected, AI really can't replace humans. All he does is take ugly photos. Some of the kids had no patience. After a few spins of the wheel, they just ended up with a handful of mud. The bowl was as thin as a cicada's wing. And then, Duo used some miraculous brute force and poked a hole right through it with a finger. Tiantian worked slowly, but produced a total mess. Yusu had a perfectly good bowl-shaped lump of clay, but somehow it turned into a cup. I was racking my brain for how to praise 250. Then I had a brainwave. Xianjin, you pinched this so well. It looks just like a cup. Tiantian thought. But I was making a bowl. 250's composure instantly crumbled because of that big mouth. The room was a mess, but there was no order to it. Luckily, no one was crying or throwing a tantrum. There was only heartless laughter at each other's work. The shop assistant was given a lot of work, learned quite a bit, but also got pretty stressed out. They were all supposed to be helping, so how did they all end up making such weird things? Everyone's work was uniquely ugly, so no one felt bad about their own. Only Lily was quiet and stubborn, but she was extremely serious about what she did. She was a lot like Tong Tong. She was the most focused person there, and her work was the most perfect. And once Lily gets immersed in something, she doesn't give a damn about outside distractions. So even if the other older kids were right next to her, Brother Li Zi, you're amazing. You're the best, brother. He only offered a faint smile in response. Then he focused back on the clay, his expression tightening as he continued to knead. I was just about to pull out my phone to record the moment. Suddenly, a phone started ringing. Wait, this isn't a phone call. It's Tong Tong's watch. The emergency alert is flashing white. My expression shifted instantly. I frowned. Isn't Tong Tong supposed to be at his grandmother's house? He sent a message early this morning saying he'd arrived. What could have happened so suddenly? Thoughts raced through my mind as I quickly pressed the answer button. Tong Tong? What's wrong? On the other end, Tong Tong's voice was barely a whisper. He was crying softly. Between helpless sobs, he whimpered, Brother Xiao Chen, I miss you. Can you come pick me up? I stood up anxiously. As I started heading out, I tried to keep my voice steady, afraid my own panic would upset him further. I did my best to soothe him. Brother's here. Tell me where you are. I'm coming to get you. I didn't even ask what happened. I didn't ask why he was crying. Tong Tong is such a sensible, well-behaved boy. For him to be crying like this, he must have been deeply hurt. I reached the door but stopped abruptly. I turned back to see Tian Tian and the other children staring at me. Their eyes were full of questions. I brought these kids out here. I couldn't just leave them all alone halfway through. So, I tried to reassure them. Tong Tong misses us. I need to go pick him up. I'll be back very soon. As I spoke, I felt a flicker of hesitation. Even though there were bodyguards following us, we were still out in public. I just couldn't feel at ease leaving the children behind. But I was also desperately worried about Tong Tong and needed to leave immediately. After a split-second calculation, I dialed Yang Gaofeng's number. We weren't far from the Yang family's company. I hated to trouble them, but I was out of time and had no other choice. Mr. Yang, could you please send a few trustworthy people to the pottery shop on the first floor of the plaza? One of the kids needs to go home. He triggered the white alert on his watch. I need to head over there right now. I spoke rapidly, but thankfully, I remained coherent. Yang Gaofeng understood immediately. He was currently sitting at a table full of company executives who were in the middle of a report. The manager watched as Yang Gaofeng raised a hand to cut them off. He thought to himself that usually, only a call from President Su would make Chairman Yang answer this quickly. But this clearly wasn't President Su's voice. Yang Gaofeng looked up, gesturing for his special assistant to come over. He whispered a few instructions. The assistant nodded and left the office, personally selecting people to go watch over the children. Continue. Yang Gaofeng hung up and looked back at his subordinates. Every time I take the kids out, I always send a report to the group chat in advance. I list the specific location, the time, and which kids were with me. Because of that, Yang Gaofeng knew they were out playing today, and that they were quite close to the company. I was a nervous wreck the entire way. I kept urging the driver to go faster. The driver didn't dare say a word or show any frustration. She just floored the accelerator, racing straight to the Tong family's old estate. While on the road, I had already contacted Madame Tong. Madame Tong was incredibly busy, but her heart sank when she heard Tong Tong was crying. She immediately contacted the butler at the estate, telling him that someone was coming to pick up Tong Tong. The gates opened, and I followed the butler inside. The old butler was still trying to explain. The child probably didn't mean it. The old madam scolded him, and now we don't know where he ran off to. I've looked everywhere but can't find him. Before he could finish his sentence, I spotted the floor-to-ceiling window by the door. A little treasure crawled out from behind the curtains, his eyes red and swollen from crying. Tong Tong was just like he was when he was younger. He didn't make a sound when he cried. He just stood there, tears falling silently, with only the occasional sob. My heart broke for him instantly. I opened my arms and walked toward him. Tong Tong ran and threw himself into my arms. Finally, he let out a loud wail. Brother, what took you so long? It's my fault. I'm sorry. Don't be sad, baby. Brother's taking you home. I put some strength into it and lifted the little guy up. The butler felt awkward, but being old and thick-skinned, he didn't let it show at all. Instead, he tried to stop us, saying the old madam wanted to wait for him to return. Why don't you wait here for a little while? Tong Tong buried his face in my shoulder, his cries muffled. His little head shook as he sobbed. Can't you see the child wants to go home? I didn't even look at him. I walked straight out the door. The driver opened the car door for me, simultaneously blocking the butler from following. Go home? This is the young master's home. Hey, how can you people be like this? Slam. The driver shut the door, nearly catching the butler's nose. She gave a half-hearted, fake apology. Oh, I am so sorry. This door is just too light. I didn't realize my own strength. I guess I overdid it. The butler behind the door went silent. Once we were in the car, and it started moving, Tong Tong sat on my lap, nestled in my arms. His hands were wrapped tightly around my waist. I reached up and smoothed out his messy hair. Only then did he seem to regain a bit of his spirit. Tell brother, why are you so unhappy? As if knowing I would believe him unconditionally, Tong Tong explained in his milky, yet firm voice. Sister fell off the sofa and broke a tooth. Grandma blamed me and said I pushed her, but I didn't. I frowned instinctively, but when Tong Tong looked up at me, I forced myself back into a gentle smile. Of course, brother believes you. We'll go talk to grandma and clear this up in a couple of days. Okay? Okay. Now that Tong Tong was with brother Xiao Chen, he didn't feel so wronged anymore. He wrapped his arms around my neck. We received a message halfway through the trip. The kids at the preschool had finished their pottery, and the teacher wanted to take them back, but none of them were willing to leave. They insisted on waiting for Tong Tong and brother Xiao Chen. So, the whole group was sent over to the Yang family's company. The kids followed the special assistant up from the employee parking lot. Then, holding hands in a line, they entered the snack lounge on one of the floors. It was like letting mice loose in a grain bin. Following Yang Gaofeng's orders, the assistant told them to eat whatever they wanted. He closed the doors to the snack lounge, giving them the whole place to themselves to feast. I finally arrived with Tong Tong. The tear stains on his cute face had been wiped away, but his eyes were still a bit red. When the other little ones saw Tong Tong, they tossed their snacks aside and quickly surrounded him. They started chirping with concern. Tong Tong, why are you sad? Little Tong, who bullied you? I'll help you hit them back. Tong Tong, 2I'll get my mommy to beat them up for you. My mommy can knock over a cow. My daddy can help too. The children's concern was pure and direct. We hadn't been there long when my phone rang again. I looked at the caller ID, and my brow furrowed again. It was Tong Tong's grandmother.